Short stacks have got plenty of time. 14, 15, 17 bigs. Still plenty of time. Cal looks down. Gun opens and looks down at kings.
Raise 40,000.
Any action for the man. They're called Calagero. Michael with a 9's probably going to be seeing a flop at least, which he does. Makes the call. Calls back it out with 9 deuce. John gets out of the way as well. Now Thomas will defend the big. Looks down at 240k. Does he think this is a good time to squeeze?
It's a sick one here. I mean, Tom's probably not getting away from this one tower, to be fair, but
Raise 160,000.
There's the raise.
does go 3-bet not all in, and it's going to be really grim here when Cal goes 4, and then Michael's probably going to get out of the way, and we're back on Tom. We know we're behind at that point, but
10 seconds.
Cal's triangles in. First
let's
bit of
go for
action.
it. Michael gets out of the way, and Tom obviously can't do anything at that point, but he's got some outs. And he's taking on the man of the moment in the first all-in confrontation of the final table.
Does
here
it
at
happen?
the high roller. So
You know what always happens when you're up against kings and you're all in? There's always an ace on the floor.
honestly,
It is. It happens more than it should do.
yeah, where's your ace there?
Ah,
There we go.
Thomas Clack needing one of the 3 aces, running queens.
7 on the turn, so just 3 outs now for Tom going into the river, or the bubble will burst here.
Oh, Barry! The from heaven. Oh, man.
Out of nowhere, Ewan applauds.
God,
Oh, that is a savage one.
that is grim.
Let's do a queen in the small. Expect to see a complete.
So queen 5 for Abdul, 25 to call, so he does. So queen 6, and Lynn's got the 2s.
Yeah, one of the pairs that could definitely check in the big blind, the smallest. Here is Lynn. It's horrible if we get limp 3-bet as well with the deuces, so does go for the check here. Off to the flop we go.
4, 6, 4, 2 spades.
A nice looking flop for Abdul with his top pair, just going to come out firing. Deuces, deuces, spades. Could even be a raise this one, Tara. I think the deuces, deuce of spades, deuce of hearts. I think this could be a plausible raise, just to flush out equity from overs, flush out equity for counterfeit outs. And then does go for the raise here. Like, you just know in poker these days, so many players go for the one big blind lead from the small blind, blind on blind with almost any 2.
And cool. 10 of spades turn.
So Lynn just counteracting that by choosing his deuces to raise and flush out all this equity of overcards. But Abdul not with overcards, flop 2 pairs, so made the call and 10 of spades turn, and Lynn doesn't actually have a bad candidate here. Deuces, deuce of spades. After the flush completes, the small pairs with one of the suit that contains the flush are going to be very nice candidates to be barreling on, and Lynn does go for the double barrel with the deuce deuce.
Like it. The river's a 6. Check mark. Thank you very much.
And now playing the board is Lynn. What you gonna do? Oh no. Abdul's gonna go for the lead. No, Abdul. Like Lynn's hand probably has to bluff. You can't showdown deuce high, and Lynn's hand would have had to bluff tower. And now Abdul potentially missed out on Lynn. Unloaded on the river, went for the lead. Keep some bluffs in of our opponent. He's going to value bet a 4 anyway if he's got a 4. Might start checking back some flushes. That's probably why Abdul thinks the lead's going to be good here, but is he really tanking with the board tower?
No.
Thinking it's like 7. Oh,
he's
he's gone for the shove!
Oh, he's announced all in.
Oh my god, he went for the shove.
Wow.
And Abdul didn't have too much back. He put in half his stack basically.
Oh, Abdul gets up.
On the river, Lynn
What
down
a
to
double.
820k. What a lead from Abdul Tower. What a lead.
Don't do it, Abdul. What are you doing? Don't do it. What a great lead.
I'd never lead that. Going to bring the rest of the field in.
Yeah.
Gary with 8s, Ed with 7s.
We're going 7 way to the flop here.
Victor's in with the king 4 suited. Ollie's out of the way in the small, and Christian going to defend an unknown holding in the big blind. So we have got 7-way action here.
7 way.
This is a 1k, guys. Don't adjust your sets.
Oh! What a flop! What a flop! Who's got their 7s?
Quad 7s for Ed.
Oh, wow.
So nice to have the check mark on the flop. That doesn't happen very often, especially when you go 7-way. But the way that we're going to get paid is what I'm thinking, Tower. It's going to be difficult. I guess we're going to get a street from Gary. Gary has pocket 8s, but in this multi-way coup,
Jimmy's in.
need to be proceeding with caution. Well, Jimmy just goes for the C-bet into 6 players under turn. Got the backdoor hearts. Mark's going to call the ace-king with 5 players behind on 7-7-3. And Gary here now with the 8s. This is actually a tricky spot, Tower. The thing is, we're getting 8-1 on a call, so probably going to take one off with position. Like the times we do hit an 8, in general, we can win a huge pot, but it would actually be a disaster on this occasion because we got Ed sat there with quads. And what's Ed thinking, Tower? He's thinking, what have you all got?
He gets over his face. He's like, how many 7s in this deck? Does he raise or he just calls?
Of course he calls.
Of
Like,
course
what
he's
on
done it.
earth have these lot got? He's thinking, I've got 2 7s in my hand. It's gone bet, call.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
see the turn.
Oh,
and it's an
Gary
8
Bush.
on the
Gary
turn.
Bush, Tata.
Wow, ill for Gary. And it's going to be a nice clean double up for Ed.
Jimmy has to check. 3 players calling behind. He's not.
What is
he's
he
firing.
doing?
He's
Oh
up.
my
He's at
word.
it again.
So he bets into 6 players. He gets called in 3 spots. He's now continuing into 3 players. Yes, we picked up the nut flush draw, Tower, but there has to be a 7 out there. Once it goes bet, call on the flop, there's so likely a 7x is out there. And the times that we're met by a raise, and if it's a chunky raise, we've then just got to fold and don't get... Never any good. We have to hit a heart. We can be drawing dead.
It's like, what have you
It's
got?
just a dream for Ed. It's the absolute dream tower. These scenarios, you sleep and you have dreams about these situations, flopping quads in Hold'em and someone turning the nut boat and keeping it trappy as he should be with position.
Wow.
Just fading the one out on the river.
Wow.
Oh my word! Oh my gosh! Is this actually happening?
Wow.
We've got quads over quads, guys, on the feature table. And oh my word, I said on the flop, Ed's got the check mark. I forgot about that less than 1% next to Gary's name for the running eights. What on earth is this run out? And to be honest with you, Tal, something really interesting about this hand. The 8 of clubs is on board. So 8x of clubs is not a thing. So when Gary bets the river here,
4K.
as he does, he can't actually have an 8x. He's not going to have 8-3. He's not going to have 7-8 from Ed's perspective because Ed has 2 sevens in his hand. And there's no bare 8x that pills flop. So how does Gary get to the river with 8s full? He just doesn't. It's not possible. 8x of clubs isn't a thing, and there's no 8x that actually want to just pill flop overcall against 2 players. So Ed here should just call.
Really?
Should just call. Simply because the 8 of clubs is on board, so 8x of clubs is not a thing, so he can't get value from 8s full. So he has to have either a bluff or quad 8s here, right? Because a bare 8x isn't going to float flop. There's no 8x that has any draw now with the 8 of clubs on board. So Gary basically has to have quads here or a bluff, because 8s full isn't a thing with the 8 of clubs on board. So I'd love to just see a call here from Ed. It seems crazy. It seems absolutely crazy to just flat.
To see the cards, that is for sure.
But in reality, it makes sense. If you really think about it, guys, what 8s full does Gary get to the river with once we go 7-way to the flop and the 8 of clubs now rolls off on the river? There's no 8x of clubs, so he can't backdoor a boat with a flush draw. And he can't call like 8-6, he can't call 8-9. All these hands just fold flop. There's no draw there. So he basically has to have quads or a bluff. And Ed's figured it out. Look at his face. He's figured it out. It makes sense. And if he folds here, it would be incredible. But I don't see how we can fold. But I'd love to just see flat. Yes, we've got quads, but really deduct the hand and think about it. Like, what's Gary supposed to have here? There's no bare 8x that get here this way. So it's either quads or a bluff. Pocket threes isn't going to go for value.
Can they not have 8x of clubs?
Well, that's not gonna. We've gone 7-way to the flop tower. It's gone bet, call, call, call on the flop. Turn, it's gone bet, call, call. So why would ace-x of clubs go for value here? There's definitely a 7x out there in someone's eyes.
And just to let you know, Ed has just called.
Exactly.
When you get called clowns, we had to put it back on.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, clowns, get them turned off. What are you doing, clowns? We'll repeat that at the break, because obviously we've got important things to do, as in we're now live. Welcome back to the live stream here in Coventry. But when Clive says, "Oi, clowns, get that back on," I went, hey, come here, you. Press that button.
One of the best flat calls we've probably ever seen when you lose the pot from Ed. Probably about a year ago now.
Yeah, we will show that in its entirety again at the first break. But we're back. And this is the mystery bounty. It's going to be the first mystery bounty we've done for a while. And hopefully all are going to be filmed a little bit whenever somebody pulls one. Whenever anybody pulls one. Did we get the chip counts? Yes, we did get the chip counts.
Oh my word.
Raggy! It's Raggy got up there.
Yeah, look like 70% of the field tasks, 10 bigs or less, 16k BB.
Wow.
So it could get spicy early doors. There's the chip counts. We're setting ready for the mystery bounty, playing this down to conclusion today.
Yep.
And already you can see players coming over to the table. Started the day with 28 and just balancing because we lost Catalan Paparesca in the first hand of the day on an outer table. So 27 remain. Just the free table balance.
Yeah, I don't. 99. I said at the time, 99.9% just snap jam. They've got quad sevens. They can just snap jamming.
So Longmouth on the bounty hunt. 7-3 ISOs after Rosser puts in 2.5 bigs. And he is in front, fading 7s and 3s.
A bit of 2. Well, that doesn't matter. We need a 7 or a 3. Ace. And it's a jack. So 7-3. Losers ace 2. What happened there? That was a full double, wasn't it?
Yeah, to 110. But he only had 2.5 big blinds.
Oh yeah.
This is shallow on the feature. I'll tell you what, I'd love to be Raggy today, Tower, coming in with that stack and just have
600k. 600,000 for Raggy. Question is, how did he get him?
Yeah.
Oh. We are now on to page 2. We're now on the Wednesday. There we go, Wednesday the 16th of October. Day 1A of the main event, which is £888 buying. Dina, I walk past Dina. She says, I've got my tube of £1 coins for all the change. Like giving out the extras. So £888, 500,000 guarantee for this main event. High roller day 1 going on as well. Did you stay and play the high roller?
Yeah, I did. I actually had an unbelievable start. So bought in day 2. I was on a table after about 3 hands. I got moved to the feature table. This table.
Okay.
TJ, Mad Turk, Tom Clack, a few others. Get aces.
Nice.
Treble up. Queens, 9s, aces. Hold.
Nice.
I then flop 2 pair versus Terry. Win a nice pot. And then the Mad Turk just ruins me.
Ruins.
He absolutely ruins me. Long story short, Ace Jack 3. I've got Ace Jack. I get check raised by the Mad Turk with 10-8 off on Ace Jack 3. No flush draw.
10-8?
Yep, 10-8 off. I do not win the hand tower. He backdoor bingos a straight against me and left me short. Ace 10 versus King Jack and Tom Clack couldn't hold for like 8 big blinds, and that was my high roller. But I was flying. I actually remember sitting there after it come Ace Jack 3, and in my head I was going, I haven't caught this much heat in such a short period of time in ages. I might actually win this. And then next thing I know, Mad Turk's taken 3/4 of my stack off me.
10-8, check raising.
And I was out the door. But I enjoyed it. Never get a chance to play the high rollers, so it was nice to flick in day 2 and have a little spin.
Check raising. And he went on to cash.
Yeah, come third.
Third.
That's what I said. At least you put me chips to good work, Mr. Turk.
Wow. Wowzers. Check raising the old 10-8 on an Ace Jack 3 flop.
It's so funny. Oh, because Candice was on my table as well, and it got to showdown. And as she looked at Turk, she goes, I'm sure you check raised the flop, Turk. I just smile, get on with it, nice hand, move on. It's poker.
Oh dear.
Blinds are 4K, 8K. Apologies, graphic error from me as well. Said it. Ross had 2.5 BBs first hand. Actually 4K, 8K. That's been rectified, and off we go.
Already done. 4-8.
A6 for Aziz, opens from +2. Against 2.5x here as Jamie, it's kind of annoying, but even still, off of this stack depth, could flick and defend. He is just going to choose to run it. Snap call from Aziz.
There we go. Jamie, seat number 3. Ten jack 3 flop. Kings and 8s needed. Now 9's playing.
There you go.
Oi, oi.
So Jamie starts to spin up to 100k. 12.5 BBs for him now.
So all the good news with it being a bounty comp. £10,000. Big one. What does he pull? Oi, oi! £10,000 already gone.
Yeah, a little
There's
10k.
the big one, Bosch.
For James Harty, knocking out Chris Johnson. He finished in 27th, walked straight to the bounty box and pulls £10,000. The big one is gone.
The big one has gone. Michael Howard shouts, thanks for that, mate. Rooting for you. So the 10k already gone. I will show you the rest of the payouts when we get them. But the bounties, and we'll also show you the picture of the bounties. But if we go back to the 10k bounty one, it shows you there. 10k, 5k, 3 2000s, 3 1000s, and 5 888 poker live main event seats. 4 540s, 3 400s.
Told you, Min, you should have come up.
Is it 8?
James Hardy.
540.
All good?
No, they're 200 at the bottom. Look like 8. But we'll get you the list and we'll show you. But the 10k has now gone.
Sorry for the bad beat, Mozza. I got another one. I got another one. I come here last night.
Yeah.
Come here late. Mrs. was working. Thought I'd come down, play the cash out satellite, try and win her a seat.
Yeah.
78,500 chips to get a seat because it just missed the guarantee.
How many G? How many
I
chips
got
you-
78,400 chips and never got a seat. I was 100 chip off, and I never got a seat.
Why 78.5?
Because the guarantee was 10 seats, which is 8.8k. It collected like 8,600. So then you got to take the average of the average stack, which would give you around 78,500. So that then becomes the target stack. So 78,500. I got to 78,400 and never got a seat.
Did you tell Alice?
Yeah, I told Alice. I did tell Alice, but I played a big pot and I miscalculated. I got to the river, I had a straight, and I overbet, but I overbet a size that I thought would get me exactly to 78,500.
Okay.
But I miscalculated by 100 chip.
Oh no!
And the funniest thing is, I've called Simon over. I think it was. I've gone seat. I've stood up, picked my bag up. He's you're 100 short, mate. And then after that, I said, "There's no way I win a seat now after all of this." And I didn't. I just knew I was destined after the near miss.
Wow. Wow.
At least I got the story.
Twice. You're a highlight reel this week.
Yeah, I have.
While we weren't even here. Do you notice the difference between the Guinness in Dublin compared to the UK tower? Says Manistro. Yes, is the answer. I've had a couple of Duff pints in Dublin before,
What, Simpsons?
but
As in Duff, as in Simpsons? That's what I thought you meant.
Duff beer.
Yeah, Duff beer.
Yeah, I had a couple of Duff pints in Dublin before, I must admit, but very rare. Yes, you do notice. I think a lot of it's to do with the lines, because we don't obviously sell that much of it compared to Dublin. We sell a lot of it, but nowhere near as much as Dublin.
I'd call here as Mindorga's 2 bounties tower. Actually, now the 10k's gone, it actually becomes we're not going to call as wide because the average bounty has obviously decreased drastically with the top one going. I'm actually not sure. If the 10k was still in play, I'd definitely call here as Mindorga's. Even still, what, the 5k is a healthy 25 buy-ins. It's still kind of close here in the bounty from Mindorga's, and he's going to call it off. Can't fault him. Definitely call if the 10k was in play. Even without it in play, Mindorga's will like what he sees in terms of against Longmail. Dominated against Jamie. Jamie in a terrific spot to treble. Got both players locked here. Small side between Mindorga's and Longmail, but if Mindorga's can beat Longmail, he will win himself a bounty. But forget that, how about beating both?
The Queen 10 just
Jamie goes from
top.
first to last for Jamie. And has turned some equity though. A diamond would now do it for him. Longmail looking for an ace or a 4, or it's double knockout. And it is double knockout.
Double knockout, baby.
So losing Jamie Dow and Longmail fam. Just before that, outer table action over here, we have Thomas Bagley all in with the pocket 9s against the ace king.
King on the flop, ace on the turn. 8-9.
Dropping like flies. Thomas Bagley was out in 25th. Jamie Dow 24th. Longmail fam in 23rd. Tim Slater 26th just before all of those casualties.
So now the 10k is gone, would you pull your 2 bounties straight away or not?
I don't think it don't really matter Tower that much.
Still a 5k there.
Yeah, you get this question a lot. I don't think it's
I'm up.
You're up.
I'm up with the video camera. Come here, sunshine. Let me get the 5k. That's what I'll be doing. We'll try and get as many as possible, and obviously when we get down to the final table, then we'll be making sure that the dealer is riffling and cutting the cards in mid-hand, not in between hands. When the camera is on the outer pan, that's when they hopefully pull the tickets on the FT.
Ace king for Mark, making it 22. Yeah, 10 AM Saturday shouldn't be a thing, says Dan. I agree.
What's that?
Talking about like the satellites,
Oh, the
getting one chip off and not getting a seat.
Annette Crintos, afternoon Town and Jay. Got my first live cash on Sunday, coming second at the ladies event. So close to my first trophy. Looking forward to watching the stream for a few days. Well done, Annette.
Well done, Annette. We've got plenty coming up. Going to be a great 5 days. A couple of days rest for us, but back in situ. Lovely looking flop for Mark. Throws out a bomb of a bet there on the Queen Jack 6 mono. How are we doing? Poker Utopia afternoon.
Okay, Utopia.
Mystery bounty today. Going to be influx of bust outs early on. We'll settle down a bit, I reckon, in an hour or two. And still expect 5 hours of play. for the remaining field. Edward all in. 6 big blinds. Mark's got a call. Any 2 here for Mark. With the bounty on the line tower. 6 big blinds. We got 1 invested, sir. This is a bounty tournament.
Queen 8, get him in.
He's
Fold, please.
not going to fold, is he?
Don't fold. It's worth the bounty's worth potential £5,000.
6 bigs. Come on, Mark.
6 bigs.
We
Get
got,
it in.
We got a big in there already.
No, don't do it, or else I'm coming out to the line. I want to sort you out.
It's only
Don't
20%
fold.
of our stack as well, Tower. He's let it go.
God, there's 5,000 potential bounty there. Queen 8. Oh man.
That is you love that as Aziz. How you think, oh well, we're always getting called here. Big blind's going to call any 2, and
Always.
we just get it through with the ace. Lovely jubbly. How are we doing, Mr. Higgins? Simon Higgins tuning in. Welcome to the stream, mate. Hope you're getting on all right over in Cyprus if you're over there.
Pleased to see the notification for Grosvenor had gone live. Turning off the Cyprus stream. How many people in the chat call there? 6 bigs effective. 250k stack at 8k. Who's not calling? Not many. Yep, slam dunk call. It certainly is.
That's a cow now with 10. Ace 9. Here we go, 3-way all in.
Here we go.
Michael Howard with the ace queen, calling it off after Aziz Hyasos with the 6s, and the 6s holding at the moment, fading a fair amount now though. Ace queen picks up a gutter ball, but 6 is still holding, fading aces, 9s, queens, jacks, and
10.
doves. Fades the lot.
6s. Another double. God. Michael Howard busting out. Cal Monreal busting out. Here we go.
And over here we got Abdul all in with the ace queen. Yazoo Yin's gone bounty hunting with king 8.
As you should.
Oh, and does. Is that a flush draw? No, it's not a flush draw. It's clubs. But that's an 8.
Whoa.
Queen of spades slide for Abdul. So ace queen spade. We do not find.
Another ticket going towards
Unlucky, bro. Yeah, it's all good, mate.
Slim Chen. No, it's
No,
not.
it's Yazoo.
It's Yazoo. Yazoo Yin. And now pause the deal, please.
Yeah,
Because
so-
we're going on to an 18-man redraw.
Yeah, that is correct. This is what just occurred. It's all thick and fast, guys. We're trying to catch everything that we can. Ben Miller with the ace jack. Jimmy with the ace 7. Jimmy finding the 7, so Ben Miller needing a jack.
And it's not.
Did not find and
Another
that
one out.
is what took us to the 2-table redraw. So that all happened so quick, guys. So I'm going to quickly run you through the 5 players we lost in 4 minutes. So Abdul going, Ben Miller, Michael Howard, and Cal Monreal, leaving us with 18 players.
Well, and we're on a redraw, so we'll run you through. Are you bringing the teas? I'd love a
do,
tea.
do you know what? This is going so quick, Tom. I'm worried if I go for the teas, I'll come back and we'll be done. That's how mad this is going today. We're down to 18, started with 28. We're not even a half hour into the day, and we have lost 10 players from the field. I lost over a third of the field,
There we go.
and that's how it's going to be.
So T-Boy's going to have a quick wander around. Get on Lee to get and bring in the teas, or you do it yourself. I'm guessing.
I'll go
have a
get the
word with Lee.
teas. It's all right, okay. I'm not speaking to Lee.
Oh no, what's he doing?
So after the satellite last night, obviously a new FIFA's out.
Yeah.
I haven't played it that much. I've had it a couple of weeks. I'm playing it. He's been grinding it like anything. Last year, FC 24 couldn't beat me. We always used to play, couldn't beat me. Couldn't wait to play me at FC 25. He beat me yesterday.
Did he?
And first thing I hear from Simon Howell, he's already told everyone. So I've got to go home tonight, practice my FIFA, get in the lab, because I'm not having it anymore. And
Has he got new players? Or
he's got a
new
much
team?
better team than me.
Has he?
He's been grinding it for the last 6 weeks. I've only been grinding it for 2 weeks. So
So he's got more points to get better players. Is that what you're saying?
exactly that. I'll go get the teas tower.
I'll run through what's
won't be
happening here
speaking
in Cov as we welcome back everybody from the couple of days rest that we had of live streaming. But we are now on, and we're back now until Sunday, so Wednesday. We reckon this will be a short day, and then we've got streaming. We'll just quickly show you the streaming schedule as well. This is what we're streaming today. We think it'll be a short day. Could well be 9 o'clock by the time it's done. The high roller tomorrow will be a lengthy one because that's good players. It's a 2,000 buy-in. That could be a great day's viewing tomorrow for the high roller. The sit and go, and we know on Friday it's going to go on quite a one. Going to probably go on until 1 a.m. Saturday is definitely 5:20 until 2 a.m. That's because the main event day 2 doesn't start until 5:20 p.m. Don't know why. I think there's a turbo. There must be a turbo. And then the final day of 888 starts at 1:20, not the normal 12:20 when we do a GUKPT or a main event normally. It's normally 12:20, but it's starting at 1:20 on the Sunday. So different times. Make sure your notifications are set, so every time we come on live, you'll get a ping. And then where we go. That's the final 3 days. Friday, we are going to be doing the cash game and the pro sit and go. Saturday is day 2 of the main event. Sunday is the final day of the main event. All the satellites there as well. But now we are on the Wednesday. And if you want to get involved tomorrow as well, day 1B of the main. The Mayhem is on. The 888 main out. Cash event satellites on. And day 1C on the turbo. Plenty to choose from. Plenty. Teas here. So yes, there's plenty to go at. I know some people have said that some of the events overlap. It's just one of those things. Not a lot we can do it. We don't get involved in any of the schedules. But yeah. Just wanted to let you know, guys, I had a lot of family and friends watching the stream on Sunday to watch me play the UKPL main event, and they really enjoyed the commentary. Thank you very much indeed. We aim to please. We aim to please. And Phil Birkin, afternoon fellas, just tuning in. Amazing 10k pull from my mate Mr. Harty. Is that James Harty who chopped the Goliath? Yep. What a year he's having. 6th place in the Goliath, pulled the 10k as well. I've told him to look into property price, as Coventry loves him. That's a great shout. But no, it's a good effort, that. Good effort. Chop the Goliath and then pulls a 10k. Very nice indeed.
Is Gully Mystic Meg today?
Watches he's going to win the 5k when he could have been out the door. Why is it? Is that what he's done?
He's just gone and pulled it, but unfortunately we couldn't record it as he's down as GDPR.
Oh.
But you are spot on, Gully. Aziz has just gone to the bounty box. He's pulled a 5k out of the 2 bounties, and both 10k and 5k now have gone. But he could have been out the door. Queen 8 off course.
Yeah,
he's only going to hold 60% of the time. And the 5k gone.
Oh dear, oh dear. Afternoon, Pesky. Where did Pesky get off to? Tenerife? Lanzarote? Where's he gone? Where have you gone, Pesky? I know he's on his holidays. And I know the sun will be shining.
Yeah, two 2Ks, it's the biggest ones I've left.
Yeah, I know.
I can't believe it. They actually shuffle them in when they put them in. But sure, the 10Ks on top.
Who got the 5K then? Who got the 5?
Right, sitting there, got 5 and a 2.
There you go. I know he was away somewhere. He's in Kos. The Peroni is amazing and it's 26 degrees.
Oh,
Isn't Peroni Italian?
yeah, I think so.
What's the local drink in the Greek islands?
I don't know
Is it
why.
My Foss or something like that?
I'm not sure. But Peroni from tap over bottle
Yeah.
is probably one of the nicest beers when you have it from draft. Bottle it's all right, but from draft it's very good beer. So looks like 2 table redraw is done.
Frosted glass of mythos. There you go, that's what Gilly says.
So I'm going to run you through the table, guys. We've got Edward in 1, Raggy in 2, Jimmy in the 3 seat, James Harty in 4, Neil Bernadette in 5, Mark Hayes in 6, Yazoo Yin in 8, and Leslie Lamner is in the 9 seat. Leslie already winning an event this week.
FS is Turkish tally.
What about Alex Montgomery?
How many cashes do you have this week?
A first, 2 seconds, and a 9th.
Unbelievable.
That's not bad, is it? 4 final tables, 2 runner-ups, 1 victory for Alex Montgomery this week. He's on some form.
What a week. Oh, you well, Talia. What's Keo? Don't know what that is.
I didn't tell you.
Yeah, he's had a good year as Alex. Obviously last year's grand final as well. So good. So we're on 17, not 18, because we must have lost one just at the same time as the redraw.
Stephen Biddell.
Stephen Biddell.
Ruggy seems to have maintained most of them chips on the outer table that he started with today. Going to kick off with a raise and take.
So 17.
Another open for Raggy here, ace 10 of clubs. All the way around to Edward in the big blind. Suited queen. Could definitely defend this for one big blind more. Only working with 9. That lets it go.
So Raggy with the lead. James Artie's just pulled the 10k.
Well, Neil, with his short stack, Jack 10 suited, and Yazoo probably going to ISO this one. Not sure about the stacks behind him, but with an ace against this 3.5 big blind shove, I think if he is covering stack tower, he will be ISOing here. There's the ISO.
There's the triangle.
Yeah, and what's covering stack other than Raggy actually. Obviously with a big chip lead. Edouard now. This is a really interesting spot tower because Edouard here, if he wins and beats Neil, we win a bounty as well. And we got Jack 10 of clubs for 8. Wow, he's going to run it. He is going to run it.
He is indeed. So we're going to get another double bust out. Yazoo in with the ace 4.
And in great shape. He's going to love what he sees as Yazoo. 2 Jack 10s. Ace 4 off, 55% three-way. You won't see that very often.
Queen 8 7 2 hearts. So the Jack 10 of hearts for Neil. As the redraws. All the hearts playing. Jacks. 10s.
9s.
9s. 5 of spades as a break. It's a double elimination again.
So we lose.
Wow.
Neil Bernadou in 17th. £20 lad up for Edouard if Toddy in 16th. So 15 remain. And then Phil Burdikin. Afternoon, fellas. Just tuned in. Amazing 10k pull from my mate Mr. Harty earlier. He came 6th in the Goliath. I told him to look into property prices. certainly loves him. Oh, I've told him to look into property prices
Yes.
up there. It certainly loves him. Coventry does. Who was it as well? Toddy. Toddy won the Goliath, and then he won the high roller here as well, or he won an event here, I remember.
Right.
Some people just have their casino.
I still want to know what Keo is telling you. What's Keo?
James with the ace king. Just a bit of extra juice on this one, veering towards 3x. Does get a customer in the form of Raggy though. And do expect Jimmy to defend this one. 8-6 of spades.
Well, we get called in two spots. Ace, 5, 6.
It's a top pair, top kicker, freeway. No need to do anything fancy here as James just put some chips in the middle. Might put an extra little bit of juice on this board. A lot of gut shots out there on the 5-6. Maybe like a B40, somewhere around there, 30k-ish. Does go fairly small. Oh no, it goes for 40k. Thought that was all yellows, so it does go for the bigger bet. Does get both hands out of there.
And down to 14. Just like that. What is Beat the Ambassador comp, and is it open to anyone, Gov? Yes, Beat the Ambassador. I think it's on the final weekend, isn't it? Where is it? Down there. Sunday at 5 o'clock. Beat the Ambassadors. Basically, I think the Ambassadors will have some kind of bounty on them. So every time you knock an Ambassador out, then that will be in. So it's £250 in. Open to all. I'm guessing it'll work just like a bounty comp on the players of the 888 team. Next question, what are the prizes? I don't know.
King 10 for Yuzu. We'll be opening. And just makes it the two BBs. Just dropping down to 14 players, top right guys. We just lose Aziz on the outer table after pulling his
Pull the 5k.
5k bounty. He'll be happy with that. Only not even played the tournament for an hour, Tower. Take your 5k, off we go. Get in the main event.
Beautiful.
So 256 mono here. Could be one that we go quarter on as Yazoo. With this 10 of spades, put it to work. A little 11 of K seems kind of nice. It's going to check it back, wanting to realise that equity. It's a board that potentially could get check raised from James in the big blind. We'll have more flushes, but we will still have all ace-x of spades that opens. Queen of hearts on the turn. And now any potential for a delay once checked to twice here as Yazoo. We're going to check again. Still got that spade to try and realise. Jack of hearts on the river, it looks like. And now hard for James to bluff with two broadways coming off turn and river. And does Yazoo feel any need to try and dislodge some 6x, 5x, deuce x that would all probably play in this manner? Even some ace high stuff that are going to defend from the big blind, or does he feel like king 10 is just good enough to show down here facing a big blind range? But I think a bet does have quite a nice function here in the fact that 6x, 5x, 2x really have a tough time calling tower, and then we also fold out ace highs, so I think bet is kind of nice here. And Yazoo counting out an absolute that is like 2x pot tower. Yeah, it does go for the 2x pot, 88k. And this is just what we spoke about, trying to target a 6, trying to target a 5, a deuce, all which would check over to us all 3 times the way the board runs out. And maybe even when we go for 2x pot there, we start folding out some jack x as well. Even a jack's going to really struggle to call on that river.
Some good stuff from yous out. Been on the circuit a couple of years.
Out the box as well, Tower. Like always say, good to have your good fundamental base and study and know ranges and whatnot. But in these type of tournaments, you need to veer away from that and choose exploits a lot of the time, rather than just playing fundamentally sound. And that's what the best players will do. They'll find exploits. Like there, for example, we just assess that James never has one better than one pair, and that size has just got every single one pair hand caged.
Afternoon, Spinksy. Rooting for his best pal, Raggy.
How you doing, Spinksy?
Saw you playing live the other day. How did you do? Good to see you down here in Coventry.
James, I'm not the biggest. I don't think we raise this one, Tower. I'm pretty confident that we don't raise this one at 30. Jack 10. It's just one I think that's comfortably going to complete call. If we raise and we get free bet, like, so difficult to continue, so we just have to fold an okay hand, blind on blind, whereas when we complete, we get raised, we can call. But now we get here as James, king high board, doesn't choose to continue, and it is a well-timed check after getting here, because Mark sitting comfortably with his top pair. The Behemoth, Connor, that is in December.
What happened to the mini Goliath that was due for around this time? Remember, it was called the Monster or something. Yeah. As Jay says, the Behemoth.
The Behemoth.
Is in December. It's all on the app as well, the Grosvenor Poker Live app.
Behemoth.
Yeah. Behmoth. Behemoth. Still Behemoth's better. But it's in December, it's back in Coventry, and we are streaming the Behemoth. The old Behemoth. We will be here. Friday the 13th of December has been designated Christmas Jumper Day. Whoop whoop!
Lines up, 5 and 10.
Yeah, so it's on the app. I'm pretty sure it's on the app.
Les, 4.5x. The school of big raises with the ace-5 off. And the problem with this size tower, we only really isolate that strong range of hands that continue. Like 4-3 of hearts here for Mark would definitely defend versus a legitimate open size. But once we choose something this large, all we do here is Les, we're just hoping to pick up lines and ante, and the times that we get called, we're just always dominated. Bit of a hefty size to open. Does do the trick though, picks up lines and ante.
There you go, it's on the app. The 10th, the Tuesday the 10th, Friday the 13th of December is Christmas Jumper Day. A designated Christmas Jumper Day. There's 2 flights of the main event, E and F. There's also the satellite as well.
What are we streaming Wednesday, Thursday?
You'll be streaming on the Wednesday. I don't know.
Maybe cash, Coventry, ain't it?
Might be a cash game. Day 1, Thursday we're doing the high roller, day 2.
Okay.
And then Friday you're off to Poland.
Yes.
So Christmas Jumper Day will be me and Sam and everybody else who gets involved with the Christmas Jumper Day. And the Behemoth finishes on the Sunday evening. We'll be there. So the final event of 2024 for Cardroom Direct and all the team. We've got a date in Dublin next week. We're off to doubles.
Not long till Blackpool either.
No. 30th of October is when the double satellite starts.
That's when I get there, the 30th. 2 weeks today.
That's the double satellite, the mini and the bounty, or the mini and the whatever it is. So we're in a fast and furious start for this. We're on 14 now. This will be the only event streamed today. And then we're back tomorrow with the high roller day 2. And then the cash game on the Friday. And then Saturday and Sunday finishing off.
So Yuzu with his up and down, checks back flop, calls turn.
King of clubs on the river.
Yeah, just going to be bet from Mark, fold from Yuzu, you believe here. Can't really see any other avenue. Don't think we ever want to check here as Mark, just want to get some value. Bring them up to Blackpool, Scott. Bring the kids with you. Stick them on the... Is it the Big Dipper?
The big one.
The big one?
Yes.
Couple of kings for Raggy. Oh, my word. And Mark, two of the healthiest stacks at the table. Mark Wallace finds ladies at the wrong time. And Raggy going to be licking its lips when this free bet comes in. And what can you do as Mark just got a free bet call here with the ladies. Has he jammed? Wow. Too much to jam tower with a hand as good as this. Once again, we want action. We're going to get it from kings, obviously, but like the times that Raggy has an ace queen, Raggy has something like pocket tens when we jam for 27. The hands that may 4-bet set us all in, we may lose action from. But we're not losing action from kings because we're behind and going to need a lady. Otherwise, Raggy going to increase his chip lead by even more.
Raggy.
And that will seal the deal.
Absolutely.
Raggy with a check mark. Running queens, not a possibility. There must be one in the muck. So we are going to lose Mark Wallace, and we're going to head straight over to an outer table because there was a three-way all-in. Rosa with the ace queen, the short stack.
Good at these today.
Andrew Salami with king jack, and Dan Stacey with ace 10.
Oh, jack on the flop.
So king jack holding at the moment. Flush draw to go alongside it. Tower, nice clean turn. So going to be a double plus more for Andrew. What's the river bring? So Andrew Salami going to double plus more. We will lose Rossa out in 14th for £430, and Dan Stacey taking a big hit to his stack.
One elimination. Michael Rosamond.
Raggy with a defend, like it. Get to defend wide as the cover in the stack in bounties. 884, so 2 pair for Raggy. And you do here with the Jack 9 of clubs. Seems like one that we can continue. Fold out some queen high, king high stuff. 2 overcards, backdoor straight possibilities. Now Raggy can go either way with this one, Tower. Check raise fine, check call fine. Does land on check call.
Ace of hearts turn.
Kind of an interesting one now for you to do, because once we choose this size on the flop, really small, 20%, like Raggy's going to call all his ace highs, so he still will have some. It's not a situation that there's no ace X in Raggy's range. He will still have all the ace highs that want to call facing 20%. It looks like we're going to design a double barrel to target a 4 and to target stuff like 5, 6, 5, 7. It does get the 4 out of there. It's a nice pick up for Yazoo. Gets the bluff through.
Up to 30 bigs. We're on 12 players. Afternoon, Stephen King. He says, "Good afternoon, Jay and Tower. Can you two guys stream 24/7? I've been bored the last couple of days."
No, sorry, Stephen. We need our time off, mate.
He needs to get mullered by the Turk.
Yeah, don't. Nightmares about that. I sent it to someone. They went, "This isn't a real hand. Stop lying." I was like, "Yep, a real hand."
I was in it. I was there.
Got to donate some money to the prize pools. The biggest bounty left will be the 2K now.
Yeah,
Tower.
10's gone, 5's gone. We filmed the 10, couldn't film the 5. And everyone that's drawn on the final table will be done in between the hands, so the camera's on the outer camera. And we can see them pulling the envelope, which would be nice.
Just all in here, Raggy. Don't think he's going to jam. I'll just send Jimmy in here. Tower, offsuit, King 7. Anything up to like 20. I think, can't see. Yeah, just jam here as Raggy.
Yeah.
I think Tower's really nice, but he is going to take aggressive approach and we'll get the same result. Jimmy can't do anything with 8 deuce. Double down, not an option. We go. We're heading out for some outer table action. There he is, Fin Chen. He has done tons of weight over the last 12 months. So Slim Chen, Fin Chen, whatever you want. But Lynn with the ace king.
Boom, in the window.
And there's the ace. So Mindorgus, no runners for him, needs a jack. But Lynn looking like doubling up here. Healthy double as well, Tower. 300k all in. And there it is. Double up for Lin Chen. Up to around 600k. Healthy stack for him. Oh, Les. Big old opens, Tower. Again, goes for the 4.5x.
No, Jimmy has just got a standard rip.
Like, and this is the problem. Like, we opened to 20k, Tower. Jimmy jams. We save ourselves 2.5 BBs. And now we've opened to 4.5 BBs. We're just going to lose the lot of them. Open to 2 BBs, save ourselves 2.5. As I say, when we go these extortionate sizes, only isolate a better range of hands that want to continue against us. Like, we're not getting defense from the big with 10-8, 10-7, stuff that we dominate. 8-9, 9-6, 9-7. We just start isolating all these strong hands, as Jimmy has here, and does send it into the middle. And does Les want to go bounty hunting personally?
Yes.
I probably wouldn't have, but he wants to have a look as Les.
Wowzers.
Maybe feels like because he's opened this large as well that he's priced in. I'm not sure, Tower, on this one. Les will have his reasons.
It's a weird run out, but off we go. So Jimmy with the ace king. He's good at the minute. 5-6 queen.
Still good.
Yep, 10 or a 9 to fade. And still good. Jimmy with 350 and 35 bigs.
What did you do with your 2 days off town? I know you said you went up to Edinburgh. The thing is, you must have got there and had to leave straight away to come back here.
No,
What is it, 7 hours on the train?
Lovely, nice little toot-up. Found a great pub.
You're
Great pub.
in the pub.
Great food, great pub. Wandered around, sun shining.
Was it?
Beautiful.
Oh, it's raining in Brum. It has been the last couple of days.
Really nice. Really enjoyed it. The sun was out. Oh, there's a Scotch pie shop as well.
Oh,
Oh,
did you spend a few bob in there?
they did what we normally get. They did the old
Doner
doner
meat.
meat and chili sauce.
Yep.
They did a haggis and steak.
Not for me, but yeah.
Oh,
Mac and cheese.
haggis and steak. They did a mac and cheese. They did a ham hock, which is like chunks of a bit like chunks of gammon
Yeah.
and macaroni cheese. Oh, let me tell you,
Sounds good.
very nice indeed.
So Yazoo with the Jack 10 of spades. One that should be opened. Does make it 2 BBs. Over to Les, Queen 9 of clubs. Unfortunately has to hit the mark, facing this gun open. Well, I say unfortunately, Les has got other ideas. Les has come to play today, Tower. Just the lot goes into the middle for 113k. And in a bounty, when this comes back to Yazoo, maybe seeing this one get called off here, Tower. Well, Jimmy, Queen, Jack of diamonds. It's kind of awkward for us because still got Yazoo behind us, who's sitting with 27 BBs. I'm not as clued up in bounty tournaments as I'd like to be, but I think this one for Yazoo might just get in, Tower. We've got 2 invested, 11 to call, so 9 more bigs we got to invest. It is a decent percentage of our stack, around a third of our stack. I guess that is the problem. The 2 biggest bounties are gone, so average bounty size is going to decrease. But we'll see what Yazoo comes with here. Like I say, I think it might get in, just on first glance. But I could be wrong, because obviously the average bounty now much lower than what it is at the start of the tournament. 10k's gone, 5k's gone, so top bounty is now 2k, so average bounty probably around, I'd say, £1,000, so it's actually not a huge
There's
amount.
not a lot left.
A really, really tough one. It's going to ask for an exact count. I guess this close to the FT as well, we need to take that into account. Essentially, the prize pool is going to be more essential right now than the bounties, because of the 2 big bounties being gone, and ICM still there. 2 tables out, 11 left. Maybe got to take that into account as you do as well. So he does land on call. He does make the call, and Les sees that he's in front with the Queen 9 of clubs. He's on his feet.
So Queen 9 of Les. Is it another bounty?
Well, sweats alert. Any spade, any jack, any 10, and a 4 would chop it up. But it's a 2 on the river.
Yeah, Les got an announcement from the table, from upstairs.
Could the person driving the Mercedes Reg LES 24, your car is about to be towed. As that occurs, we do have some more out-of-table action, and it's Pavel Sergachuk who is all in with the ace-10 against the king. So Pavel needing help. We do have backdoor diamonds, or just an ace, so 9 changing nothing. So needs Barry. No Barry on the river for Pavel Sergachuk, so we will lose him in 12th place, £520 plus any bounties that he amounted throughout the day. 11 remain. Gary Miller taking that pot. Dan Stacey taking that pot. I haven't even seen Dan Stacey all week. Another one we've not seen in a while. Here at the 888. Back to the feature. Jimmy. Ace 10 of diamonds in the cuff. Making it 20k. Great spot to be in for Raggy now as well. Sitting with a fifth of the chips in play, not even at the final table yet. Double average, however you want to look at it. There's some decent names left in this field. And when we get to the FT, this session, hour and 10 minutes into the day, we've gone from 28 down to 11 now, 2 more to lose, and we will be at the final table of the mystery bounty. Ace 5 suited for James in the cut-off here. 23 bigs, should just be an open. One that in mind as well could be doing some 4-bet jamming already when we open this one from the cut-off. If someone does 3-bet a legitimate size that we still have fold equity, one that would like to rifle it in the form of a 4-bet shove. We'll see what occurs. I'm not going to be getting any action from Yazoo. Well, I don't think we'll be getting any action from Yazoo. He is reaching. Over to Les, who's gone a bit giddy the last 15 minutes or so. Is he going to continue? 10-8 should be in with a defend here. It is 2.5x from James, so giving him slightly worse price, but even still, I think 10-8 definitely come along as Les here. Does defend. Gets a nice looking flop as Les up and down. Oh, Les has come to play today. Just snap donk jams for what is that? 216 into 65. A little 320% pot jam tower with 10i. Maybe he wants to late reg the satellite. I don't know. There must be something going on in his head. Maybe he's just realised he's not used his Greg's free sausage roll and coffee, and it closes at 4 tower, so he hasn't got long to get there. Could be a lot of factors we're unaware of. He was actually on my table in the high roller, Les. Played pretty solid. Seemed pretty snug. Last 15 minutes playing the power poker. A lot of all-ins, picking up pots. Jimmy, big slick suited, opening from gun. Yeah, that's a great shout, Gully. That could be the case. He might think, hold on a minute, the 5k's gone, the 10k's gone. My biggest bounty I can win is 2k here. I might as well just go for the outright win, try and get just shy of 10k. And if I bust, I can go and play the main event that's got $500,000 guarantee and try and bag up a big stack in that one. So, could be a case. Could be the case. Raggy defends the 10 deuce suited. 7-4-4 rainbow board. So I think fine to c-bet here is Jimmy. Like, we prefer the lower down pair rainbow boards. Raggy shouldn't be continuing too much offsuit 4x from the big blind. It does want to float the old Doyle. 10 high. Raggy pulls out the float, and Jimmy's got a turn that's going to want to check behind. So Raggy potential to win this now. Any bets coming in on the river here now that we get here with 10 high tower, because this 5 is a really good card for our range. When you think about our calling range on flop, the straight draws 5-5-6, 5-8, 8-6, 6-3, all now either making a pair of 5s or a straight. So really nice river spot to bluff for Raggy. Difficult to find bluffs in this scenario.
It was done 50k.
Oh, but Jimmy not having any of it. Heroes it off of ace high, and Raggy's 10 high just straight into the muck. Jimmy on the surge.
Nice one, Jimmy. Well played, well played.
Ben says, go on, Les, play with him for years, lovely guy. He is a lovely guy. Got to play with him for about 40 minutes the other day.
How long were you sat with a Turk for?
About same time. About same time, yeah. I literally could have gone from 100k starting sack to about 650k in the first level.
Wow.
Obviously, the triple up with aces helps, but
amazing.
And flopping 2 pair versus Terry helps, but flopping 2 pair versus the Mad Turk did not help.
Did Terry have $1 million?
Yeah, he did. He didn't cash.
He didn't.
He didn't cash. But he's just silly sometimes. He's silly. I even said to him, he's at a tail. I go, Tell, calm it down today. I go, just wait. You don't need to play every pot.
Yeah.
And then it comes. He opens on my big blind straight away. It comes Jack 4-5. I've got 4-5. Flop 2 play. I'll just play check call. Turns are 3. Check check. Rivers are deuce. Check check. He's got 3 deuce off. I go, what are you doing? He's got 3. So we both got 2 pair. Check check river. Oh, and I go, he's opening 3 deuce off. Say to him, just take a back seat for once, Tell. Just sit there, fold a few hands, chat with someone. He's always got to be in a pot tower, old Terry.
8s for Les. On the button in seat number 9.
Yeah,
says I'm all in.
I would 3-bet call here, Tower, but all in. Guess still going to be winning for Les facing LP. It's only a 23 big shove. But I think when it's LP versus LP and some 4-bet shoving should go on from stuff like 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s. I think this one's okay to just go 3-bet call with. Maybe ekes out a little bit of extra EV, but jam going to be fine as well here from Les. And doubt if Mark's not calling Queen 8 off for 6 with 1 invested, he's definitely not calling A7 off for 23.
Exactly right. Is that Guildford, Les in seat number 9? Well, if his name's Les and he's from Guildford, it could well be, Sam. It could well be. Guildford Les.
Wonder where he's from.
I don't know why we've not heard of Guildford Les before, Tay. He seems like a bit of a legend.
Guildford Les.
I've seen his name about this week, playing a lot of the comps. Entertaining at the moment. King 6 of clubs. Won't pass this opportunity up.
Shiniest head this side of the border.
King 6 suited won't pass this one up, and he does pass it up. Full suited king would be in from the cut-off for Les. That leaves room for Raggy to open 8-5 off here. James Harty, doubt we're going to see defend. Unpredictable at times, okay.
Eight, Queen 6. Second pair for Raggy. Sticks in one chip.
I'm surprised James defended here. It's kind of close, like Queen highs versus button. Probably do get in. Jack 3 off. Decides to have a look. Nothing doing on the flop. Nice jam for James here. Clean as can be. King, Queen of Hearts for 13-14 against the cut-off open from Raggy. And now I personally wouldn't call this as Raggy Tower. As I say, average bounty now is really small, especially like in terms of buy-ins. If average bounty is like £1,000, it's only 2.5 buy-ins for the tournament. And now that we are 11 left, close to the final table, we're more looking at the prizes rather than we are bounties with the two biggies gone. So, bit of discipline there from Raggy, gets out of the way. Nice pick up for James.
Yeah, you're just thinking of mystery bounty, you just think, oh, you're an ace, you've got to be calling. And like you said, the biggies have gone.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of difference. We're on 11.
That's the way, that is the way you're meant to calculate it. You're meant to calculate all the bounties up, divide, get the average bounty, and then whatever the average bounty is, divide that by the buy-ins. That will give you how many stacks it is worth, starting stacks. And then obviously you add the starting stack on, and then you run the maths of it, and then that's what gives you your price, whether you're getting the right price to call. But now, with it being so low, Tower, we're more looking at the ladders, the final table, just shy of 10k up top. More merit in playing for that rather than spinning players lightly. I'm not sure if Dara's got a mystery bounty book, Gully. I've never really looked at them. I'm just going off logic and what I've heard other players say as well. I've never really played many of them, and I've never looked at them, actually sat down with someone and chatted strategy, looked at any spots. I'm just basically going off logic and what I think I'd do in the situation. So we got Mark jamming blind on blind with Queen Jack, and Yazoo with aces.
Oh, obviously. Obviously.
Mark can't believe it. Where'd you get those aces from? Same place you got them kings. So Mark going to need
I had a
Don't
clack
worry,
yesterday
that's his
twice against
best.
me, so go on then.
a hell of a lot of help
I
here.
haven't seen a spade.
Well, there's some help. Direct outs now. Can find a 10.
I think a little 10. Nice little 10.
Well,
Or a jack or a queen.
even more now. Queen Jack 10.
Yeah. A
And we-
10, a jack or a queen. And we lose another. It's a 4 on the river. So yourselves aces to double up to 300k mark, down to 82.
That's the one. The Welsh goat. One of the best sketches of all time. Only Fools. And it's one that comes up to like you're on like your YouTube and you're on your reels and you're scrolling. You see it come up. It's one you never scroll by. You still sit there and watch it, even though you've watched it
Yeah.
1,000
You're
times.
absolutely right.
Uncle Albert reminds me of you when he's like, 2 pair? You went all that way with bloody old rotten 2 pair? That's something you would say. Just quick clarify of stacks, and Mark still does have chips, although it looks around 7 big blinds.
It's a fight for these chips, boys.
Trigger asking for a lift homes, he just lost the car.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you been watching the news?
No, I have no idea what's going on. So.
Do you know England's got a new manager?
Yeah, because the chat box put it in there. I can't remember, some bloke I've never heard of. Carsley, was it?
Lee Carsley.
Yeah, that's
He's
what-
been sacked.
He's been sacked.
We have a new manager.
Oh,
A brand new manager, permanent manager.
no, I did not know
He's
this.
not English.
Is it Mourinho?
No. He's been in the Premier League.
Is it Pellegrini?
No. Don't tell him, chatbox.
Is it?
He's been in the Premier League. Don't tell him, chatbox.
Is it?
Don't tell him, chatbox.
Is it Ancelotti?
No. He's won the Champions League. Don't tell him. He signed an 18-month contract. Signed yesterday.
Is it Mike Bassett?
Be great if it was. Carsley wasn't sacked because
It's not
he was
gonna be Wenger.
just interim manager, wasn't
Let me
he?
think. Who's he manager at?
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Is it Roberto Di Matteo?
He's not won the Champions League.
Yes, he has. He won it with Chelsea.
No, I'm guessing he's won the Champions League as a manager.
Yeah, Di Matteo won it as a manager
Did
at
he?
Chelsea. Yeah.
Did he?
Yes.
Roy Cropper. It's not Roy Cropper.
I like this game. I'm enjoying
It's
this.
great when you don't read the news. Or you don't look at your chat. Don't tell him.
Who on earth would we appoint? It's foreign. He's won a Champions League.
Yeah.
Rafa Benitez.
Nope. Not Rafa Benitez. And even I know his name. So it's under 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. Antonio Conte,
Nope. Who did he play? Who did he manage?
Chelsea.
Well, everybody seems to have managed Chelsea. How long do they last as Chelsea manager normally? 6 months?
Not long.
Okay. It might be one of their managers then.
Oh, Andres Villas-Boas.
Nope.
Not one of the Champions League. I don't, anyway.
Well, but I'm pretty sure it is one of their managers. Even I think it was. England's got a new manager.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
now
still
favourites
thinking,
for
I'm still
everything we
thinking
ever
I like
play.
this game.
We're favourites for everything we play.
Oh, he was manager of Chelsea when won the Champions League 4 years ago.
I have no idea.
Oh, it's got to be him. Who was manager of Chelsea then?
Frank Lampard.
Nah, it won't Lampard. Oh, I'm trying to think. It must be him.
Must be.
Must be him.
It must be. Who? Who manages your fantasy football team? You.
Me.
Have you not got any interim manager? It's not Bono.
Oh, keep it going. We got a long way till break.
It's not Bono.
I'm gonna have a think. Let me have a think. It will come to me. It will come to me.
Hopefully nobody spoils it. He took over from Frank Lampard.
Yeah. I know who it is. It's the bloke that won the Champions League with them 4 years ago. Whoever that was.
There's me thinking any question on football is bound to get it straight away.
Anything between 2000 and 2010, Tal. You can give me a football game between that era. I'll give you the scorers, give you the bookings, give you the minutes scored. Anything between 2000 and 2010. I'm trying to think. I can't think who. But it will come with me. It will come to me.
He was a great cricketer, wasn't he, Macklin?
Chelsea have had so many managers.
Correct. It's not a question, Johnny Brown. We're trying to get, because Jay doesn't watch the news. And he doesn't know who's being appointed the England manager, but don't tell him. Because we don't want him to, because he's going to guess it eventually. He'll get there eventually, but he doesn't know just yet. So don't give him the question in the books. Don't let him know.
It wasn't Sari, was it?
Who?
Sari.
Never heard of him.
The one that smoked 28 cigarettes a day.
Never
And
heard of him.
they had to build him his own personal smoking area in the stadium.
Did they
Yeah,
really?
because he had to have a cigarette at half time.
Never heard of him. I want to know why Carsley didn't get it. Had he not done a good job?
I don't know. Jimmy continuing here with the Jack 9. Les raising top pair. That should be hand over.
Dan Charlton in the chat box. Well done, Dan.
How done, Dan?
Another trophy to add to the cabinet. Clock for Jay, please.
They beat City in the final. I remember.
We need to drop the
But
nationality.
I can't remember.
Do you want the nationality?
No.
That'll give it away.
We've got 42 minutes till break.
We have.
Oh, it's bugging me though.
He got replaced because we didn't play a striker against Greece and we were awful. Yay! Dan's making his way down to Cov. Fantastic. Good to see you in this country, Dan. And then you'll have to let us know what your plans are for the rest of the year. See you in Cov. Look forward to it, sir.
$20.20, I reckon. Look that. Oh, I'm just.
That's it, Graham Potter. He could have got the job. He definitely could have got the job, Graham Potter. He's not doing anything at the minute. He was pretty good with Chelsea. They just didn't like him.
Oh.
Hartley here from Pipkins. He wouldn't know how that was.
There's Mark all in here. Close to 7 with the king 10. Jimmy going to spin for the bounty.
Here we go. Bounty at spinner.
And having the hearts covered as well.
Still got like 2k left.
How many?
2k.
That is good.
Yeah, we've got some sweaty backdoors, but other than that, looking good at the moment.
Well, that's one of them.
And that's a chop opportunity. So, jack or 6 to chop. Oh, and there is a 6, so they will chop it up. No double for Mark. The thing is, Tal, like this is like lockdown era as well. I weren't really too like. It's hard. Like you are someone that foreign managers in the Premier League that are Champions League winners. Di Matteo would be pointless answer. I pulled that one, and I can't pull this one. 2020.
You could reference Faulty Towers, or you could reference Uncle Albert.
I don't know. I've never watched 40 Towers.
There are only 12 episodes.
Was
ever.
there?
Only ever 12 episodes of Faulty Towers, which was an absolute shame.
But their hearts coming off.
I'm trying to think who came in after Lampard, but
Well, that's it. And obviously didn't stay long.
so now Kings for Mark under the gun. Sends it in, looking for a call again.
Or Tom and Jerry.
What are you talking about? Tom and Jerry?
One of the most famous lines in Tom and Jerry. In fact, it's probably the only spoken word in Tom and Jerry.
There's no lines in
There's
Tom
one
and Jerry.
spoken word in Tom and Jerry.
Well, here we go. We got 3-way all in. Jimmy Isa in the ace 5. James calling the ace jack. Mark with kings here. Looking for a treble.
Here we go. Ace jack. All in. Jimmy's ace 5 has got them both covered. Mark could treble.
2, 3, 4, all, 2, 3, 4, all hearts.
King. 2, 3, 4 diamond.
6, 7, king.
It's good for James
Oh,
for
sorry,
the
6,
side
7
pot,
jack.
but the king's still holding.
8. Oh, here we go. Does the ace 5 get there?
Dealer, let's just let me hold it.
He does not. Mark gets a much needed treble.
But no elimination, guys.
Nope.
That's the key. Still on 11.
There's only one spoken word in Tom and Jerry.
What is the one spoken word?
Well, if you knew that, you'd
Yeah.
you'd be halfway there.
Cat.
Have you ever seen the original Tom and Jerry's?
No.
No.
Yeah, look at the stack line.
I've had phone calls on you more from lads.
Can we say England players is already managed? Yeah.
If I ain't got it by now, I'm probably not going to get it. I'll be honest with you.
The ancestry can't wait across his table. Nice stack now, Mark. 116.
So just sorting out the pots. No eliminations, but James Harty is very short. Well, plus 13,000, so he's up to 232.
What a time.
What a time, yeah.
That's it.
Bit of a sweat there, but
Manage Harry Kane.
He managed Harry Kane.
How can he win a Champions League then? Ah, he's at Bayern. I know it.
Yay!
I know it.
Who's the manager of England?
That tall bloke,
From Chelsea,
Thomas Tuchel.
Thomas Tuchel is now the new manager.
I totally
of England.
forgot. I've totally forgot about him. He just disappeared from my memory.
I want to know why they signed him.
Why? Yeah. Why is he manager of England?
I don't know. Just saw it in the news.
Okay, we got there. Well done, chat. Good clues. Oh, is that what's said in Tom and Jerry?
Yeah.
Thomas?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, the lady with the broom. Thomas! Thomas!
Well done, chat. You got me there. Thank you very much.
He signed Harry Kane. He was the man. He signed Harry Kane. Yeah, it just seemed a bit strange to me, but there you go. It happened. While we were all away. England got a win.
We are heading over.
Oh, there's a stand-up. Sevens against King Jack.
Yeah, so
Ace 8-4 flop.
a good start for Anthony, surviving at the moment and still surviving
Yep.
on that 4 turn, fading 6 out.
Oh, why? Oh, look at that.
Anthony Wong out in 11th for £590. Mindorgus.
Building his stack again. He's had a great fortnight
Yeah,
in
yes.
Coventry.
Raise 28.
4-5 suited here for James. Opens to 28.
Any big bounces left? I think a 2K is the biggest at the minute. We lost a 10K straight away. James Arty in seat 4 pulling it.
And off we go again. Is this going to be the one that gets us at the FT? Well, we have to come back to that, guys. Whoa, what's happened here?
What have you done?
I don't know. I've
What on
pressed the pan.
have
I've pressed the.
you done?
There we go. There we go. See, we're back.
What have you done?
So we will go over to an outer table. So we'll go to the outer table after this hand.
Okay.
So let's hear ace 4. Raggy does have us covered. We are 30 plus deep.
Raise 35.
Yeah, nice bit of aggression from Les. Does get that one through. Let's try again. There we
Oh,
go.
here we go.
So Dan Stacey
There's done.
with aces and Andrew Salami with jack. So a bit of a cooler here. No runners for the jacks.
No. Looks like a double coming in. There we go.
Here's a big double for Dan Stacey. That's going to put him up to 650k. Doubling up through Andrew there. But we are on that FT bubble.
Who scored the final goal in the 11-goal thriller between Portsmouth and Reading? 11-goal thriller? Did that finish 6-5? That sounds some game. And when was it, the old Dragonfly? I think they would have saved a big bounty for the final table if it had been a lot busier, but it wasn't that busy at a tournament. So they had a 10k and a 5k, so they had to put them all in play to start. It was a 7-4 classic. I have no idea. Jeff Hemmerman.
Who scored the final goal in the 11-goal thriller between Portsmouth and Reading? Do you know the funniest thing about that, Jack Dragonfire? That season, Reading actually scored 4 goals away from home twice and failed to win both games. I was actually at the other game.
Really?
When we beat them 6-4 at the Lane. Berbatov got 4. And even Steve Sidwell got a hat-trick that day as well. Steve Sidwell got a hat-trick.
The centre half? Or the line?
No, up top, Stevie Sidwell.
Steve Sidwell?
This is the thing, my football knowledge in the noughties, second to none. But as my old age, that I've had other interests. We don't know stuff like Thomas Tuchel is England manager.
Raggy with 50 bigs, heading towards the break.
I'm sure Berbatov
In half an hour.
got 4 that day.
Yeah, Steve Sidwell was centre mid. I said that. I didn't say it.
He's a ginger lad.
Yeah. He never played up front.
Ginger top.
He never played up front. Never played up front, did Stephen Sidwell. Never.
Sorry, it weren't Sidwell. It was his ginger brother, Dave Kitson.
Oh, Dave Kitson.
I just had to check.
He used to play for Newcastle as well.
I don't know. I just remember being at the stadium thinking, who's this ginger like? He's good up top. I remember he was a big old figure. Old red top.
Pretty sure he played for Newcastle as well, Dave Kitson. Where's Jimmy off to?
The ginger Peter Crouch.
Oh, Paul Kitson played for Newcastle. God, too many of them.
Those were the days, Tao, when football was good. People actually wanted to win for the club.
Yeah, not win at any cost.
Yep. And we got a bit of action here. We've got Raggy with top pair, Yazoo with the set. And after Raggy checks this one back on the flop tower, be surprised if he doesn't pay 2 streets. So Yazoo setting up a river jam here. Raggy going to have a real tough time folding tower. Once he checks back flop, oh, no. Now, how do we fold? How on earth do we fold as Raggy? We can't.
The flop festival nuts turns into quadroodles.
Yeah, and it's probably just going to be a jam from Yazoo. Once he makes quads, ace-X is going to have a real tough time folding now once they chop with all other ace-X.
All of it but one chip.
Tough for Raggy, but once we check back flop tower against this opponent like Yazoo, the way he may assess the situation, once Raggy checks back flop, he's capped at a king at best, and when we have this hand as Raggy, it's difficult to fold tower. Now we chop with all other ace-X as well. Yazoo may be trying to get us off a chop. I just don't see how we get to fold here as Raggy. It's just an unfortunate run out after checking back. If he makes it, it's a great fold. But it's so hard to let it go tower. Once we check back flop against a good competent player.
Yeah. Yeah, he's meant to call. Oof. Yeah, to see quad eights.
Yazoo up to 600k.
And gets a full double. Raggy down to 350k. Use out. Chip lead on the table. And we'll probably with that be first or second in chips overall. $11 players left. 10 players left. Why did you say 10 and 11? It says 11 on the board and 10 on ours.
It says 10 on the board.
Does it?
Yeah, that's
Is that a 1?
that's a one and that's a 1 and a 0.
Is it? Looks like a 1 and a 1 to me. Just check with my glasses. Here we go. Yeah, it still looks like a 1.
Yeah, Blackpool were fun in the Prem as well. What was the old keeper? Was it Jensen he was called? Was it Jensen? Had a few extra pounds on him.
Still I went to 4 matches.
Did you?
In the Blackpool Prem. All corporate. Grosvenor Casino had a box.
Oh, did they?
They did. I went to the Tottenham match when you were losing. Were you losing 2-0 and 1-3-2? Man United.
Oh, that was
2-0 down,
that
1-4-2.
That was last game of the season. Modric scored an absolute worldie, didn't
Yep.
he? Left foot, cut inside, left. Yeah, I remember.
Yep.
And even the Blackpool fans stood up and started applauding. So Jimmy finds an ace on the button with 11. Just shy off. Moves on it.
Were these Spurs the last game of the season? No, Man U last game of the season because they were 2-0
Yeah,
up.
that's right. Yeah,
And,
because
they
you had
had,
Man U.
if they win, they stay up. And they were 2-0 up and they lost 4-2. I actually think they beat Spurs. Someone beat Liverpool in 2010 or whenever it were. Someone beat Liverpool. The last game of the season when they played Man United and they were 2-0 up and they had to win to stay up. I'm pretty sure Blackpool beat Tottenham, Liverpool and Man United. Because they were 1-0 up at Man United as well.
You were beating all the... Yeah, I remember. United won, didn't they?
Yeah.
That was at Old Trafford. We did not beat you that season, Tower.
Yeah.
We drew and we lost. must have been another terrible club we had last game of the season. Not calling Blackpool terrible, but
Well, they
like
weren't-
one of
they
the
didn't have
up
much money.
clubs.
They didn't have much money. They only had 3 sides to the ground till the year before.
So Jimmy gonna go for another jam 13 this time. Leicester should have gone up that season anyway, not Blackpool.
Right?
They were a better team that season. They just got into they just missed out, so they went into the playoffs, and then they had Cardiff on penalties. And do you remember Jan Kermagon?
No.
He decided the old Panenka went for the chip down the middle in the playoff semi-final in the penalties.
Really?
The keeper just caught it, and they were out.
He went for the penalty. It looks great when he scores it. It looks class.
Jan Kermagon.
When it goes wrong, it's the funniest thing in football. Yeah, Charlie Adam was great for Blackpool that year.
He played yesterday the early flight. It's better play turbo because when you make data you need money, so it's more easy to make data with turbo. Makes sense, right?
It paid off. We got about 10 bags.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And you know what? I very,
You just scoring 10 bags.
I very nearly didn't.
Very nearly did it.
Yeah, well, no, because
So 20 minutes until first break of the day, guys.
Yep. Or if we lose one.
Yep. That would work as well.
Yep.
yeah, that's fair. I'll take it. You can give me all the abuse you like. Someone had figures. Couldn't believe me either.
We are on 10 out of 167.
I didn't even see that because I turned it over the wrong way.
I've heard it, Gully. Confidence is one thing, but you took it too far. Did someone tell you were Eric Cantona? Yeah, I've heard it. I have heard it years and years and years ago. Ace King for James under the gun. Would like to see open here, Tower. Not a fan of jam. But does go with jam in general. 2 tables out. Anything more than 12, usually the line are set. Even off 11, 10 we can still open, but I think 13 with a hand as strong as this, James should just open, but going to go for jam. Just going to pick up blinds and ante.
Oh, that is such a shame. That would be not going in.
No, you can't have been. 2 life cards. 2 life cards.
Oh, absolutely.
And we are heading on out to an outer table, guys, because here we are.
What's happening?
Dan Stacey shoves on the river, and it's been heroed by Andrew with a pair of 8s, and it was the jacks versus the aces that left Andrew short. Just picking up action on the end there, catching the back end of that hand. Andrew Salami is going to be out in 10th place, so we will be at a final table. Still need to play 1 hand out at the feature. We will be at the FT after this hand. So clock should be getting paused. And can tell you guys going to be a 20-minute break for the final.
Okay. So Jimmy gets the good news, and we get the news that we are on the final table of 9. Just seen the hand brings us to 9 in the mystery bounty. So we will see you in 20 minutes with the final table of that said mystery bounty. Not too many big bounties left, but you will see them being pulled on the camera, and we will be back in 20. See you then.
Call, so many players are going to go broke here, but Ed's just deducted the hand and figured it out. There's no 8s full that Gary gets to the river with. There's just not. Come up with a hand for me, Tower, that gets to the river that makes 8s full. There's none there. 7-8 isn't a thing because we got 2 7s in our hand. 8 X of clubs isn't a thing because the 8 of clubs is on the river. Gary's not going to float 8-9, 8-9, 8-10, all these type of hands once he goes back call. He's not going to overcall these hands, so it has to be quads or a bluff. And I can't even think of a bluff here. Pocket threes isn't then going to suddenly bet once their boat gets counterfeited. So, although from people that don't play much poker and your perspective watching this, you're probably like, what on earth is going on? How can he just flat with quads? But when you really think about the hand and break it down, like Gary's value range on the river is going to be 8s full, 7s full, and that's literally it. We've got 2 7s in our hands. So 7s full isn't a thing, and 8s full obviously isn't a thing because of how the hand is played out. And Ed says nice hand, and it is a sicko. Quads over quads. Great flat on the river, Tower, but I actually think it's an easy flat. It sounds crazy, but in my opinion, it's a very easy flat on the river.
Wow. And Ed just says, I'm just so good. The short stacks have got plenty of time. 14, 15, 17 bigs. Still plenty of time. Cal looks down. Gun opens and looks down at kings.
Raise 40,000.
Any action for the man. They're called Calagero. Michael with the 9s, probably going to be seeing a flop at least, which he does. Makes the call. Call spices out with 9 deuce. John gets out of the way as well. Now Thomas will defend the big. Looks down at 240k. Does he think this is a good time to squeeze?
It's a sick one here. I mean, Tom's probably not getting away from this one, Tower, to be fair, but
Raise 160,000.
There's the raise.
does go 3-bet not all in, and it's going to be really grim here when Cal goes 4, and then Michael's probably going to get out of the way, and we're back on time. We know we're behind at that point. Look.
10 seconds.
Goals, triangles in. First
That's
bit of action.
Michael gets out of the way, and Tom obviously can't do anything at that point, but he's got some outs. And he's taking on the man of the moment in the first all-in confrontation of the final table.
Does
here
it
at
happen?
the high roller. So
You know what always happens when you're up against kings and you're all in? There's always an ace on the floor.
honestly,
It is. It happens more than it should do.
yeah, where's your ace there?
Ah,
There we go.
Thomas Clack needing one of the 3 aces, running queens.
7 on the turns with just 3 outs now for Tom going into the river, or the bubble will burst here.
Oh, Barry! The off from heaven. Oh, man.
Out of nowhere, Ewan applauds.
God,
Oh, that is a savage one.
that is grim.
Best suited queen in the small. Expect to see a complete.
So queen 5 for Abdul, 25 to call, so he does. Sorry, queen 6, and Lynn's got the 2s.
Yeah, one of the pairs that could definitely check in the big blind, the smallest here is Lynn. It's horrible if we get limp rebet as well with the deuces. So does go for the check here. Off to the flop we go.
4, 6, 4, 2 spades.
A nice looking flop for Abdul with his top pair. Just going to come out firing. Deuces, deuces, spades. Could even be a raise this one, Tower. I think the deuces, deuce of spades, deuce of hearts. I think this could be a plausible raise just to flush out equity from overs, flush out equity for counterfeit outs. And he does go for the raise here. Like, you just know in poker these days, so many players go for the one big blind lead from the small blind, blind on blind with almost any two.
And the call. 10 of spades turn.
So Lynn just counteracting that by choosing his deuces to raise and flush out all his equity of overcards. But Abdul not with overcards, flop 2 pairs, so made the call and 10 of spades turn, and Lynn doesn't actually have a bad candidate here. Deuces, deuce of spades. After the flush completes, the small pairs with one of the suit that contains the flush are going to be very nice candidates to be barreling on, and Lynn does go for the double barrel with the deuce deuce.
Like it. The river's a 6. Check mark. Thank you very much.
And now playing the board is Lynn. What you gonna do? Oh no. Abdul's gonna go for the lead. No, Abdul. Like, Lynn's hand probably has to bluff. You can't showdown deuce high, and Lynn's hand would have had to bluff Tower. And now Abdul potentially missed out on Lynn. Unloaded on the river. Went for the lead. Keep some bluffs in of our opponent. He's going to value bet a 4 anyway if he's got a 4. Might start checking back some flushes. That's probably why Abdul thinks the lead's going to be good here, but is he really tanking with the board, Tower?
No.
Thinking it's like 7. Oh,
he's
gone
announced
for the
all in.
shove!
Oh, he's announced all in.
Oh my God, he went for the shove.
Wow.
And Abdul didn't have too much back. He put in half his stack basically.
Oh, Abdul gets up.
On the river, Lynn
What
down
a
to
double.
820k. What a lead from Abdul, Tower. What a lead.
Don't do it, Abdul. What are you doing? Don't do it. What a great lead.
I'd never lead that. Going to bring the rest of the field in.
Yeah.
Gary with 8s, Ed with 7s.
We're going 7 way to the flop here.
Victor's in with the king 4 suited. Ollie's out the way in the small, and Christian going to defend an unknown holding in the big blind. So we have got 7-way action here.
7 way.
This is a 1k, guys. Don't adjust your sets.
Oh! What a flop! What a flop! Who's got the 7s?
Quad 7s for Ed.
Oh, wow.
So nice to have the check mark on the flop. That doesn't happen very often, especially when you go 7-way. But the way that we're going to get paid is what I'm thinking, Tower. It's going to be difficult. I guess we're going to get a streak from Gary. Gary has pocket 8s, but in this multi-way coup,
Jimmy's in.
need to be proceeding with caution. Well, Jimmy just goes for the C-bet into 6 players under turn. Got the backdoor hearts. Mark's going to call the ace-king with 5 players behind on 7-7-3. And Gary here now with the 8s. This is actually a tricky spot, Tower. The thing is, we're getting 8-1 on a call, so probably going to take one off with position. Like, the times we do hit an 8, in general, we can win a huge pot, but it would actually be a disaster on this occasion because we got Ed sat there with quads. And what's Ed thinking, Tower? He's thinking, what have you all got?
He gets up with his face. He's like, how many 7s in this deck? Does he raise or he just calls?
Of course he calls. Like,
course
what
he's
on
done.
earth have these lot got? He's thinking, I've got 2 7s in my hand. It's gone bet, call.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
See the turn, and it's an
Gary
8
Bush!
on the
Gary
turn.
Bush, Toto!
Wow, ill for Gary. And it's going to be a nice clean double up for Ed.
Jimmy has to check. 3 players calling behind. He's not.
What is
he's
he
firing.
doing?
He's
Oh
on.
my
He's at
word.
it again.
So he bets into 6 players. He gets called in 3 spots. He's now continuing into 3 players. Yes, we picked up the nut flush draw tower, but there has to be a 7 out there. Once it goes bet, call on the flop, there's so likely a 7x is out there. And the times that we're met by a raise, and if it's a chunky raise, we then just got to fold and don't get to realise our equity, because our race and our 10 are never any good. We have to hit a heart. We can be drawing dead.
It's like, what have you
It's
got?
just a dream for Ed. It's the absolute dream tower. These scenarios, you sleep and you have dreams about these situations. Flopping quads in Hold'em and someone turning the nut boat and keeping it trappy as he should be with position.
Wow.
Just fading the one out on the river.
Well,
Oh my word! Oh my gosh! Is this actually happening?
wow.
We've got quads over quads, guys, on the feature table. And oh my word, I said on the flop, Ed's got the check mark. I forgot about that less than 1% next to Gary's name for the running 8s. What on earth is this run out? And to be honest with you, Tal, something really interesting about this hand. The 8 of clubs is on board. So 8x of clubs is not a thing. So when Gary bets the river here,
Yeah, 4K.
as he does, he can't actually have an 8x. He's not going to have 8-3. He's not going to have 7-8 from Ed's perspective, because Ed has 2 7s in his hand. And there's no bare 8x that pills flop. So how does Gary get to the river with 8s full? He just doesn't. It's not possible. 8x of clubs isn't a thing, and there's no 8x that actually want to just pill flop overcall against 2 players. So Ed here should just call.
Really?
Should just call, simply because the 8 of clubs is on board. So 8x of clubs is not a thing, so he can't get value from 8s full. So he has to have either a bluff or quad 8s here, right? Because a bare 8x isn't going to float flop. There's no 8x that has any draw now with the 8 of clubs on board. So Gary basically has to have quads here or a bluff, because 8's full isn't a thing with the 8 of clubs on board. So I'd love to just see a call here from Ed. It seems crazy. It seems absolutely crazy to just flat.
see the cards, that is for sure.
But in reality, it makes sense. If you really think about it, guys, what 8's full does Gary get to the river with once we go 7-way to the flop and the 8 of clubs now rolls off on the river? There's no 8x of clubs, so he can't backdoor a boat with a flush draw. And he can't call like 8-6, he can't call 8-9. All these hands just fold flop. There's no draw there. So he basically has to have quads or a bluff. And Ed's figured it out. Look at his face. He's figured it out. It makes sense. And if he folds here, it would be incredible. But I don't see how we can fold. But I'd love to just see flat. Yes, we've got quads, but really deduct the hand and think about it. Like, what's Gary supposed to have here? There's no bare 8x that get here this way. So it's either quads or a bluff. Pocket 3s isn't going to go for value.
Can they not have 8x of clubs?
Well, that's not gonna. We've gone 7-way to the flop tower. It's gone bet, call on the flop. Turn, it's gone bet, call. So why would ace-x of clubs go for value here? There's definitely a 7x out there in someone's eyes.
And just to let you know, Ed has just called.
Exactly. I think it's great. I think it's an unbelievable call. So many players are going to go broke here, but Ed's just deducted the hand and figured it out. There's no 8s full that Gary gets to the river with. There's just not. Come up with a hand for me, Tal, that gets to the river that makes 8s full. There's none there. 7-8 isn't a thing because we got 2 7s in our hand. 8x of clubs isn't a thing because the 8 of clubs is on the river. Gary's not going to float 8-9, 8-9, 8-10, all these type of hands once it goes bet, call. He's not going to overcall these hands. So it has to be quads or a bluff. And I can't even think of a bluff here. Pocket 3s isn't then going to suddenly bet once their boat gets counterfeited. So, although from people that don't play much poker and your perspective watching this, you're probably like, what on earth is going on? How can he just flat with quads? But when you really think about the hand and break it down, like Gary's value range on the river is going to be 8s full, 7s full, and that's literally it. We've got 2 7s in our hands. The 7's full isn't a thing, and 8's full obviously isn't a thing because of how the hand is played out. And Ed says, nice hand, and it is a sicko, quads over quads. Great flat on the river tower, but I actually think it's an easy flat. It sounds crazy, but in my opinion, it's a very easy flat on the river.
Wow. Wow. And Ed just says, I'm just so good.
It's actually nice to have John the feature as well, Ty, because funnily enough, every year, the way he busts out of this tournament is just cruel. And no one ever seems to see it, but he always says, oh, this happened, I got aces in against kings, king on the river, I got queen 10 in against queen 9, 9 on the river, I flop quad 6s, he makes 5 of a kind on the river. Like, it's like every year, but no one ever sees it. So,
5 of a kind on the river.
So we're
Look
gonna.
at this.
Here we go.
Look
Let's
at
see if
this.
it does happen. Couple of kings. Making it 800.
So Jack's in for Ollie who calls.
So 9-7 boost.
Imagine the 8 ping.
Oh, do you know what? I'd give it the biggest boom ever, Tav. If the 8 rolls off here, there will be a boom coming from the comms booth. I'll tell you that right now. Better 1K. Oh, so a queen on the turn. Can I root for the king of clubs? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to root for the king of clubs?
Of course you can.
1.9 into 4.3. Around 60%, just north of. Sorry, 40%.
If it's not, then go and get it. Just mark it down, right?
Yeah, so we've got chicken and bacon, we've got tuna mayonnaise.
Tuna's fine.
So is that hot or cold? The bread hot or cold?
Hot.
Hot, yeah. Anything else, guys? Any food or drink?
Yeah, can I do, is it the Wiltshire ham thing, but no particularly?
Oh, what, the pastrami ham?
No, it's like a ham sandwich. So ham salad sandwich. That's good.
We have a guest commentator for the Mystery Bounty final term, Thomas Clack.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm very good. I'm excited to watch this final table.
You play a lot.
I do.
We met you, I think, firstly last year in Las Vegas when you won the package, and you cashed pretty well.
Yeah, came day 6 of the main event. I was quite happy. Came for 30 quid. That's all right.
Very nice indeed. £30 into day 6 of the main event. That is pretty impressive. And then since then, we've seen you on a regular occurrence, doing the tour, doing the MPL, getting involved.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been very fun. You see a lot of people.
Where's your name? There it is again.
6th. So
where was you last year?
It wasn't.
You wasn't?
Didn't play
so
last year.
This year.
First year.
So this year you thought I'm going to have a good crack at this.
Well, we'll give it a go.
And that looks like a cemented £10,000 package.
Fingers crossed.
Because I don't think 11th will be catching you.
It'll be very. Although saying that, Alex has had a phenomenal week.
Yeah, 4 final tables with a win.
4 final tables. He's staying with me at the moment. 4 final tables. 1 win. 2 seconds.
Impressive.
Insane.
So the Mad Turks cast as well.
Yep.
But I would be very surprised. I'm not saying it will give it him now, but I would be very surprised if we're not in the top 10. And there might be a couple of packages on top of that as well by the time we've done the final in Luton. So a good year. What was your biggest score?
That's a good question.
Was it just
Probably
a lot
It was
of?
a lot of them. Yeah, a lot of high roller first and seconds. No, seconds and thirds.
Yeah.
I think the one in London was about 30, maybe like 35,000, something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, it's been a good year.
it has. Yeah.
It's been a good year. Don't think catching Cal for second for the 30 or even the 15.
No.
The 15 is going to be close
The
for you and
15
Abdul.
between me and Abdul is very, very close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll play a few tournaments, see how we go. But to
Indeed.
be honest, high roller one. That's the one I want.
Yeah.
That's the one I want.
I'll show you the leaderboard. So the final table is upon us of the Mystery Bounty. This is getting streamed till the winner, and then we're back tomorrow. So it has been a very good year for Thomas Clack. Top 10 of the MPL and just about a 10k. It could be 15 if Abdul Ahmed
We will see.
the cash. But we've got the Mystery Bounty. The final 9.
Who have we got? Who have we got in the
Dan
final 9?
Stacey in 1, Yuzo Yin in 2. In fact, we've got we can actually do it in there.
There we go.
There we go. Raggy.
We've got James Clark in 3.
Yeah, that's all Raggy.
Mindugas he's already won a tournament.
He's had a very good Coventry. He really has. He won a tournament, final table, another one. Mark Hayes, Les Lamnier, James Harty, who
He pulled a 10k,
he
right?
pulled the 10k, and he also chopped Goliath this year.
Wow.
So he's had a great year. Minji and Lynn Chen. Or Slim Chen, as everybody calls him.
Slim Chen.
I tell
See,
you what, he's dropped some.
He has. He told me he went mountain walking over the last few months, and he was around China mountain walking. So that's how he's lost it.
Really?
Yeah. That's
You not find a cafe or anything like that? Stop off for a coffee and a donut, no?
A mountain cafe somewhere. That would be nice, wouldn't it? You'd need it.
Mountain climbing, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
I always liked when in Luton, him, Lin, and Chen Cheng were on the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
table, so they were playing against each other, and it would always say Lin Chen on the screen kind of thing. It always just made me giggle. But yeah, interesting final table.
Yep.
Do we know any bounties? Do we know what
I
bounties are in
think
play?
we'll try and get them, but I think a 2k
2K in play. So
is the biggest. We've had the 10 pulled, we've had the 5 pulled by Aziz, so he's pulled that.
okay, that's gonna slow things down a bit, because first place, as you just saw, 7,000.
Yes.
And if you can pull a 10,000, well, you might as well go for
You
it.
might go
right?
for it,
one
absolutely.
out of 9 chance to pull a 10k.
Yeah.
But with only a 2k, it's going to be less gambling. But it will be interesting to see how people play.
And that's what people should recognise when they're playing these events, what's actually left.
Definitely in the mystery ones, for sure.
Going towards the way you think and the way you pull them.
Yeah, because
So-
as you said, if there was a 10k, everyone might as well be all in. We'll be done in 5 minutes. Everyone will be gone.
With a 10k, yeah. Everybody's calling everything, like you said. And then straight up to the booth, pick it up. You wouldn't wait.
Interesting
But it
hand
was
here
gone.
for Mark. I
It's
wonder if he's going to go all in with the King Jack suited. I think he's going to probably fold here, but we never know. He may even peel. It does get out the way, and probably for the best, because Raggy would have probably called for the bounty. James on the button. Just going to be a fold for the Queen 9.
Yuzayin had the big one with Raggy just before we stopped. He flopped the festival nuts, 888, and then rivered quads. And James has got an ace in his hand, so he ended up calling. So he dropped James Clark Raggy down from 650 to 450.
It'll be a big drop. Big drop.
Yeah, especially with the field as well. It's on that 30-minute clock as well. It isn't too deep. But there are some bounties left. We've got Thomas Clack this session. And we're jumping in to something I'm sure a little bit later. Chef Brad was coming down for the main event, but I'm busy this weekend. Here we go. Always something. You left everybody.
Always something, isn't it?
You left everybody to it last week, Brad. Why don't you do the same? 500,000 guarantee this week. That's the one you need to be
It's
in.
going to be a big one.
Let your minnows do all the cooking and flipping the burgers.
Alright, we've got Blackpool coming up.
We have, yeah, Blackpool. That starts on the 30th. Is the double seat satellite. I like that idea. Where you
The
can-
double seat satellite.
Yeah,
What's
you
that?
can satellite into the mini and the
Oh.
mystery for like 80 quid or whatever.
Oh, that's good.
To get
I like
two
that.
seats.
Yeah.
You get 2 seats. That's on the Wednesday. The first event is the Thursday. Back to the borders. Lynn's in with 3.
And Raggy's got ace queen. I don't think he's going to be folding for a bounty here, given that he covers Lynn. I think we might be off to the races. But he is going to think about it. See if he covers Lynn.
That's something you need to.
You do.
You need to work out. Make sure you've got him covered. Check your stack.
If you don't cover him, you ain't getting a bounty.
And ace queen's only marginal. By the looks to this, he could be making
Yeah.
the call. He's just making sure he's got him covered.
Alright, it's going to be a tough call in a regular non-bounty, but I think with a bounty we've got to go with it, and he does. So, off to the races.
There we go.
The classics.
Ace queen against 9s. Raggy in seat 3. Lynn Chen in seat number 9.
At risk. Oh, ace on the flop with a 9 behind it.
Oh, ace in the window, you think boom, and then you see the 9.
Relief.
And that
is
is it. So Raggy not out.
But short.
Saw the ace first. Lynn Chen was pleased to see the 9 underneath it.
730,000 going his way, and Raggy just left with about 5.5 big blinds. And going to be in the soon to be in the big blind. Not good stuff for Raggy. It'll be very interesting to see how people want to play for James's bounty now that he's only got 6 big blinds.
Absolutely.
He's
Is
gonna-
it wait for him to move in, or is it a case of
Yeah.
I'm just going to open because he will be in?
He will be in the big blind, and it'll be very interesting to see if people start raising very, very wide to try and get all in with him, or
He's in
people
the
just
big-
play their normal game.
In a standard comp, you're probably expecting to move in now to get the value.
It'll be very interesting because Yuzu is a very good player, and he's going to be in the small blind. And so if people are making very wide opens to get that bounty, Yuzu might punish that. But Queen Deuce not going to be good enough.
No. Then feels like the start of Problem Trophies here. They're all on it. They're all on the beer.
They're all on the beer.
It's 4:45 in the afternoon. Let's all have a pint to start a problem, please.
Why not? Why not? We've all made the final table. Oh, it's followed all the way around to the blinds. Dan with 10-6 off. Might complete. I'd be very surprised to see a raise, but just lays it down with Yuzu on his left. Decided to give him a bit of respect. Could have just raised as well, having chip leader, but decides to get out of the way.
So 32 of his 91 will be going in this hand.
Big blind ante hits you hard when you've only got 6 bigs.
It does.
So we will see what he gets in the big blind.
Joe Diego, what's the top bounty? Well, it was 10, and there was a 5. There was two Ks. 5 888 seats. There's 540s, 400s, 300s. I'll tell you what's left.
What have we got left?
We've got 2 2000s. We've got 2 888 main event seats. There's a 1 540, 1 400, and 3 200s.
Only 3 200, so there are some mid packages still left.
Yep.
And James has picked up a great spot with jacks, just in case the big blind calls. He's going to cover him, and he makes the call with the 9-7 suited.
Raggy is in.
Given James was James second in last in chips, he's going to be ecstatic here.
And James Harty's already pulled the 10k.
He can't do it again. He can't. 12. He can't pull a 12. Another 2k, can he? Are they pulling the mystery bounties on stream? Or are they
Hopefully.
that'd be nice. But Raggy does have a small chance with 9-7.
Good shots.
He does have a gut shot. Any 5.
8 of hearts be nice. It's not.
Ace. Doesn't change anything. Just needs that 5.
And it's not. It's a king on the river. So Raggy, who was chip leader, coming into today, busting out for £770. Don't think he got any bounties. He might have on the outer tables. But
And the rich get richer. Pulling
do
another
indeed.
another bounty.
up to 20 bigs. James Harty. Nice pull. So now 5 is now dead. So Mindigus will move to 3 and Mark will move to 4.
It is always nice when you just get a bit of breathing room, you know. When you're when you play final tables 10-handed,
Exactly
and you're
right.
because they're big chairs, so they can be you can be very tight around it, and then as soon as you just get a little bit more arm room every single time, just a bit more breathing room.
So there we go. You have that table for your beer and I'll have this table for my beer, and then they're both sorted, he says. Mini in the opener now. No mystery this year. Cheers, Carl. That's what the double satellite is for in Blackpool.
The mini in the
and
opener.
the opener. No mystery bounty in Blackpool. Thanks for that, Carl. Wednesday should be busy. And that's the unofficial start to the festival.
That's when the satellites are, is it?
Yeah, satellite. It's a double satellite. It's about 50 quid. And you get 2 seats, one for the mini, one for the opener. And then the opener will start on the Thursday.
Now we went to Blackpool at the start of the year,
Uh-huh.
and I'm told in November it gets a lot busier,
It's
a lot more lively.
Yeah, that is true.
So I'd be excited to go to that one.
It's a lot busier.
I'm very tempted to go. Grosvenor are sending some people out to Malta first.
They are. They're doing some sats as well for Malta, aren't they?
So we might do a double Malta and then straight to Blackpool. I think that's my
You
plan.
just spoilt it.
Oh, sorry.
James Harty didn't pull it on stream, but pulled a 2k.
You did.
Why didn't you pull it on stream, man?
Well, that's
So he's got £12,000 in bounties. We saw the first one.
you only
Because he
get 7,000 if you win the whole thing.
Wow. He's just pulled it off stream. He says, oops, I'm supposed to pull it on stream, and he pulled it, but he pulled one of the 2Ks.
Wow.
He runs well.
He has been running well this tournament for sure. So now we've only got top prize of
One
the
2K. Yeah.
Well, the 2K's gone, isn't it?
No, there was 2 2Ks.
Oh, there was 2 2Ks. I
Yeah,
see.
There's 1 2K, 2 888 seats, and 4 smaller ones.
Okay, so we can still gamble for a 2K. Jimmy with the raise pre-flop, the kings, and are likely going to. Ooh. Min decides to stick around with the backdoor straight draw, and the 2s can sometimes be good here. 8 hearts on the turn, likely to see Jimmy either go all in or maybe bet something around like 80k. And Mindorus.
Yep.
Yeah, Mindorus. Probably going to fold. But we will see. You never know what happens. Never know what happens on this stream. He might want to gamble for the bounty.
There's
He
weird
might
and
want to
wonderful
gamble.
things for you.
Yeah, it does. It's a great game.
I always like when we get to speak to Francis Oberdon. You know, big Francis from Birmingham, and he always says, "Do you change the way you play when you get to a live stream?" He says, "Of course I do." He says, "Of course I do. I want to entertain. I want to play any to me." But I'm pretty sure he does that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing all year, and I can pretty much confirm he still plays that way off stream as well. He likes to be involved.
He loves it.
He does.
We're with Thomas Clack, who is 6th in the NPL. Thomas has been here for most of the festival and going to be playing the rest of it as well. But he says, "Can we do some comms?" And of course you can. So he's going to do a session with a little bit of meat, and then Jay, once he's had his salad sandwich filled with a burger and extra cheese and onions.
Nice.
So we've got Thomas Clack, who we first met up in Las
London.
Vegas.
Well, yeah, first in Las Vegas, yes, last year.
Las Vegas.
And then I was like, oh, these guys are all right. I suppose I'll go play some more of these Grosvenor things.
Had a right good go of the NPL this year and in the top 10.
So, usually on the button with here at Ace Jack, going to be raising it up. Very good player. Has had a lot of big cashes recently, Yuzo. Not afraid of getting involved at all. He doesn't need a reason with the Ace Jack. Mark with the 8-5. 10 big blinds. That's a 2.5x. I imagine we will see a fold. But he does decide he wants to see a flop.
So if we go 5-7-9 flop, 2 spades. Bottom end of it for Mark.
Great flop for Mark. With the bottom pair and gut shot at this stack depth. Be interesting to see if he just lead jams here, try and take away some equity from Yuzo, who may decide to check back this flop. And he does so. And Yuzo, ace high, backdoor flush draw, but there's 2k.
There is a 2k.
There's a 2k that you could be pulled. He's even in this shape when Mark has bottom pair and a gut shot. Yuzo still has 30%. So Yuzo's going to think about it.
There's a 2k bounty left. 2 888s are the big ones.
Like if there was a 10k here, Yuzo would be in all day, even with just ace jack high. But he's going to think about it. It's only 9 big blinds. And he does make the call.
I like how he turns his cards over at the same time.
Yeah.
Love that. What was it? This is what I've called with.
And Mark in a great position to double up here. Has to fade aces, jacks, just those backdoor flush draw.
Two of clubs, meaning just an ace or a jack to fade. And he does.
And he gets the double.
Yeah, it's a nice double with the blinds at 16.
Yeah, and now he's going to cover Yuzo.
Simon Higgins says, has the high roller been cancelled? Well, unfortunately, it has been, Simon. I'm not sure if they're going to try and make it a one day or tomorrow. Any information we'll give you on the live stream or on social media. But it does look like the HR has been cancelled.
I think everyone's just happy to hop in the main with the big guarantee.
500 guarantee, that's right.
Like, you play an 888 for 500,000 guarantee. Joe asks, what was I doing in poker before playing the tour? I just played online. Played online for about 12 years now.
Really?
Yep. Yeah. And I tried. I said to Dina, she gave me table 21. I was like, oh, it's my age. She just laughed at me. She's like, I can't get away with it now. So yeah, I was playing for 12 years, and then yeah, decided to give live tour, especially after COVID. You know, we'll have to say that. We'll have to say that word on stream.
You say anything you want to.
All right. Yeah, live poker's been booming recently, and thought I'd hop in the mix, drive around a bit.
Indeed. Yeah, any information regarding the high roll assignment, we'll send it to you as soon as we can, or everybody will know at the same time. It's unfortunately day one of the HR not starting.
I think it's unlikely, but you never know. You never know. You know, and I think there's 2 mains tomorrow. 2. So if you want to get up for that, Simon, be good to see you.
Is it a main and a turbo tomorrow?
Is it a main and a turbo? I'm not sure.
Find out.
I'll probably find out.
Let you know.
Oh, that's easier than going on my phone.
So Thursday, that's today. The high roll, the Mayhem's on at 5.
Yep.
Cash Out Satellite, which have all been busy this week.
Yeah, they've been really good. There was a 30
that was
30 guaranteed
amazing.
seats. There was just 1k overlay, but
and then the Friday.
good value.
Yeah, then the Friday, you've also got the Day 1D and the Turbo.
1D, 1E the Turbo, and another satellite. So, come down and play for 500,000. That's my recommendation.
Absolutely. 888 buying. I like how Dina says, she says, I've got my tube of £1 coins ready for the change.
Oh, yeah.
888 buying.
And £2 change. There you go.
So, yeah.
Mindaugas here with the King Queen. Gonna be raising it up. Les gonna get out the way. Forwarding around to the big blind with James. Jack 10 suited. Interesting. So, in this spot, in a freeze out, you might choose to jam because you might fold someone off Queen Jack, King Jack potentially. But in a bounty, you're just gonna get called by all these hands. So, just call. Just see what you can flop. If you flop something, go with it.
Yep, Queen 7-8 is the flop.
Interesting.
So Mindaugas flops top.
And a gut shot for James. Be very interesting to see if James will continue with aggression on this flop with just the gut shot, or he'll just call. And we see a sizing from 35,000 from Mindaugas. And James has got an option with his gut shot and backdoor flush draw. His Jack and 10 might be live. They're not in this case. And we'll see whether he decides to continue with a call here or he's going to shove. I do not see James folding this hand.
Does the fact that he's also pulled 12k out as well make a difference into him thinking, well, I should just call this? Or should that not be an issue?
I don't know. Maybe it gets more of a gambly thing.
That's what poker players are. They're gamblers, aren't they?
I've pulled 12k. Maybe I can double up here and pull another 2.
Exactly.
You know, like,
that's the way he's thinking. Tell you, he's going for it now. Any other day.
he does decide just to call. We're off to a turn. 7 of hearts.
No.
A bit interesting. I don't think we're deep enough to start playing leads here because we probably have more 7s than Mindaugas here. But I just don't think we're going to be deep enough very often. I just don't think we're going to get Mindaugas to fold too much. And so it does go check, check. Mindaugas potentially scared of that 7. Decides for a bit of pot control. And a 6 on the river.
So check mark for Mindaugas.
And James, with probably the worst hand he's going to have in this spot, he's going to have Jack 9. Decides he's not going to fire a bluff because he just feels like maybe he's getting called too much. And Mindaugas is probably going to bet the King Queen here. But James has nothing.
James has nada. Just about fold.
He does go all in, trying to get that bounty, but James has Jack high, so...
Into the... and on to the next. Indeedy, indeedy.
The price of those is going up for some reason. That's the same one.
I'm in the booth.
He's back.
Back.
So we've had 1 bust out, and one of the 2k bounties already went.
Okay, so is there still another 2k
There's
left?
1
Yes.
2k, there
Okay.
are 2 888 seats, there's a 500, a 400, and 3 200s. So, slightly less gambling going on, but there's still a 2k in play.
I've never really looked at mystery bounties, but kind of get the gist now at the final table that the 2 big bounties are gone. Like, we're not going to be calling offers wide for bounties.
No. So
I could be wrong. If I'm wrong,
So
lecture me.
yeah, I mean, just generally in mystery bounties, when you've got the top bounties in play, everyone's going nuts.
Yeah.
Like, and as you get towards the final table, based on what bounties left in play, like with 2Ks in bounties, you should be gambling a little bit because top place is only playing 7K.
Yeah.
So if you can get both those, that's more than half of first place. We've seen how much gambling? Not too much gambling in this one at the moment. We've seen a good defend with Jack 10 suited. I saw out the big blind as opposed to a reshove when you're going to get called. That was good by James. Seeing a button open from Les here with the Queen 6 off.
Les is a customer. I don't know, you've only been here 20 minutes, but we saw some fun plays from Les, let's say, last session.
I mean, he won the bounty earlier, so, yesterday, I believe. Yeah. So it's a good format to get involved in. Bounty tournaments. We were talking on break. We were saying if Terry starts playing bounty tournaments,
yeah, I know, yeah.
he'll do really well. He'll knock out the whole field. I think he did actually in London. I think he knocked out half the field in London.
Yeah, he did. Something along those lines. How's your week been, Tom? Couple of cashes?
We came 5th in the high roller. So
you knocked me out. I shouldn't even let you in the booth.
I did, yeah, no.
You got the rest of them.
I did, yeah. And then your same nemesis knocked me out as well in 5th. Yeah.
I'm not speaking to him for a few weeks.
No. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tower.
T-boy,
good little
that's
brew.
me.
Yeah, Tower the T-boy. Thank you very much. So yeah, did that. And pretty much just that, to be fair. It's been a slow week, but
save it for the main.
Yeah, save it for the main, I think. High rollers and mains. I think those are good, though much better than winning sides, I think.
Who did we lose in 9th? I'm sure you'll tell me on here.
Lost.
Eliminated. Mark Hayes.
Yes.
Hello?
Is it not Mark?
No, I'm looking at the table. Who's missing? Dan Stacey, Yuzi, Mindorgas.
Oh, it says available. So
Mark Hayes. Who did we lose, guys?
I
Anyone?
will find out.
Oh, Raggy's not there.
Ah, yes.
Raggy.
Yeah.
Raggy.
Yeah, Raggy lost a flip against Lynn, Ace Queen versus 9s, and then had 5 bigs in the big blind and called off versus a hijack jam, and Min had jacks, and we had 9-7 suited, so we decided to gamble, and no good.
Got to gamble sometimes. As Les goes for a juicy free bet here.
Yeah. Deciding, instead of just playing jam, deciding to, I don't know, maybe get someone to jam behind with worse. But the trouble is, when you 3-bet this size, you're already saying, I've got a good hand. Like, you don't bluff with this size very often. So it's just going to be hard for anyone to put in worse. But the trouble is, even if they put in better, you just have the price to call.
Mark, doubt he'll be doing anything with Queen 10, especially facing this larger size.
Yeah, he could be half stacking something just in case. It's a play you make if 2 people behind go all in and you can get away from your hand. But I think in a bounty it happens less often because, you know, if you do end up sucking out, you just have more opportunity to get bounties. Whereas in a freeze out, the pay jumps are so much more significant compared to the buy-in. So that might be what he was doing, but I think he just wanted to say, I've got a good hand.
And he did. Ace Queen.
He did. Got the ace 9 to fold.
Who's your pick, Tom? Out of these final 8, I know we've lost Raggy.
I mean, I think from his success in all the European stops, Yuzo has been playing very well. Lynn looked a bit dejected on the break, and so for morale, I want Lynn to win.
Okay.
Mindorgas has had a very good run. He's already had a win here. Yeah, but I think for morale, I'm going to go with Lynn.
Okay, Lynn.
Just to get him a bit of a oomph in his system, you know. The buy-in with the 440, I believe.
440, yeah, 200 plus 200 plus 40 for the mystery.
So half the prize pool from that, at £200 from every player, goes in towards the mystery bounties. With that top prize of being 10k that got pulled by James earlier.
Interesting one here for Dan. Effective stack of Les, 29 BBs here, Tom. Are you taking aggressive route here, or?
I would take aggressive route, just because even though he's going to fold a lot of better hands in a PKO, when if he does call, you cover him and you can knock him out if you like suck out on him.
Yep.
With a lot of these like offsuit hands as well, you often just play rejam. There's spots where you do peel a lot of these offsuit things where you dominate a bunch of the opens, but in a bounty you can justify like rejamming because of that added equity if you do get called and suck out. We do see Les bet and Dan just call. I would have loved to have seen a check raise from Dan, just a little tiny check raise, because it's the best ace you have, and you could get in a lot of money versus Les here. But he does decide to play call, and Les decides to check back the turn, and a king on the river, sorry, just going to be chopping it up. But it'll be that's if they get to showdown. Yeah, Dan might decide, you know what, if you've got kings or ace king, so be it. I'll just rip all in and try and get you off a chop. Or he might bet small to try and get value from a king, or he might check to let Les bluff. Lots of options here, and I think he's gone with the small bet.
Just north of quarter, 75 into 280. And now Les obviously never folding. Does just call.
Decide to call.
Is there some like nuance there, Tom, with like getting players off the chop? Like I've never actually seen it like from like running sims or anything, but like is there some exploit that you can choose and feels like this some of the time?
When you're like when you have when you have the nuts in certain spots and your opponent doesn't has like the nuts or a chop, you can play some very, very big bets. Because they never have worse. Like there are spots where say you're very, very deep, like 100 bigs deep, 200 bigs, and you never think someone has ace king, and there's like an ace king like somehow brick board where they just never have the two pair, and you can just overbet like jam as like where they just never have it kind of thing. But yeah, it's difficult in this spot because there is a chance that he checks back ace king on the turn, ace like kings he'll have, pocket aces.
But like if you're the opener, the good spots are going to be like if it comes ace king, double paired board low, like ace king deuce deuce, and like so hard for them to have ace king.
Very hard,
these are the ones we can go big, try and get them off the chop.
Yeah.
Especially when the cards lower down, there's going to be less deuce x as well, offsuit deuce x from the big. It does make sense. Like something you don't usually see, but as an exploit, I think it works really good. Lovely sight for James, off of just sub 10.
Going to be getting it through. Don't think user will gamble for a bounty here with the 9-7 off versus 10. He might if there was, say, a 5k in play. I think he definitely would if there was a 10k in play. But just 1-2k in play. Just getting out of the way. And a much needed pickup for James. Doesn't cover anyone yet, but there are a lot of stacks around the 17 big blind mark, and it's going to be very important about who covers who. Something to be aware of in these tournaments. Just double checking, do I cover you, do you cover me kind of thing, because your ranges are going to be just different. What you open, what you 3-bet. Les could have jammed in that hand with the ace-9, but just potentially scared that Dan may have gone small with a 5. I don't think so. I think Dan would have just gone very big with a 5. So exploitively, you could just jam here as Les, and it would have been really nice. And Dan would have been in a tough spot. I don't think Dan would have folded, but you know, if you don't try, it just sucks when he does bet a 5 that small, and then you jam, and then he calls off. He's like, I've only got an ace. Do you think they should save a bounty for the final table? Sometimes they do when the fields are a lot bigger, don't they?
Yeah, the Goliath one we usually do. I think this is because obviously 888 event, it's how they set up, how their mystery bounties run. But some of the GUKPTs, especially Goliath, we do usually save one of the big bounties for the final table.
I mean, they still have they had two 2K bounties, which is, in this field, when there was a 10K and a 5K, pretty good.
Yeah.
But if they would have saved like a 5K, it would have just been carnage. We'd have gone home in an hour.
Well, that's obviously going to affect things drastically on the final table bubble. Say, for example, if 10K comes in at the FT, getting to that FT is crucial.
True,
it's like another bubble, essentially, isn't it?
Yuzo deciding to limp with the ace-10 suited off 16, maybe 17 bigs.
Yep.
Maybe thinking Mindorus might isolate here. And what a flop for Yuzo here.
Yeah.
Decides to check the 10-6-3 board, opting to most likely check raise here.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have the ace as well. There's not going to be many ace-X in like Mindorgus' range, ace-highs that...
Check back, and so Mindorgus is more likely to bet, and so you can get a check raise in with these types of hands. And he does bet his 6, and it's going to be a very tough spot for Mindorgus, because Yuzo's going to come in with the check raise.
Not so tough.
No, not so tough.
Snap.
Snap on the turn. Turn's going to be very interesting. If we see a diamond, we see an overcard. I assume Yuzo is going to be all in on a lot of turns, and even though there's a king and overcard on the turn, Mindorgus doesn't have many kings. Even if he has king X of diamonds, he probably just goes, right, we're all in.
Yep.
So this king is not as scary as it first looks. Yuzo may jam with the overbet, but I think we're probably going to see like an 85,000 type of bet from Yuzo.
Yeah, I think 85 is really nice. I agree. 40%.
And Mindorgus, it's getting... I mean, there's not going to be that many kings in Yuzo's range, so maybe if he thinks, well, I might be good on the flop, maybe I'm good on the turn. So yeah, Yuzo betting 80,000.
Yeah,
I like it.
B40. And now the 6 in a real predicament here is Mindorgus.
Yeah. I've noticed Mindorgus has a very pained look on his face sometimes when I've been playing with him this week. It's been entertaining to watch. But he's in a tough spot. And he's going to be in a tough spot on the river unless he hits a queen or a 6. And it doesn't. King rolls off. Yuzo's going to be happy about this.
Such a great river for Yuzo, yeah. Especially as well, Mindorgus is trapping 10-3, 6-3, stuff like that.
Yeah,
that now
true.
gets counterfeited as well, so
Yeah.
it's just one of the gym rivers for us as Yuzo here. It's even better than an ace, the fact that now 6x of Mindorgus, even some like 10x of his own, going to have a tough time folding once the board runs out like this, so just going to be a jam for south of half, you expect.
Be interesting if he leaves any behind. I don't think he will. Has he got something on his?
Yeah, one chip.
He's left one chip behind.
1K back.
It's so smart as well when he's in the small blind, because let's just say he was bluffing, and he left himself with 1,000 chips behind. Well, first of all, Mindorgus doesn't get the bounty if he calls.
Yep.
Right? That's big. And if he is bluffing, well, next hand he only has to put in 1,000 chips to potentially win 20,000.
Yep. And it doesn't even have to be next hand. He can wait 4 hands if he wants to, as well as Yuzu if he was bluffing. Which
wait
is
all the way around to the big blind. Oh, well, just under the big blind.
Yep. That's really nice, Tom. I actually never thought of that before. When you leave one chip back in the small specifically, you've then actually got the 20-1 price getting. That's actually really nice.
That's why it's very important to people to chip up, do a chip race, because if you're at this point and you've still got the 100 chips in play, well, 100 to 20,000, I think anyone at the table is taking that price.
I like that a lot. It's news to me of why it's nice in the small.
I did it in Manchester. We were 4-way. I went all in and saved 100 chips behind, 50,000 starting stack. I jammed with a flush 4-way. I got called by Davenport with a full house because there was a player to act behind. He was like, well, there's no point winning an extra 100 chips when there's a player behind. And then you spin up the 100 back up to 50k.
There you go,
mate. It happens. But he does lay down the 6 correctly so. Use a nice pot for him. Les, you said he's spicy, but I don't think he's going to get involved with the 9-3 off. James with the Queen 10 gets out of the way. I like it. Jimmy and Lynn get out the way. Running around to Dan in the cutoff with 6s. Let's play raise. I'd have been interested to see stack sizes behind to see if we could just open jam here.
26 of Yuzu, 27 of Mindorga, so 27 effective here.
I think I would have just jammed, to be honest, because
now we're going to get jammed on and
we are going to call off.
But have to take a flip.
The thing is, if you jam, we might get marked to fold this hand. Certainly like King Jack, or like even just a hand like 10 Jack off that's just going to peel, and then now we've got a player pot. And if we do get called, well, we have the option to win a bounty. I think I'd have liked to just see a jam from Dan, but we do see the raise, and Mark's got a decision whether he's going to go all in or just play call here.
Got a jam here, surely, Tom. There
and
we go.
He does.
And with the bounties, 6s here for 16.
Dan doesn't love it.
Yeah,
he's not snapping.
Deuces through 5s are in there, so it's just some suited wheel aces that we dominate as well.
It's interesting actually with 2s and 5s because when you do in a bounty, when you are expected to get called, like these low pairs, especially if you just open jam them, get a lot worse. So it would have been interesting if he did have deuces to see if he would just call or jam. Not sure what I would do, to be honest.
See, that's another factor not taken into account because people are going to call wider. Obviously now we can't jam certain hands that we would usually jam.
And Dan does make the call, so we're going to be off to the races. Yeah, like a bunch of hands
It's a good point. It's a very good point.
It's much better to jam like ace deuce than like 9-8 suited because someone's going to call you with like King Jack and you'd much rather have ace deuce in this spot. But we are after the races. Mark needing a king or a queen or some sort of club or spade run out. Ace, ace, deuce. Not going to be any help for the king, queen, apart from running Broadway.
Maybe some counterfeit on the turn, back door, but
that's
no.
True. 4 of clubs. Just need that king or a queen. 3 of hearts.
Clean run out for Dan, so we are going to lose Mark from the tournament. Mark Hayes out in 8 for £870 plus any bounties that he earns. And Dan now with a healthy chip lead at the top. And you're going to be a lot more clued up than me in this spot, Tom. But even at 34 effective, with it being a bounty tournament, could Dan start playing some jams?
I mean, I would.
You would?
I would be opening and raising a lot. It depends on who you're playing against, to be honest, because if they're aware that they should be like tighter in general versus jams or just tighter versus opens, then we can start raising a bunch of like our high-low offsuit cards. Oh, he's opening a bounty.
He's opening the bounty on stream. He's got to show it to the camera for us.
What's that? This looks like a small one.
Measly £200 for Dan. So we are going to pull all the bounties on stream now, guys. I can tell you that one of the 2Ks did go. James Harty knocked out Raggy, and he pulled the 2K off of stream, but the rest will all be on stream. So
have we still got one 2K
So
left?
there's still one 2K
There is
left.
still one 2K. I feel for Dan not pulling a big one, but for the stream it's way more entertaining when there's one in play. So we carry on. Yeah. So like Dan can start opening a lot of like high-low cards here where you just block a lot of shoves from the people behind you. But if you're in a lineup where people don't really care and they just start playing everything, well, you can't really do it. They almost like by them getting involved, they almost stop you opening such a wide range, even though it hurts both you and the person who's calling. But it will be interesting to see if Dan, like this spot, are we gonna see a V-pit? We should just call. I think we should just call, to be honest. I don't think it's a hand we want to start 3-bet folding. We don't have any high card blockers versus the 4-bet range of Lynn. And we can just start realizing our equity. Whereas if you're in Yuzu's spot and you have 10-9 suited, not covering Lynn, you just have to fold. Dan does choose the aggressive option, which, whilst he doesn't have any high cards, maybe he's just putting a lot of pressure on Lynn when there are short stacks like Yuzu. There was a few other 17 big blind stacks.
Well, Lynn's actually 3 of 7 right now, so he's sitting third. So it's a good stack to go after as Dan. Maybe not the candidate we want at this stack depth, but good to see the aggression being put in there. Now back over to Lynn, getting this price 3-1 with Queen 10 suited, although being out of position. It seems hard to fold, Tom.
I mean, Queen 10 suited is a pretty hand, but like the trouble is you're going to be out of position. Generally, at final tables in non-bounties, you don't play as many calls out of position because you're just guessing a lot of the time, and so you end up just playing a fold or 4-bet strategy a lot with your, maybe some of your maybe you choose a few bluffs if you're going to choose a 4-bet non-all-in strategy, or it's just some of your high cards just end up going all in versus Dan here. So it'd be interesting to see what Lynn does with the Queen 10. As I said, we are playing a bounty, not a regular freeze-up tournament. So Lynn might decide, well, let's go see a flop. Let's try and see who can become chip leader, because I want those bounties.
I've seen some stuff when like some King Jack, King Queen, even Queen Jack suited does some like 4-bet jamming. At this depth as Lynn. Is this one? Is it too wide? Is it too low down?
It's a very good question, to be honest. I think it's too low down. Generally you do choose, like as you said, King Jack suited. You definitely want to like the suited versions in this spot, but I do like Lynn's fold with Queen 10. You're just going to be opening a tight range as Lynn here, with the big stack on your left, and so some of your high card suited hands, you're just like, okay, if you're bluffing me, you're bluffing me. But generally, I'm going to have a good hand here. Tower got a day off. Well, about half an hour off whilst he makes us a cup of tea.
Exactly that. Yeah, done the tea run. We've given him 20 minutes or so. He can take longer if he's watching. He usually tunes it. This is what Tower does on his breaks. He goes and sits at the bar. He puts his earphones in. He watches the stream. That's what Tower does with his break time. So he's probably watching right now. If you want an extra 10, 20 Tower, I'm enjoying my time with Tom. So take it if you need it.
How was the food? Was it good?
Yeah, it was all right.
Nice.
Just a burger, the usual.
Yeah, usual burger.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, take your time, Tower. There's no rush.
To be fair, anyone that's been to Coventry, it's absolutely mobbed outside the casino because there's a boots convention on. And there's women everywhere. So if Tower's found that out, he might be up the escalator having a little mooch around.
We'll see you tomorrow, Tower.
Yeah, so we might not see him back now. But it's absolutely mobbed out there. I went out, I thought, what's going on here? And there's just people everywhere. But apparently there's a boots convention on.
Okay.
Whatever goes on at a boots convention, Tom.
I don't know. The makeup, by the way. They're not selling boots. They're not selling shoes. So we did see Les raise in the small blind with the ace deuce and take it down versus James, who couldn't defend with a jack 3.
And then Finbar. I'm joined by Tom Clack. Thomas Clack, you would have seen him all about the feature table this year. You've probably been in every seat, 1 through 9.
Yeah.
In the last 10 months.
We were even playing the high roller yesterday, 2 days ago. It wasn't even streamed when we were on that table, and I'm just putting the cards in the holes like we're being filmed. I'm like, I don't need to do this. It's just habit, just muscle memory. But yeah, I've been playing the GUKPT this year. Pretty much every stop.
Why don't we see you at any like European stops? Obviously you do Vegas, but like I'm guessing this year you've just a slave to the MPL this year after having a few good results.
I think that's gonna be I was like, I'll play London, see how it goes. And then play the second stop. We'll see how it goes. 3 months in, I'm like, we're doing pretty well. We'll carry on. And then by 6 months in, you're like, makes sense to just carry on, I think. Like, because, you know, there's 3 leaderboards.
Yeah.
Like, and you're playing, you know, in these stops, you play, especially the high roller ones, you're playing for points in all 3 in one go. But I do think next year, I think I'm going to do a mix. So I'm going to keep coming to, like, play the mains, some high rollers, and then start heading to like Malta and more EPTs, because I've played EPTs in the past. I played Paris at the start of the year and Prague last year. I just happened to skip Barcelona and Monte Carlo this year. And yeah, just play more abroad. I'm might go to Malta next week with the Grosvenor are sending a few people over there, so might go hang out as some sort of ladies event that you can win online, I believe, through KT.
Through KT Swift, yep. Check that out. So unfortunately didn't get whole cards there, so a bit of a mishap with the action. We'll forget that hand. On to the next one. King's Crack says, how does the stream knows what cards they got? Is it a camera or a scanner? There is a scanner under the box you see there. Each card has a tiny little chip in it, which has its own individual code. That code's then registered to X, say, Ace of Diamonds, and the next card's registered to X, say, Ace of Clubs. And when all 52 cards are done, then when it goes on the scanner, we get to see in the top left graphic what people are playing. I did used to love the glass when Phil Helmuth was talking to Devilfish through the glass, saying, "They're going to do me like this, fish."
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, in the table there were little like cutouts of just holes in the table. They just had a little glass in it, and they put the cards on top of the glass. There was just a camera underneath, so you could see the cards that way, because no RFID had been invented at that point. And so that was nice, like the old Tony G versus Helmuth battles. Very good.
And I used to love when they had the cameras in the rail as well, and you get to squeeze with them, like they'd squeeze an ace first, and then they'd slowly show you your other card.
Yeah.
They were the days, JG Poker. The days when the game was easy, but no one realised it was easy.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I'll do some European stuff, and then you'll still see me about. Just a mix, I think. Yep. That'll be fun.
And big thank you to Tom Clack. He's done 15 minutes with us.
Cheers, Mr.
Not
Tom.
going to be a long day. We would have kept him in for the whole session. He's got some great insights. There was a couple of things in there that I'd never even thought of. And really going to take them on board, and I hope you guys will as well. But big thank you to Tom Clack. 50 minutes in the booth. We'll try and get him in for a full session later on in the weekend when we got a bit of a longer date. But Tower's back. How was the Boots Convention, Tower?
What Boots Convention? I have not even nipped upstairs. I know it's raining.
Is it raining again?
People coming down with wets on. No, I didn't nip upstairs. Just had a quick cup of tea at the bar, and then just had a quick 10 minutes scrolling through, see what Thomas Tuchel was doing at the England manager.
Thomas Tuchel.
England manager. Where did that even come from? Still on 7.
Yeah, JG Poker. I'd never even thought about that. Honestly, it never even crossed my mind, and then Tom said it, and I was like, wow, that's actually something
What about leaving one big blind?
really good. Yeah, just in saying when you're like going all in on rivers, leaving one chip back, whether you bluff, like obviously you got to do it with your bluffing your value bets,
Yeah.
but because obviously Anthony plays precedent, next hand you're then on the button, you got 5 hands, leave yourself 1k back, the blinds were 20k, you get 20 to 1 on your money to try and spin it up, and when you're in the small you get the full orbit.
Like that, is it?
Yeah, little dark arts once again. As Mendorga's just going to get the raise and take through. Fairly spicy open, pocket 3s here, no removal block in the trash, but it does work. That's the thing, guys, they're not top of the league for no reason.
That is true.
They have,
10k package locked up, might even get a 50.
they have their own ideas, their own strategy, and when they break them down and you apply logic to them, it does make a lot of sense. And when we grab people like Tom in the booth, we have a few of the very good regulars come in throughout the year, but just listen. I'm still always learning, I'm sure you guys are, and a game that's just an absolute beast, never ending treat, so hard, almost, well, it is impossible to learn everything, so anything you pick up, just try and take it on board, keep it in the brain, use it for later. It's Lynn Chen. Making it 55.
Rolling round to the big. Mindigus wants to see a flop, please.
Cheers, JG Poker. I'm glad you take some stuff on board. Like, it's not concrete, it's never concrete. It's just my opinion on how we'll play a hand a lot of the time, but some of the stuff may not be right. But the chat's always welcome to pull me up. Defo helped on Sunday. Who is JG Poker? I actually think I know who it is. It's John, I believe, who actually FT'd.
John Glenn.
Yeah, John Glenn, who FT'd Sunday. So it makes sense. Well done, John. I've just put 2 and 2 together who you are.
A J and a G.
It makes sense now.
A John and a Glenn.
Yeah, I got it, Tower. I got it.
Poker, because he plays it.
Yeah, I get it. I
Oh,
get it.
okay.
JG Poker. John Glenn Poker.
So we lost Mark. What bounty was pulled?
200.
200?
Yep.
That means 2 of them left.
Chat Pro's never wrong. That is correct. They're the worst, though. They're the worst. When you say something and you got matey with his GTO wizard sat, well, we should actually bet this flop 30% of the time, raise small 40% of the time, and check 30% of the time. When you get them, it's so tilting. When someone's obviously sat there with their old software up.
7 left in the mystery bounty.
Offsuit high-low here could put it to work. As Mendorga's blind on blind and does put it to work. Gets Les off the 8-6.
7 left in the mystery. 7,120 plus the bounties. Are you still there? Your TV will turn off in 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is kind of a strange one from James Tower here. Queen 6 of diamonds, like we're not going to have fold equity here, so we're always getting called by Lynn, and Lynn's open from +1. He's just got a range that will dominate some of our hands, but more importantly, Queen, Jack 10 maybe, Jack 9 suited, the only hands we're ahead of, but find a 6, why not anyway? So James Harty decides to rip the Queen 6 of diamonds, facing the +1 open and getting rewarded, fading a king.
Going to double by the looks of this. And does. Back up to 370 at 25k.
Yeah, but literally the spot that me and Tom were just talking about there, with in a bounty, no folds ever there from Lin Chen. So it's better to just call, see a flop, and then run it. Once we flop a pair plus, once we flop a flush draw, if it comes something like 3, 4, 5, then we can run it then as well. But the problem is with the jam, we're always getting called by Lynn, and then we've got to win an all-in against a range that's going to be much stronger than our actual hand. But James doesn't care. He's the man scooping the chips his way. Found the free outer.
Yeah, no, just know that the 6 is coming. Just be Turk for 10 minutes.
Yep. How's he do it? The way he goes, I thought I'd make a move. There's moves, and then there's that Turk.
John Travolta on that one.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yazoo with the ace queen. Should see open here, 21 from hijack. Too much to be jamming. We want someone to get involved behind us. Want big blind to defend. Let's come with open. Makes it 60. Oh no. Les, ace king. Now, if I'm Les here, Tower, I'm probably just going to go for like 130, 140. As I always say, make it a size. Like, this hand's too strong to just jam, even off of 19 big blinds. Like, we want to try and induce something from a Yazoo, aggressive player. Like, jam's still going to be winning, obviously, but there's that way to just eke out a little bit more extra in the form of a free bet and then call off the jam. But now
all of it
does go for the jam.
You're going to lose your Zhao.
I'm not sure. Back over to Yazoo here. Now, really interesting spot for him with the ace queen. I think against a lot of players here, Yazoo's always going to snap call. But it depends what he thinks of Les here. Whether Les is going to take some reshoves with stuff like King Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 10, a suited ace. Because I feel like Yazoo at this final tables feels like he's probably going to have the highest post-flop edge, if you like, Tower. And maybe might start calling tighter because he's not wanting to take this high variance approach, getting it all in pre-C5 cards. But I think against a lot of players we'd see him call here. But it depends what he thinks about Les. Is Les the type that would take some stuff like Ace Jack, Ace 10, King Queen, like a lot of players would? But if he thinks Les is just going to land on flat with a lot of these hands, and he's going to be towards top end, Ace King, Ace Queen as well, like 10s plus, is there any like hero folding in the form of an exploit here, Tower? Like, theoretically, I can't see how this would ever fold, but
does it make it a worse call if knowing that he's not got him covered?
Yeah, obviously in a bounty as well. He obviously not got Les covered does make us a difference. The fact we're not covering stack either, but he may make an absolute legendary fold here. Yazoo.
I think he folds us.
He's weighing it up, Tower. It's 19 bigs, LP versus LP, ace queen. It's a real grim one. But if he does fold here, Tower, then it just shows Les's jam is never getting called by worse. It only gets called by a hand they flip against or he's crushed. There we go. There's the fold. What a fold, Yazoo. Gets away from it. So, like Les's jam there of ace king. If ace queen's not calling, maybe we have to go for free bet, not all in. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Les had him covered.
Kind of in no man's land in bounties I am, but just all guesswork. Yes, so he did. He actually did cover Tower. He had 470 back plus his original open, which was 60k. So he actually did slightly cover, and made an incredible laydown. That's a good point, Ben, as well. I think in bounties you want to play less small free bets as your opponent has to peel more. But is that? I'm guessing that's just as cover and stack though. Whole different realm of poker. That's a really good laydown, Moan Tower. Don't bypass that fold from Yazoo. That's a class fold from him.
With a 10-7 suited and just shy of 11.
Well, James thought about it and he's glad that he's let it go because Jimmy with a primo in the small, couple of nines here. Yeah, I'd complete here, Tower, 100% as Jimmy.
Just complete?
I think this is where a lot of people misplay this spot. The way to look at it, 8 big blinds, we complete. Our opponent in the big blind, they're going to shove any ace, they're going to shove any... Basically, the way to look at it, they're going to shove any hand that we flip against. Anything with 2 overs is going to shove, so we flip against that over. But what the function of the complete now does, everything that folds to the jam, the stuff that with 2 undercards, so 20% equity or less, they're going to stay in the pot. So now we get to go post with a hand with 20% or less equity against us. The times they catch a pair, we potentially get the double up with the nines. And the great thing about it, the ace high and the king high boards, we're still essentially got the overpair. If it comes ace 4 6, nines is still essentially an overpair because the ace x is just going to set us in with a cover and stack and a bounty. So these sort of little inklings, blind on blind, when you get that short, just sort of think about how your opponent's range works. So there, in that scenario, anything with 2 overs, it's going to put us all in. So nines might as well complete, and then we can call the jam anyway. But when our opponent checks back, they're going to be heads up with us with diminished equity. So just something to think about with these sort of middling pairs, blind on blind, when you do get super shallow. As James in the cut-off with the 7s against this Mindorgas +1 open. Oh, he's going to land on call off a 10.
Yeah, weren't expecting just a call.
Yeah,
off 10.
Nor was I, Tower. And
Dogs is like, just a call. Jack, Queen, flop. Open ender for Mindorgas. James with the unders. Terrible flop for James Harty.
Yeah, I think fold may pre here with 7s, Tower. I know it seems pretty tight, but if we jam, we're always getting called. When we have this stack, sub 10 BBs, 9 BBs, our opponent's open to 2. They're probably not folding in a bounty. If they've got anything that folds, I'd be surprised. And then when we go to the flop, most of the time we've always got to contend with overcards and then potential to get bluffed off of our hand. Only going to flop a set 1 in 8.5 times. It's not very often. Maybe one that just likes to fold their pre is James Tower. Well, but maybe there is some jamming going on. The fact that, like, now if Mindorgas has opened stuff like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, he has to call, which he wouldn't call in a normal tournament that's not a bounty. But I'm just guessing tower with mystery bounties. A lot of it.
King 10 not strong enough to call the rest?
Just guessing.
If he
Oh,
did,
he would have had to call for 9. He's open to 2, 9 big blind check. Like, we're not 7 big blinds more to invest. We're not folding King 10 suited with a possible bounty on the line. But they're really complex, especially if you've never looked at it. I'm sort of getting myself in tangles trying to dissect the spot. So if you're actually sat there playing and you've never really looked at mystery bounty strat and you just got to go off your own logic, can be difficult to navigate correctly, at least. So Lynn with the 9-5 of diamonds, making it 55, and probably going to be a jam here for Yazoo. Or maybe not. This is the thing. Like in a normal tournament, we're all in, but in a bounty, when Lynn gets the call wider, although we like he hasn't, it's not like the spot before because of how deep these two are. Still 17 bigs effective. Lynn doesn't call any 2 that is open, but we'll see what Yazoo does. He does go with flat, but I think in a normal freeze-out tournament, it's probably going to be jam. But once again, accounting for the fact that Lynn now has to call wider, although 9-5 probably would have been one that hit the muck. For Lynn, checks back on Jack 10-9 with his bottom pair, and Yazoo, dummy end gutter, finds it.
7 playing on the 8 turn. 8, 9, 10 Jack board. Check, check. There's the club's river.
Got a lead, I think, now. There's Yazoo.
Even if there's one chip.
But the nice thing about these spots, Tower, we can bet fold because we still have a catalogue of Queen X in our range, so Lynn never gets to bluff this river. So if Lynn raises here, he just always has a queen, so we get to go for value for us with the 7, try and target a rivered ace X, even stuff like ace 10, ace 9, this rivered ace is up. But these are nice spots because we're kind of protected with our range. That contains all the suited Queen X, probably Queen 7 off plus. So Lynn just doesn't get to turn like something. Say if he had King 9 here, he wouldn't get to turn that into a bluff. He'd just have to fold it because our range just having all these queens in there. Difficult to think what we beat here as Lynn. It'd have to be something like 6-5 of spades, King X of spades, these type of holdings. I guess a really nice bluff for Yazoo here is an 8 as well, something like 8-6 suited. King 8's a really tidy one as well. Maybe like these bottom pair bluffs where they're going to derive from, so 4th pair would still be in front of the 8x, it would still be in front of the King X of spades and like the 6-4 of spades stuff. Lynn really mulling it over. But it's not a case of we don't beat anything, Tower. We do beat a few combos, a few select combos that would get to the river in this fashion.
Comes up with the right move, gets out of the way. The right thing, Dan Stacey, 50 bigs, chip leader. Mindigus had a good week. This is 3rd FT. Alex Montgomery's had 4 FTs. Should have been the players' leaderboard.
There should have been.
Heading towards the next level, which will be 1530.
Ace King for Les.
Yeah, but there's definitely like skipping, so you might get
his fault.
No, I'm not going to swear. Right.
No, Ray is 75. Got some yapping in my ear now. Playing the band there.
He's at 75. Going to be over to Mindorgus in the big blind. I don't think so, Sat. I think the numbers are just low because yesterday there was so many tournaments going on, and I think obviously when you got 4, 5, even 6 tournaments on in a day, sometimes it just dilutes the fields. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You got some people now playing this, some people now playing this.
Yeah, quite a bit of clash, doesn't it?
Yeah. When it's just one tournament on, obviously that's the only thing to play. When you got 4 tournaments to choose from, people obviously pick and choose. People might want to play the big shot. People might want to play the cash out sat,
yeah,
and then people might want to play the bounty. So I don't think it's a case of numbers being down. I just think it's a case of lots of tournaments to choose from, which obviously dilutes each field.
Well, the 36 guaranteed satellites had 29 seats. It actually made 29 seats, which was fantastic turnout. We thought it was a big gamble. It's, the numbers came out for that.
So the blind's going up in 20 seconds.
James Artie, 8 bigs.
And then I think that will be 30 minutes until break.
If he wants to, he play any 2 like aces.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. It was temporary.
What? 10-3, yeah. Lost. Oh, yeah, lost. Almost lost.
Yeah, and then jump.
30,000, 15, 30,000.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've seen him like Jack 6, yeah.
That's how Jack makes 6. That's really it's not very good, right? No big chips, only 5K chips.
This is a close one for James, whether to open or whether to jam. Is going to go with jam.
Just shy of 11. Folding down to the button. The action tracker catch up. Ask for a count. Get the actual number off the dealer. Use ours, ask for a count. $266. 286. Apologies. So all in for 286. Get that changed so it's correct on the screen. No, it's exactly correct. All in for 266. He's out. Ace Queen.
There won't be folding this ace queen. Saw him fold it last time correctly. This time gets it incorrectly.
So here we go. Ace Jack for James. James Artie's already pulled £12,000 worth of bounties out today. He's staring down at 7th place and 1,030. Ace Queen. He is out in seat number 2. Off we go. Any chops, says James.
Unlikely.
Unlikely now.
Likely now. Why not?
Chances.
Still unlikely.
Any 3 and a 6 to chop, as you can see. But just the 7 outs. There's a couple of dead, and it's an ace. So the Queen plays. James Harty has bust. He's now out in 7th, pulling £12,000 in bounties and 1,030,000 for 7th. Well done, sir. Hello, Beastie. How are you? Nice to see you.
I was just coming to apologise for not coming to help you out the other day.
Yeah, it's all right. We only struggled through.
That's all right. It was only 3 hours of heads up we had to commentate on. Just the 3 hours of heads up.
Yeah. Honestly, I was like bedridden.
You're fine, mate. Honestly.
I'll see you later.
See you later.
Bedridden tilted.
That's a new one.
Yeah, I didn't go pick. I always wait for break.
It does make you laugh.
So you go pick, I just fuck it. I go pick as well.
Brilliant. Bedridden tilt.
Well, we play for money.
It does make you giggle.
Yeah, now, yeah.
What's just started? No, there we go. What's starting now? I don't know what's starting now. 6 o'clock. Ah, it's the rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. He only had 2 bounties. He got 10,000. And he got 2,000. And I don't know if Uzo has just pulled a bounty. I don't think he has, has he?
I haven't seen him.
I don't think he pulled the bounty. Not yet. But we've got 1 2K left. 2 888 main event seats. A 540, a 400 and a 2. James Alty pulled the 10,000 and the 2,000. He pulled 2 bounties, 110, 1-2.
Just an open jam from Yazoo. Effective stack of 22 behind us. It seems really nice with the 4s. Evening, Carl Lakeland. Good evening.
Evening, Cole. All right, Cole. Watching the stream while grinding online. Good luck.
Really nice seat for Yuzu as well. Dan with chips when he folds, we can just get amongst it and open.
Goes to 60,000. Now the blinds are 30.
Jimmy, we can't get a hand, mate.
Absolutely not.
He has been bottom of the barrel distribution. Worst out of the lot on this FT. And over to Lynn with the 6s here. And it's just going to jam. And it will be working. I don't think Yazoo gets the call off ace-4 off, even in a bounty tower. 15 bigs here. I'd be surprised if this one went in.
6 left. Jimmy, 7 bigs.
Be another open for Yazoo, a6 of diamonds. No! Let it go. Raising into big blind, which is the chip leader, but now that we are in a 6-handed situation, I thought old Yazoo would have been opening that one. Snap fold with the suited a6. Interesting. Opens ace-4 off, +1, folds a6 suited gun, and the only thing that makes sense is that Dan's in the big blind. He's the only player that covers. It's all I can give you guys why we might fold there. Lynn going to get the opportunity for back-to-back jams. This time shoving for 18. Les can't call off Jack 8 of spades. This will be getting through.
Is he pulling the ticket? What's he got? Go on, Ken, what we got? Show the camera. Oh, we're squeezing. Squeezing. We're still squeezing. Yeah, we've chipped out. We've torn it to pieces. We're still squeezing.
No, that don't look good. That was a quick pull off at the end tower.
There we go. It is a 400. Thank you very much. 400. Good old Josh.
What job Josh has got today?
That's it. He's the envelope looker after her.
The envelope looker after her. Like it.
"20 minutes of this session." So 1.2 mil for Dan Stacey. Takes him a week to open his Christmas cards. Do you think he plays punter banco a lot? With the old squeezing of the cards and squeezing of the cards, and it takes forever to look at the first part of the digit, and you're trying to squeeze it and squeeze it and squeeze it. The only edge you've got as a player, as a punter banco player, is squeezing the cards so they can't use them again. Dan Stacey not done too much this session. He's chip leader with 40 bigs, user in 29. Minji needs a hand He's had no distribution whatsoever. And he knows he's getting called in at least one spot when he does make the move. Lynn with the nines. Raises to 70. And that'll do it. Queen 2 for Les. The biggest bounty left is a 2,000. 10,000, there's one 10,000, one 5,000 bid. They both went. There was two 2Ks, we've lost one of those. There's two 888 main event seats still in the bag. One 540 and two 200s. So they're the bounties that are left. Pouring down. But he's got an enormous bowl of Irish stew with crusted bread.
Irish stew.
I wonder if he has I had a brown sauce with my stew.
What makes a stew Irish? Do you put a little bit of Guinness in it?
Unless it's the Irish beef.
A little bit of Guinness stock.
Could be Irish beef. It could be the Guinness as part of the stock. It could be an island. Evening, Sam. Sam Webb, good evening. Come to join us with 6 left.
How are we doing,
Yeah.
Sam? So we're going to open. 10-8 of diamonds makes it 60k. Mint Dorgus can't do anything with the 6-3 suited.
So patiently sat there waiting. Here's Jimmy, starting seat number 8.
Yeah, just a call here for Lynn. Too high up. With the offsuit ace to do anything aggressive. Just going to play call C3. It seems like a really nice clean C bet here for Yuzu. 10 high, can fold out better. Nice backdoors, and our board in terms of range is the opener as well. Got all the strongest stuff that Lynn doesn't. It's going to be an interesting spot for Lynn here, dependent on size that Yuzu comes with a 10-8 of diamonds. Because I think versus small we have to continue as Lynn. Anything third or less, and it does look like just shy of third. Even smaller, 45 between quarter and third, so Lynn going to have to call once with the ace high.
Which he does. Off to the turn.
So Yuzu jumps into the lead with the 10-8, and one net now likes to check tower just from a hand perspective. We don't get a street out of 7 or 5x now unless it's 7 or 5x of spades specifically, so we only usually get continues from a queen or high equity hands, so therefore taking them variables into account, I think this is just a nice clean check back for Yuzu. I don't really achieve anything with bet. Maybe we get some value from some 7x and 5x of spades, some combo draws, 8-9 of spades. Well, he is going to reach. I'm going to lose the ace-9 now of Lynn. Even with the ace of spades, can't see him doing much, but I'm not sure if this is maybe a little turn probe to check back river from Yuzu, thinking that we just get to check back all rivers now that aren't a 10 or an 8. Could be the idea, but I think Lynn will start relinquishing his 7x and 5x facing the turn barrel. Does get out of the way with ace high.
He's out, chip leader. We're getting close to chip leader now. Downstairs, he sat there with 40 bigs. Min down on any two will be calling. And 3 big blinds.
Who's going to hunt the bounty though, Tower?
Indeed.
Will it cause carnage?
He's gone through the blinds, so he has an orbit. What about Leo Worthington Lease?
Yeah, I know.
In the 1K. Pulling out all the stops to win it. 8 of 8, 6 of 8, 5 of 5, 4 of 5, 5 of 5. Heads up. Where did that happen? How did that come about? What a great effort from Leo. Leo Lease. Fantastic effort. Winning the 1K in Cyprus for 370,000 or something like that. Very nice indeed.
That's a walk for Dan.
Not tangling with the big stack. We'll end at level 24. There's a break. Hi. Thank you. You're amazing.
You get looked after, don't
Hey,
you?
what did you get?
You get looked after.
I got an iced coffee. Nice iced coffee. With some honey in it. With an H. Alright. Question for the boys. Go on then, Gary. See if we can answer it. Tomorrow night there's a 20-seat satellite. Yes. It starts at 6 p.m. Can you use the seat on any flight? Yes. If you 8x your stack, you could buy into day 1D on the Friday, day 1E on the Friday night, day 1F on the turbo, or buy into day 2. You have 4 options.
Any jams for Yazoo here, Tower? I'm not sure, but when Dan's never got any traps, maybe it's there. I could be completely wrong, but... The thing is, like, Dan's just never got a trap right, like any strong hand Dan has. There we go. He does go for the jam. There's Yazoo. And over to Lynn with the king-queen. Now, something really interesting about this spot, when Yazoo shoves for this amount, it's effective 22 of Lynn, but effective 33 of himself with Dan.
Well, he's made it.
And looks like Lynn is going to call the king-queen, and I'm guessing Lynn just expects Yazoo, ace-king, ace-queen, aces, kings, queens, all to 3-bet, not all in. So Lynn feels like this is going to be very pair-heavy. We're going to be 40% against the ace highs with the 2 in-betweeners. We're in front of king-jack suited, queen-jack suited, these type of hands. So I'm guessing that's how Lynn has run into this spot.
And he's come, and he's as live as life can be. King-queen, overs against the 7s.
Just thinking he's never dominated here, which is right. Can he win a flip, though?
Oh, well, on a flop like that, yes, is the answer.
Not a bad start for Lynn Chen.
Fading
clubs
and 7s. It's never easy. And it's an ace of spades on the river. Phew. Lynn Chen up to 1.4 and Yazoo back down to 10 bigs.
Yeah, in first glance, guys, that might look like a real loose call there from Lynn, king high. But the way that Yazoo's range should be constructed, he shouldn't have ace-king, ace-queen, kings, queens, aces. So therefore, if that's the case, if our assumption is right, we're never dominated here as Lynn, and even against stuff like ace-9, we're still going to have 40%. Against the pairs, we're going to have 50%. And then there might be a smidge of queen-10, queen-jack suited, king-jack suited in there, king-10 suited, that we dominate as Lynn. So I'm taking all those factors into account. Does call it off for 22 big blinds and wins a huge flip to put him with a significant chip lead. 8 bigs on Dan now, but look at the gap between Dan and Mindorgus. Dan and Lynn now at the top, but decent sized gap between second and third.
Where's Monty? 11th before this week.
Yep, before this week.
No points for the 888 have been added on yet, as you can see there. That was the 8th of October before we came here. So Alex will be now in the playoff. David Johnson will have dropped out. And Bousey will be close. I don't think Alex Montgomery has picked up 60 points.
Well, he's had a win, 2 seconds and a night.
He's picked up a lot. I reckon he's within 20 points of Bousey.
I'd have the overs. I reckon, for a win, you're going to get about 20, 2 seconds, probably 15 apiece. That's 50
Do you
there.
think he's caught him?
I reckon he's going to be breathing down Bouncey's neck. I think the week he's had as Alex.
Well, you never know. We will get the updated one when we finish. There won't be any more updates before we finish. But Alex Montgomery, you can work it out. Don't forget all the runners and riders regarding Alex Montgomery's points. Might get PK to do that for us. A little task while he's not doing notes. He's always doing notes, that fella.
Ace Jack suited for Lynn. Newfound chip lead. A lovely hand to look down at and open.
Lines up 20,000, 40,000, 40,000, 20, 40. As well. 40 now, yeah?
Yeah, 20, 40, 40.
Sorry about that, guys. Just pulling the trolleys through the back, bringing round the back, so we didn't have any noise. And there must be something going on in the. Oh, I know what it is. It's a carpenter's thing this weekend. We've only just begun.
What, at the Rico?
Yeah.
Is that why it's so busy?
That's on Saturday. No, it's the boots door upstairs. But the carpenter story is on here this weekend. So they were just pulling some water through and some trolleys and cakes and biscuits. Need anything.
So back to it. Didn't miss much. Only a couple of hands.
Blinds have gone up.
Weren't much occurring.
That's about it. But I didn't want the noise to just be in the background.
So this will be the final level of the session.
Yeah.
Taking us to a 15-minute break.
Still on 6. Jimmy's fighting on. Yuzu's down to 10 bigs. Lindy's not done much. Les not done too much either. This sesh. Told Sitting Born Les. Where's he from? Basingstoke Les.
I think Guildford.
Guildford
Les.
Guildford Les.
5, 6, 7, 3 spades.
That's good stuff. Is that flop straight?
There's 10 for Lynn, raising up to 175.
Jimmy, how about that for a flop? Jimmy, a straight after midnight tower. And just deads it on the flop.
Beautiful. When you're in.
Spins up to 158. Lynn, no bounty for him.
That'll be best of it as well. There's 10. Jimmy thought, let's go with this. They're connected. I'm obviously going to flop a straight.
He has to go with any two tower, to be fair, in that spot. Whatever he's been dealt has to get in the middle.
You asked for a straight, yeah? You asked for a straight, just flop straight.
So I've done it. I've done it. Winning, you get 20 summit, and then second you get 15, and then you come second again, you get another 15,
Yeah.
and then you come ninth and you get 9.9, and it comes to 67.4,
Which puts him above Bowsy.
which puts him above Baz, like I said.
No, like I said. You said he'd be about 30 points off Bowsy.
He's above Bouncy.
Yeah.
Monty, old Alex Montgomery.
4K or
Woo! Tell you. This is going to be a tight race to the end. Well done, Alex Montgomery. 67.4 points he's got this week. He is now above Bousy. And a 10k package on the way.
I have one. I just want to touch the gold envelope.
There is Chrissy. Chrissy Taylor. Does a lot of studying, plays online a lot.
Played with Chrissy briefly yesterday in the old cash out set.
Nice.
Still remember, yeah?
Yeah, of course, man. I'll never forget that. Good though, yeah?
Now, Dan, does he feel like average bounty is going to be enough to spin Yazoo here? And when we are now just six-handed and expect prize pool to be more essential than
we
the
just call to
bounties.
see a flop?
I think it's just we're always going to set it in because any flop we got to go with the price we get anyway, Tower. So he has just elected to run it here versus Yazoo, and Yazoo in fantastic shape.
Give yourself a refresh, Kyle. I'm guessing it's just for you, but it might not be.
Not the best start for Dan. Yazoo holding at the moment. Smidge of runners, a smidge of chops. So 8 or 9 to chop this up, 6 to lose Yazoo.
It's a 7. Yazoo gets himself used out to 670,000. Hopefully, is there a problem with the sound? We'll check it out. Could be a YouTube thing, could be us.
9 to chop this up. 6.
We'll have a look. Will I get PK on the case if there's a few people saying on YouTube that it's not sounding as good as it should do?
We will be heading out on break in 20 minutes anyway,
Yeah.
so good chance to see if there's any gremlins in the system.
Jimmy hanging on in. Hanging on in, hanging on in.
It was cutting in and out a bit, all fine now, says Ryan Crane. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Hello, Martin.
Mr. Heathcote, how are we doing, mine? Dave Halliday won the seniors from Stoke. Dave Halliday. Doing it for one of the over 35, well, over 65 really, almost, Dave. How are we doing, Martin? Hope things are good.
I can't open this one now. It was different when we had the chip lead. Now just sitting with 16 out the way. Mindorgus will be doing the same. A kind of close one here for Les with the King 5 of diamonds. With Jimmy sitting short. 10 deuce off for Jimmy. He'll want to forget this final table tower. It just seems like he's keeps looking down at napkins, as I call them.
Yeah.
And Lynn is going to get the opportunity to raise it up. King, Queen of clubs. Oh, and Dan with King, Queen as well. But now Dan is covered by Lynn, so shouldn't play free bet here, tower up. I think we just want to call as Dan. Our hand too strong. A lot of hands that we dominate of Lynn, and if we do go for free bet and get jammed on, we just hate our life. So in this scenario, I think only way to proceed for Dan.
No, flop 9-7-3, 2 spades.
Then option to continue. Both with the backdoor flush draw, so Dan should be calling here. 2 clean overs, 3 to straight, 3 to flush. Can still have the best hand on the blind on blind situation as well. So King Queen gonna have to. Whoa, that's a fairly snug laydown from Dan. Maybe just not wanting to tangle with the chip leader. I guess Jimmy is sitting there really short, so Lynn does get to pound. Didn't actually realise the stacks were this congested in the middle of the pack. 19 to 14, separating second in chips and 5th in chips. So guessing that factoring into Dan's decision there with the King Queen. Looked like a clear call. 2 overs, can have the best hand. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but maybe just letting the chip lead up get away with it.
Well, good on YouTube now, says Lindy Lou. Good stuff.
That's what we like to hear.
17 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then a 15-minute break. What did you do for breakfast this morning, young man?
I don't do breakfast, really.
Not at all?
No, yeah, my breakfast is usually coffee. That's, if you can call that breakfast. I usually don't, I don't really eat until...
Who was up first? Who ordered?
4 or 5 hours, no.
Or did the kettle go on?
No, I had to, I got out of bed this morning. She was working late last night, so...
Yeah.
Said me farewells, left her snoring, and off we went.
We are not streaming the Walsall anniversary week. We'll be in Blackpool.
Yeah, this is wild from Mindorgus, but maybe it's just a situation of itchy feet. Hasn't been able to get involved much and sees a suited gapper and thinks, all right, I want to play a pot. Does work, does get the raise and take through.
Should be a good week in Walsall, the anniversary week, but we're not there. From here, Cardroom Direct to go over to Dublin for the IPO. We come back and then we are working the CAF Cup, the charity event, on the 2nd of November, and then live streaming on the 6th. That's the Blackpool schedule. Are we expecting details of Goliath anytime soon? We'd love to, James, but we've not heard anything for a month or so. All we hear is still not signed off, but 99% there. But can't obviously give any information out until it's 100% there.
Joker's wild, that's going to be fun. You heard about that? Who they got DJing?
Who's doing it?
The Building, he's called. He's Tower from Wish. They've got a bloke called The Building doing it, Tower. He's going to be on the decks in Walsall.
I don't think Joker's Wild will have the music of blurting out like our Joker's Wild at Goliath. Because I'm pretty sure the Joker's Wild is on the same time as the main event. Day 2. Pretty sure. But it should be a good week in Walsall. It was going to be just a 25.50, but then they added all the side events as well. So I hope it's a great week in Walsall.
6-5 off here for Mindorgus. I think fine to defend, but he's going to let it go. It is actually really cagey in the middle of the pack. Like, if this was a normal tournament, everyone from Dan to Mindorgus should be playing unbelievably snug. I'm not quite sure how it would change in the bounty. I guess we just play how we would in a normal freeze out. The fact that Lynn is doing the opening now as the chip leader, and maybe we are just supposed to play really tight until we see what happens with Jimmy. Maybe that's the approach here. Obviously 3.5 BBs for Min G.
Regarding Walsall, Sam, there's nothing on Saturday. There's no events that anybody can play. There's no poker on at all. Is the casino open?
They're running. I'm pretty sure the Birmingham flight is on Saturday.
Ah, right. So they moved it to Birmingham.
Yeah.
So is the casino open for festivities and the 25th anniversary and ABBA tribute and Oasis tribute and all that, and everybody gets involved? Can anybody go on the Saturday night?
Yeah.
Or is it invitation only?
No, I think anyone can turn up. I think that the fact that
I've not been told anything. I'd like to know. I might turn up myself. I might just surprise everybody and turn up with me dancing shoes on and me fluorescent pink John Travolta shirt and my lycra. I want to know these things. He's out with the threes after initial raise from Dan. And he's now getting a double up to 600k.
little half stack here from Yazoo with the pocket threes. Now Les going to have to let the queen jack go. He'll be annoyed at that. Best hand he's seen in a while. He's just going to have to fold it in the big blind. Can be frustrating. Now over to Dan. And once Yazoo puts this percentage of his stack in tower, he's never folding, so we can't do anything but that as Dan. How are we doing here, Needleman? Alright guys, just joined. This is the final table of the Mystery Bounty. Lin Chen in the driver's seat. Look at these chips, how they're situated around the table. A lot of the play right now should be revolved around Min G busting. See what happens with Jimmy when he gets his chips in, and it's likely to be this hand tower. He's in the big blind.
10 minutes to go until the end of this level and this session. 15-minute break on its way, which means we're back around 7 and then we're streaming this down to a champion, and we'll be back tomorrow. Back tomorrow. 12:20, 2:20, 1:20, 5:20, 2:20, 4:20. Wrong one. I know what you're pressing.
I'm actually not sure because obviously high roller. We were meant to be doing day 2 of the high roller.
Yeah, it got cancelled. We'll have to find out from the team what's going to be happening tomorrow, Thursday. See what happens. We'll give you an updated.
Round at the Belfry.
Oh yeah. So to tell them we'll be in about 4. Just as it's going dark.
Yeah, so Lynn just doing what he should be here. Just understanding that no one's going to want to call here unless they're at the top end or do anything silly, because Jimmy is in the big blind. We're happy to run it versus him for the bounty. Everyone should just let us go about our business. Try and get their ladder. Now Les.
Yes, Les. If it's a case of if Les calls the 60, does he think that Jimmy's just going to put it in?
This is the
For
problem.
the 200k or 220, whatever he's got?
Yeah, this is the problem, Tao. Like, if Jimmy jams here and it's not an under raise, Lynn's always ISO in 100% of range. So, I guess it comes down to whether it be an under raise or not. And I don't think it is. So now Lynn just gets that.
See,
Yeah.
they've got him in now.
Now Lynn just gets the ISO.
Yeah.
With the 8-9, any 2.
And then Les just can't call. Even with the best of it.
That's why maybe we just fold as Les. But then again, if Lynn's opening deck from gun here, then any jams from Les for like 12.5, try and get heads up with Jimmy himself. But then once again, Lynn's probably going to call a lot of the time. They're just so weird, these bounty tournaments, if you don't actually know what you're up to. As I said, I've been getting entangles all day with some spots that are occurring.
It was just a weird call from Les, knowing that you're expecting Jimmy to put it in.
Yeah.
And then now what do you do for 150k with Jack Queen off? Do we run it? I think now we should, which he has done. So we're going 3-way with Jimmy all in with Jack Deuce. It could work. So we're just putting in the side pot, which is Jimmy's in C8. Well, Lynn has flopped an 8-6-4. Now it's on. Now just have to get out of the way. Lynn has it. Top pair. Jimmy's in trouble.
Jimmy needs a jack, otherwise we're losing Min G.
Yeah, and Les is down to about 300k now. And he's going to be in the danger zone when we come back from the break.
A lot of people will tell 50k when we come back from break. Only 4 million play, 80 bigs in play. Can Jimmy find a jack?
Well, can't find anything now, unfortunately.
No, he cannot. So we will lose Min G.
Well played, Jimmy.
1280, 6th place.
Let Jimmy do it. Let Jimmy do it. Is G10 here? Let Jimmy do it. Where's Jimmy? Jimmy! 抽 bounty 帮我抽个 bounty。
got a bounty?
Give me toys, alright.
Yeah, 200 please.
Fuck's sake.
200，我跟你说，真就200。我相信你，你给我分10%的bounty。
好，10%，10%。
听到了，听到了。
10%，10%。
C
OK，88，88。
拿钱。
Gotta get your big blind, please. 要还得算给你了。An English only at the table.
There's a main event seat.
I like the little sticky up from old Josh.
Main event seat for Lynn Chen.
Very nice. Lynn Chen playing the 888 for free. Boom. So down to 5. Then into the break. 5 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then a 15-minute break. And then back with it.
King 4 for Les. Finds a king on the button. 7.5 BBs. Sends it into the middle. Big blind only of Lynn. Gets it through. And now, sort of free reins for the rest of them tower a little bit more. A lot of play was revolved around waiting for old Minji Jimmy to bust. Now probably going to see a few more lighter shoves from these shorter stacks, maybe still taking some reshoves.
Knockout games. Over $1 million. That's what we're giving tickets away to. Lime's going to be joining us from tomorrow
Yes,
as well.
Will be.
The old Lime Ricky.
Les ace-8 for 9. Dan can't call off 8-6 of diamonds. It is a bounty, but now we are sitting with 5 players left. Sort of veer our way towards the payouts rather than the bounties. Average bounty right now. Probably going to be close to the same as a ladder. There are the prizes. Let's have a look.
Mystery bounty fan.
Let's have a look at the bounties tower that left in. Let's do some maths.
Hold on a minute, just to screw one off because we've just lost the main event seat.
So we got 540, that's 940, and 2K seat left. So that is 2,940. Divide that by 5, so it's only average bounty at the moment. Tower's around 600 quid. And you look at the ladders now. 5th to 4th is.
No, there's an 888 seat as well.
Oh, is that a 1? Okay,
That's
okay.
2 from 1.
Okay, so you've scribbled that out. Okay, plus 888, so still about 7.5, 800 quid, which is about the same as the next ladder.
Yeah.
So average bounty price now compared to ladders. So shouldn't be calling off as wide. Still will have some lighter calls, of course, but not just going to be getting after it like we saw early days and day 2. And people are in with all sorts on the bounty hunt.
Indeed it, indeed it. Even the old ball bag, just tuning in for the last 2.5 minutes of this session. We're on a 15-minute break after the clock strikes 0, and then we're back at 25.50 level. With 5 players left in the mystery bounty.
And Lynn Chen with his chip lead tower, second in chips 19 bigs, third in chips 14 bigs. Like Lynn, if he wants to, he can just play a lot of open jams now. Any ace, any suited connector, suited king, some suited queens. Could potentially just go for a lot of open jams, having the table covered. Obviously we want select combos, we're not just going to do any 2. 5 deuce off for Yazoo here in the small blind. It won't be an insta fold. This man always looking for a spot to try and win chips. Maybe looking for the old bottom of range raise with a trash holding. Decides against it. Does go with fold.
Last hand of the sesh. Well, should be if you're in the on the button malarkey. Minute left. Last hand of the session. 5 players left mystery bounty.
How we doing? Sally, welcome.
We are good, thank you.
You've joined us for one hand, sir.
Yes, we're back. Where have you been? What do you mean? Like we're not seen us for ages? We were on all last week.
All last week. We're on all the time now.
All you need to do is just like make sure the notifications are on. But to be fair, we were on 888 Twitch last week.
We were.
And from tomorrow.
We'll be on 888 tomorrow, Sally.
If you're on Twitch.
So make sure to give 888poker TV a
follow.
follow.
That behind us. 888poker TV. That's what you need to be looking at from Twitch. YouTube and Facebook as normal, and Grosvenor Poker Live. And we're back today, all the way through till crowning the champion of the main event on Sunday. He's out making sure that this is the final hand, as he's just on the button.
Yeah, no removal tower. These sort of middling suited connectors drop in value at FTs, and Mindorga's just going to set it in, and that will be that. I doubt Les is going to call King 3 off, and we will take a 15-minute break, guys. We will see you in 15.
Ta-ra. We're on a chat with the Rigster.
How we doing?
Paul Rigg. Nobody knows his first name, like ever, do they? Not many people know him as Paul Rigg. So Riggy, the Rigster. Predominantly, I think when we first met you, you were really well known for online, because you like 2.1 mil in online earnings, and like 600k in live. But where did it all begin?
Probably, well, 5, 10 and 20 rebuys at Blackpool.
Really?
Station Road for a few months, and then they moved to where they are now.
Yeah, it's back in the day. Them events, them games on a Tuesday night, like Tuesday night in Bradford, and there were games to play because everybody turned up.
Monday Bradford, Tuesday Blackpool, Wednesday Sheffield,
yeah,
Friday, Saturday, Sunday Blackpool.
And you were still playing online at the time. Obviously, them days they probably weren't even there, was it?
It was there, but like when I first started live, everything was pot limit.
All right, yeah, of course. Right. Yeah. You first recorded cash on the mob back in 2002, believe it or not. Can you believe it's that long?
Yeah. It feels that long, I
know. £60 pot limit hold'em. Like you said, everything was pot limit.
I think it'd be at Manchester as well.
Salford?
Yeah.
Well done.
Riverside.
Nice one. 330 quid.
Yeah.
Did you use it well?
Well, I'm still here.
£330 at Salford, I tell you what. But obviously the big one, and your first real big score, 2004 Blackpool, the Northern Lights. How good was the Northern Lights?
Back then, it was just the tournament player of the year.
Yeah.
And they had a bit for everybody. Like, I can't remember what main event was, but
300. Well, the 300 double chance was the one that was your big.
That I won.
That was the big one.
That wasn't main event.
No.
Yeah.
£15,000. Just added to the pile.
No, it let me do a bit more travelling and stuff like that. Rather than just local.
Yeah. I like it. But can you remember anything about the final? Can you remember who was on it? Were it all locals?
I can't remember a lot because I think I went out 9th or 10th, didn't I?
In the main, yeah. In the main. Yeah. Obviously, we then moved from the Northern Lights, which was a fabulous, because it was like the first time that anybody had met anybody big. So they all travelled up, didn't they?
Yeah.
Can you remember the last winners of the Northern Lights? Can you? In fact, I give you a bit of a clue. The last heads up, they travelled home in the same car.
Would it be?
They were brothers.
Sonny and
Correct.
Chaz.
Sonny and Chaz, first and second, and as they're walking out the door, they just said, all the money's going home in the same car. Obviously 2007 then becomes the GUKPT. You cashed in Manchester.
Yeah. That'd be when Colclough beat Barry Neville.
Oh, how good was that?
And Neville's interview was just different class.
It's still the greatest line in poker.
Yeah.
It's still the greatest. If you've never watched it, try and find it on YouTube because honestly, it's just one of the greatest lines in poker. Really good. GUKPT started 2007. Did you notice that everybody from the Northern Lights was like playing the GUKPT that year?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. First GUKPT I'd play, I think it'd be at Bolton, would it?
Yeah. You were around there. I say you were around in 2007. You actually cashed the first season, I think 3 or 4 times to what I remember.
And then I lost my driving licence.
Okay.
Smoking ban came in.
Yeah. Oh yes, of course he did.
So I went to Thailand for 6 years and played predominantly online.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you'd still got a couple of scores during that time when you kept coming back. Obviously,
I came back for a visa once.
The old summer sizzler. Yeah, you jumped in the summer sizzler in 2010.
And I think I cashed at Coventry, but that might have been a UKIP too.
Yeah.
And I actually flew straight back from Coventry.
With all the money?
Yeah, I got a taxi Coventry at Manchester Airport.
2010, the Summer Sizzler is a little bit poignant because there were 725 runners. You do a big chop. Can you remember who you chopped it with?
Well, that was
Just remember one person.
Andy Wilson.
Correct. He's always said, and he still tells everybody to the day, that he was done out of money in that deal.
It was his.
Come on, tell the story.
It was his doing. We went on a break.
Yep.
And he came over to me. I didn't really know him.
Nope.
And he went.
I don't think anybody did, to be fair. Back then, 2010.
He went. Everybody seems to know you, Riggy.
Yeah.
He says, "Do you think there's any chance of a deal?" Like he's got mountains as Wilson. I mean, I think he had 19 million.
Well.
And none of us, other 4 of us, didn't have 2 million. So I'm like, well, I said it'll depend what numbers are.
Mm.
He said I'm happy with 10,700. I think was the number. And I'm like working it out in my head. And I went, yeah. I said I can't promise hope, but I'll have a word with Rest.
Yeah.
Went to Rest and I went, just nod your heads, agree, and let's have this done with. So. One guy said, oh, I think we should play on for trophy. I said, no, Andrew deserves a trophy. I thought, don't start talking. So we did the deal and Andrew went, how much are you lot getting? I said, 9,600 a piece. Andrew should probably, in hindsight, have been taking 15, 16 grand, like, you know. But I've spoken to him since.
Yeah.
And that's what started him off.
That's exactly correct.
So he said, in a way, that's what kick-started his career.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and he's never done a bad deal since.
No, I don't think he's ever done a deal since.
No, it's obviously talking about Andy Wilson. Now we know. Now it's predominant. The Bowie effect is known all over the world now. He's playing in big ones. He's won absolutely millions. And such, like yourself, such a down-to-earth kind of guy, and great at the tables just to chat with.
Lovely lad, as I say. He's very similar to that first time I saw him, really.
Yeah.
On his, you know, the money definitely hasn't changed him
not
or
at all.
anything.
No,
you know.
Absolutely not. You said you disappeared for a couple of years. Then you come back in 2014. We end up in Blackpool at 25-25 for 11 grand.
I think that was my first comp after I got back.
Really?
Mm.
You just never lost it live? Did you play live when you were away, or was it just all
Played
online?
a little bit of cash.
That was it?
Yeah.
But then you come back to Blackpool and just 25-25 trophy.
Yeah. And I'd... I only sort of came back playing live because I'd stopped smoking.
Right, okay.
I was on 50 a day, so every orbit I'd have been out at room, you know. And so yeah, that was why I came back playing live, and then I had a few years mainly playing cash.
Yeah. Talking about cash and Blackpool, obviously it's synonymous to dealer's choice.
Yeah.
And every time as UKPT turns up, there's always one table running, no matter what time of day it is. What out of all the ridiculous games that you make up on a regular basis somewhere on a Tuesday night in somebody's house, what's your favourite? And probably a favourite would probably be one that you've never heard of.
No, because it's changed now, because obviously back in the day we had wild card games.
Yeah.
Now there's no wild
You can't play roll your own with anybody else, can you?
Oh, no. So, to be honest, probably my favourite games are Paducah.
Yeah.
Only because of the positional side.
Yeah.
Of it.
Lee Orton, Paducah. Button. Every single time. Every single. Did anybody work out how to play him? Because we knew it was the game he was going to pick.
Yeah, you know, but he also worked out who was capable of making a move on him, and you know. And because it's so prominent having the button, it gets called a lot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's my favourite. I like, to be honest, if I find somebody on the table that can't play a certain game, and they've got plenty in front of them, I'll be calling that.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people make a mistake of picking their best game when you should be looking for other people's weakest games.
Yeah, some fantastic characters in Blackpool on that dealer's choice game.
Yeah.
Some real characters, obviously the plan, like, but like going back to the year like Jerry the Bib and stuff like that, you know, like obviously not with us anymore, but these characters just, and even Boise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Laughing, joking, and every got all the players in Blackpool with the dealer's choice, but some of the games you got to play.
But when I first started, that was the only cash game going.
Yeah.
And I think it was like £50 sit down minimum.
Yeah, yeah.
Which was too rich for me when I first started. So I used to go to Alistair's.
Yeah, yeah.
They had a £20 sit down game, and that's where I sort of learned it.
Yeah. 2019, Vegas for the first time. Well, Vegas for the first time, first cash in Vegas. You remember much about it?
I chopped mixed silo heads up at the Golden Nugget.
And we've been talking about you in the last few years. Obviously, you've had a few big scores since then, and we've railed you in the final three in the win, and we've railed you on different tables. What's it like now playing tournaments over in Vegas? Now you've cut your cloth in Blackpool. You've done the Northern Lights. You've gone over to Thailand to play online. You come back. You're now playing live in Vegas.
I really enjoy it regardless of results, because I get to play mixed games, and also now being at that age I get to play at seniors and stuff like that.
Coming back to the UK, the NPL, great promotion. You've done well in it. You've come, I think was it fourth in the NPL in 2022. Winning the 10k obviously helps towards the next year.
Yeah.
Did you just smash it the first couple of months, or did you work out what you wanted to play during the year?
I think I flattened it in first two festivals a year.
There's me thinking there's a strategy to it. I'll play this event, I'll play that event. Oh no, the first couple of events in
I think I flattened it in first
brilliant.
two.
Grand final in London, 2021 I think it was, PLO 456. We know you're a 4-card and a dealer's choice specialist. Nice touch, 37,000.
Yeah.
Fantastic touch.
But it got a lot more runners than what we expected for £1,000 buy-in, because there isn't many £1,000 buy-ins in this country at PLO. We just flipped for a trophy and chopped it.
That's all right. No wrong with that.
With Harrier.
Yeah, nice touch. When you playing in poker now, and when playing in the UK now, we've got time banks. One of your most famous quote, one of your most famous times on the feature with the time banks is to use all 6 time banks to tell us a joke. Is this a true story? You actually told a joke when using the time banks.
I did. It was like early on.
Right, guys, when you're ready, Fancy.
Today, are we going to... Yeah, can we start the clock? The clock's not started. He said shuffle.
Welcome back, everyone.
Oi, oi.
We are back.
Back in the mix, baby. Back in the mix.
Just saw Jimmy bust out before the break.
We did. So you're now 750,000. Now with the blinds at 50.
Oh, what a spot for Les. See if he can find the complete tower. Nah, he's just going to jam like a lot of people do.
7 bigs.
And Lynn
could get called with an ace.
Yeah,
and does.
Lynn is going to call for the bounty with an ace in the blinds. And jacks for Les. Looking to hold. Hold on, Ian. I'll read that out after this all in, my friend.
Les with the hooks, trying to survive and get back up to 850,000.
Wow.
5, 3, 7.
Double gutted for Lynn.
Yeah, nice one, dealer. Thanks. No sweats. Oh, plenty.
So double gutty, deuce, 6 or an ace. 3 clean for Les. Could we be losing one first hand back after the break?
No, as high as you like. King of Hearts. Double up for Les.
Yeah, nice for Les.
Up to 850.
So Ian Edelman says, got some better health news, so hopefully play more live tourneys and back in the driver's seat. The live stream has been a great boost and therapeutic to keep in touch with the game. Thanks, Tower and Jake. Therapeutic? What's therapeutic about someone giving you 3 teams on a Saturday that never win and you're stressing at half time because now you're looking at other bets trying to think, where am I going to get this £5 back from? I wouldn't know about therapeutic, Ian, but thank you for the kind words as always.
Cheers, Ian, and hope to see you soon. I don't know if there's anything on this weekend you can flick in. But there is plenty to go at. Never seen is on the Monday. Over 50 runners. Dave Halliday run it from Stoke. So Dave.
Eight-7 off on the button here. Raise to call, a shove from Dan. Raise to fold to a 3-bet from Lynn. Well, Les just does not care. He's all in tower. And the fact is, like we've got Dan sitting there with 9. We've got Mindorga sitting there with, I believe, 12. It's very congested in there. It does just go for the jam.
Why was the seniors on Monday? It's usually on the Sunday. I don't know, Ian. We didn't have any communication with the guys when they were putting the schedule together. Honestly, don't know. Just saw that it was on the Monday.
Now jacks from Mindorgas. Some big hands coming out 5-handed. I'd love to see open here, Tower. Yeah, this is really nice. It's easy to just shove our 13, but a hand as strong as this, 5-handed. We want some action. We want some big blind defends. Want someone to shove over the top.
Oh, somebody's banging the tribal drums somewhere. Jacks from Indigus. Like there is. Is that with the Queen? You can't tell me this is a power combo, is it?
No, he's thinking call or fold, I think, here, as covering stack tower. It's not far off, like King Deuce off, but like in general, we like to use them at like 20 to 30. Like at this stack depth, we're not going to see any free bets with these combos, the way that stacks are distributed. Lots of, I think everyone other than Lynn below 20. Pocket sevens for Lynn. Open jam here, tower. Pretty clear one when we have everyone covered behind.
In you went. No action from the big. Blinds 50k, 30-minute blinds all the way through to the end.
All in, have it.
Open or jam?
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Like in a normal comp tower, probably just jam. But with the bounties, I don't think we have Mindorgas covered. It's kind of close. Our stacks we might do. I think we have Mindorgas covered jam. If we don't, maybe just open.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's done. He's opened. Just clicked it.
Yeah, so almost identical stacks. Mindorgas actually having us out chipped by 20k there. But I think if we have him covered, maybe then we play jam as Yazoo. A lot of guesswork in these mystery bounties. Not much out there online to look at regarding studying any particular spot.
Queen 6-3 is a flop, whiffs them both.
Pocket ace for Yazoo here. Don't think any questions about this one, tower. I think it's just open jam always. May half stack. I don't think as eights here, one that we're going to open. I think we're just probably going to play jam for 10 or half stack as he's been doing. And looks like half stack is coming. Will be working.
Absolutely.
Couple of nice pickups for Yazoo without seeing showdown.
You get to keep all your bounties that you've opened, Ian, with your bounties because it's a mystery bounty. knock a player out, open an envelope. You get to keep what's in the envelope. There's no prize on your head. It's not like a progressive bounty or anything like that.
What happens if I open an envelope and it said bounty chocolate bar? Would I get the bounty chocolate bar, Tower?
If somebody's not eating it, yep. There has been occasions where the bounty chocolate bar has been a bounty and somebody's eaten the bounty
You
chocolate bar.
can't just leave it on the desk and not expect one of us to eat it. We didn't know it was a bounty
I
prize.
did present him the empty wrapper.
Yeah, empty wrapper.
And a big round of applause, please.
At least he got to read how many calories he could have consumed.
Putting chocolate on our desk and expecting us not to eat it? Oh, dear me.
Jack 10 for Les on the button here. Just wants to open. Seen this from Les a lot today. Has some meaty open sizes. And any spots about for Lynn here? Now that Les is second in chips. Any jams going on for Lynn Chen Tower? Now that Les has gone a bit bigger with his opening size. There we go. Very nice from Lynn Chen. Like it a lot. And Les could have once again saved a big blind. Saw it earlier when he opened 4.5x. Now just going to have to fold the Jack 10. Very nice this shove from Lynn. Well found. Recognises second in chips. Going to have a tough time calling off. They're going to need to be very top of range to find the call here. We have the blocker, we have the unblocker, and then we have the suited wheel, which is going to have 33% versus any hand that calls us other than aces, which we block. So really nice one to choose for Lynn, and does the trick.
Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Have fun. See you, Sam.
£7,120 to the winner, plus all the bounties that you've won. You at least won.
At least two, if you win it.
Well, of course you get to keep your own, don't you? Well, there's a 2k left. An 888 seat up for grabs. A 540 and two 200s. 5 tickets left.
Is that the one? Is that the one driving it? Is that you? Okay.
Lynn Chen chip leader, 33 bigs. Dan hanging on now with 6.
Yeah, I think at the start, Lynn and Yazoo probably would have been my picks for this one, and both still here. Yazoo got some work to do. He made a fantastic fold of ace queen earlier that a lot of people may have been out the door. Nice easy shot for Dan for 6.
Oh, no.
And just going to be clean as day ISO for Yazoo here for 13.
Just sit down and jump into this one. It's got the chips in the background. Can I jump in this one, lads?
And through some Mendorgas. Should fold here, Tower. Yes, we have a pair, but the problem is we don't cover Yazoo. So, like, we still need to beat Dan. Yazoo covers us as well, and, like, we're always flipping at the minimum versus Dan's range, sometimes draw into 2 outs. Same against Yazoo, flipping, sometimes draw into 2 outs. And to call a pair here 3-way, like, it's difficult to win this without flopping a set town. We don't make a set very often. So Mindorgus here with the freeze. Maybe he does want to spin the wheel. I think I've got a pair. I'm going to have a little bit of a gamble. Could be what he's thinking. Well, here we go. Gamble, gamble.
There we go, man.
Does technically have the best hand, but he's going to have to fade an ace, a queen, a king, or a 5. It's just this situation, Tower. Like, we've always got to fade countless overcards, and like, it's so rare that we're just going to make a set as Mindorgus. So a lot of the time, I think Freeze want to go into the muck here, but he's put his money in. There is chips. He wants a spin with the small pair, but got to fade so much here.
Here comes the flop. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What did I say about flopping a set? What do I know? Get it in. We're going to flop a set most of the time, Tower. There we go.
Everybody just about dead.
There we go. Well, running Broadway, running Will. There's the Broadway running. So the King 5 is now dead, but it's Yuzu that needs to see a king for a double knockout.
Well, it's a 6, so the set of 3s, triple to 1.5 mil. Dan Stacey is out in 5th. Well played, Mr. Dan.
Yuzu sat with 80k, so a big and a half for him. And Mindorgus with the 3s, span the wheel, and it worked for him on that occasion. Found the set. Would have been hard to win that one without finding the set.
Now says that Yazao has got 80,000 and less than 2 big blinds. Mindorgus, Kalenskus.
You got bounty as well. I picked the 2 bags. Go on.
Now Les with 16 Tower doesn't really want to play a pot. There are obviously the top end. We still need to continue, but no need for like any like jams, like reshoves, anything like that. As Les sitting third in chips, Yuzu's gonna have his chips all in 2 or 3 hands time. Going to be forced all in the big in 2 hands time. So as Les sort of want to revolve our play around that player, as I say, there are some hands nothing we can do about and still need to go with, but needs to be top end.
So did old Bristol Les get the envelope?
Bristol, right, hold on a second. You've had 3 places.
I keep forgetting where he's from.
Guildford.
Guildford Les.
Huntingdon, was it you said? Bristol.
So did he get the ticket?
It
with the treble up?
No, Mindorgus will get the ticket.
Mindorgus. Oh, Mindorgus, sorry.
Yeah,
Mindorgus. Go on then, pull it. Let's see what it is on the stream. Come on. Tell us. There's a 2k there, I'd be pulling now. Get me in that envelope, I'd be saying.
Yuzu finds an ace. Puts it in, and you notice this from Lynn. Tower makes it 4x, and he's only doing this to deter Mindorgus and Les from doing anything here and chasing the bounty. So he just gets to go heads up with Yuzu. Oh wow, is Mindorgus going to call?
Queen 4
He's
is.
going to play the
He
rush.
Is. Get me that bounty.
Les has to fold Tower. Just have to. Yuzu's so likely to bust this hand once they go 3-way. He's going to bust more often than not. So you just want to fold as Les. Hope we get that ladder. Because Lynn and Mindorgus should just be playing check downs here unless they flop a big hand.
Flop time. He's out, all in. King 10, 6. Here's 7, actually still in front.
Check. diamonds on the turn.
Still in front.
Yeah, A7 still ahead for Yazoo. Doesn't want to see a deuce, doesn't want to see a queen, doesn't want to see a 4. A 6 or a 3 would chop this up between Lynn and Yazoo.
And it's an 8, so the check mark is going to Yazoo. Goes check, check. And then A7 is going to be good.
Back in the game. I say back in the game. 2.5 big blinds, few more doubles back in the game. But once we had 20k less than a small there as Yazoo, we're happy to start the spin at least.
Absolutely. Evening mad as a wasp. Have you calmed down after the mighty 3-3 last week? What do you think? It was a great 10 minutes for you. First 10 minutes at second half. The mighty Posh. We've got that mighty team they call Wrexham this week. We could be valuable here. We've got Wrexham.
Wrexham, West Ham.
Wrexham. Full of TV stars, that film, isn't it? That football club.
Now this is really awkward, Tower. I don't actually know, as Les here, he is going to go for the ISO because it's just a disaster when Lynn wakes up with something here and then Yazoo could potentially fold and leave himself with 80k. But it is just going to be heads up between Yazoo and Les for the bounty.
Anything good.
Let me in the upper hand. You let me in play in the upper hand.
So here we go. Les and Yazoo. 9-7 for Yazoo. 130k.
I feel it's coming. I feel this is going to be the spin of spins.
Here we go. Queen 4-5. The ace-8 still in front. So Yazoo is needing a 9 or a 7.
Yeah, better than seeing an ace though, and practically dead in us. We've still got a chance to get there. Same scenario. 9 or 7 needed.
And it's not. The ace seals the deal. Yazoo eliminated by Les, who gets a bounty.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Yazoo. I don't think threes should be calling that spot. And then obviously Yazoo had to win a flip, which he could not win. Left him short. It does take home £2,450 plus bounties.
Yeah. What do we think of the FA Cup draw for Rotherham United? Well, we're playing a race course. We can't lose.
Newmarket.
We're playing
Kempton.
nearly.
Kempton.
Nearly.
Fosslas.
Where?
Fosslas.
What's that?
It's a race course.
That sounds like an ice cream.
Fosslas. I don't even know where Fosslas is. I always see it though on at the races.
I bet it's Wales.
I bet, yeah, it's got to be Wales,
Bet
ain't
it's
it?
Wales.
Fosslas.
We're playing Cheltenham.
Cheltenham. Oh, okay.
We're playing Cheltenham. We've got to get into the second round. Then we've got to play somebody like Nuneaton Borough. And then we're in the third round proper to get Tottenham Hotspur.
Yep, and then we'll be there, Tower. I'll make sure.
We're going.
I'll get us both tickets.
Here comes the bounty. What have we got? Here he goes. Hang on a minute. Pull the bounty, please. 200. Joe, show the camera. Do your job. One job that Joe's got.
One job.
One job.
Oh, there we
Hey!
go. Oh, that was 2,000, wasn't it? I'm sure I saw an extra zero on that.
He said, no, let's shout to 200.
Oh, let me have a look. I'm gonna watch you on
You're
the
going
big
to pause
on
it
the
and,
big
and
telly.
widen it, and here he comes back, old Joe. He comes back, realises he's not done his job right.
Oh, that looked like 2,000. That could have been.
You know that camera? All you have to do is point it at it. It's not hard, is it?
One job, Joe.
We need to go and find out if it's a 2K or 200. PK will go on the
There we
case. He'll find out for us.
James Harty, the man that chopped the Goliath, won the 10k bounty. He also
did.
pulled a 2k to go alongside that. So good day for James.
Yep. And the Welsh goat lives near Fosslas. It's in South Wales.
Yeah, Boar confirms 2k for sure.
Therefore, 2,000.
There you go. Get that off your list, Tower.
Get off. That's off my list. There's an 888, a 540, and two 200s left. Who's not pulled one? Who took the last hour? Mindigus. Didn't pull one out when he took out Dan Stacey.
What league are Cheltenham in? Are they like conference
Two.
now? Oh, League 2, okay.
League 2 and Rotherham United at home. They were the first team out.
So if we draw you away, does that mean you're going to take me to Rotherham?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were the first team out. Ball 39, Rotherham United.
To be fair, FA Cup as well, if you get the game on the Sunday, the ticket Spurs on a Sunday, they do a lovely Sunday roast, all the
Do
trimmings
they?
in the hospitality.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really, really nice on a
Now
Sunday.
you're selling it to
yeah.
me.
It's FA Cup as well, it's got a chance.
Yeah.
I just can't believe in 6 years of this job, Tower, we've not played you once.
No.
Not played you once.
So the best thing about going to the Tottenham ground is the Sunday roast.
On the Sunday, if you have a hospitality on a Sunday, the roast dinner they put on for you, very nice.
And whenever Miami Dolphins play at the Tottenham ground, can you make sure that we get a ticket for that as well?
Okay, yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Cheers.
Best stadium in the country by a country mile.
Funded by America. That's why.
I thought Dan Levy just pulled money out of his pocket he'd been saving for years.
Yeah.
Because never buying anyone in the transfer windows.
Yeah.
Pocket fives for Mindorgus.
MK Dons got AFC Wimbledon. Did they really? I bet that's on telly. The franchise versus the real one. Jack Nesbitt says confirm the roast dinner is lush. There you go.
Both turn the dummy end gutter. Fives and Mindorgus still out in front. With ace high here, I think Les happy to hunt for showdown here. But he is going to go for a little stab. Won't be working. Mindorgus going to have to call once here with his pair and gut shot blind on blind. Although it looks meaty from Les. Is that 225? Or is that 150? That's 150 half pot and does actually dislodge Mindorgus off of a better hand. So credit to Les.
Dan Stacey in fifth, followed by Yazao Yin in fourth. We're down to 3.
Six five of diamonds for Mindorgus here. Free-handed. Does choose to open, making it 1-2-5. And Lynn with the defend. 7-8. Pretty clear.
Yes, I flop. Ace Jack 8, 2 hearts. Winning the best of it.
Yeah, check bet call. I think always here. Mindorgas this low down with some backdoors. Our board gonna have to stab once as he does for quarter. And then has to stick around with a pair in the form of a call and off to the turn. Wow, what about an action turn here, Tower?
The flush draw and everything. Trip 8s for Lynn, flush draw for Mindorgas.
Aaron, is Lynn thinking about a lead here on this bottom card? We'll get some leads when the bottom card pairs from the big blind facing the aggressor. I'm not sure bottom versus big here though, Tower, because Mindorgas should still open stuff like 8-5 suited, 8-9 off, King 8 off. Like, he still will have some 8x in there from the button specifically, so maybe we get less leads for that reason as Lynn, but he's going to go for the half pot lead here, just north of, and Mindorgas with his flush draw now in a bit of a predicament with just one card to come, Tower, because we've just got 6 high. We'd need some ideas about bluffing certain rivers if we were going to call, so just thinks better of it, lets it go.
Can I see the river, please?
And blinds up 30k, 60k.
£3,660 next out. Les is having a wander. Around 60k, which could well be the final session. Jay said it would be.
Well, I actually didn't account for the 3 hours of heads up, Tower. But
that's it. That's us done for midnight.
If we don't run bad like we have been with the 2-3 hour heads ups we've been getting recently, I'd be surprised if we didn't finish this session. Do expect it done before 10. Nice flop for Lynn. Not going to be getting any action though. Mindorgas just with the 7 high will be folding, facing this lead. Queen Jack for Lynn on the button. Opens. Les with the ace-5 off here. Any jams, Les? Can he find it? 16 bigs, offsuit high-low ace-x facing the button open. Prime candidate. Not going to choose to. Just Lynn going to be opening like 80%, 70% here on the button. And when we have this blocker, like of that range that opens, he's probably only got 15, 20% call. So there is that potential as we see ace-3, 4. But we've also got this merit of flat, I guess. The times it does come ace-high, not going to be very often. But when we get the ace-high boards, they're boards that Lynn will potentially throw the barrels in on. It does start with quarter pot. Seems nice. Should just be a call from Les. He's gone for raise.
Gone for raise.
Losing our
Them
customer. with 4% equity.
There's Lamnia, commonly known as Birmingham Les.
It's Guildford!
Guildford Les!
Guildford Les!
Guildford Les! $7,120 to the winner, 5,280 second, and 3,660 is what we're playing for.
Les already winning a tournament this week as well, so already one trophy for the cabinet. Looking for a second. Blind on blind here. Going to sweat this one with Lynn Chen, complete from Les. First time we've seen this today. No hole card showing. And if this is checked to us as Lynn, we've got an okay stab here with the 8-4, but we're not going to get that opportunity, so now we just play fold.
It's 30-60. On to Les on the button.
Birmingham Les. Next it will be Manchester Les. Fella moving's more north by the hour. It's Guildford Tower, okay?
Guildford.
Let's not get that wrong.
I won't get it wrong.
You don't want to go up to him later and go, "Oi, Birmingham Les." Guildford.
I won't do it again.
Yes, I haven't seen much of this on the FT Tower, but we got Lynn here going for the free bet with the King 10, and Les is going to come along, getting an okay price, just 2.5x free bet from Lynn, so Les wants to have a look with the Jack 10 off, but in rough shape here, facing King 10 and Lynn Chen.
Jack half lock, Jack 7-9.
Any spice about? Double gutty for Lynn Chen and overcard, gutty for Les and top pair. Any fireworks here potentially, Tower? Lynn with the King 10. It's a board where I think we will be doing a lot of checking. This is the problem. On first glance, our hand looks like it wants to bet with the double gut shot, but I think in terms of range, this is a board we will play a hell of a lot of checks on once we free bet small and button calls. Like, they're going to call this 7-8 suited, 9-10 suited, Jack 10 suited, like this type of stuff that we wouldn't free bet. So I think maybe we could go... Any check raises here, Lynn? Imagine a check jam, depending on size Les goes for. But he is just going to come out and bet his double gutty, Tower. And hard to guess what Les is going to do. Yeah, but he is just going to jam it here with the Jack 10 for 1.2 milli. And now Lynn Chen with his double gutty and overcard in a real grim spot, Tower. We are getting over 2-1 with a double gut shot and overcard. Like we do perform quite nicely against hands like let's say Queen Jack, when we've got 10 outs twice, which would be good for more than 40%. But the times we are up against hands like 9-10, Jack 10, if Les has got 7-10 suited, stuff that has the 10 as well, like we do lose a lot of our outs to a chop. But I think with the way the final three set, Lynn doesn't necessarily need to take this spot. I think he's probably No qualms to the either two. Both play very well this final table, but he's probably the most experienced at FTs. But does he want to roll the dice, as we like to call it, with the double gutty and overcard? Is there ever a world where we're in front as well? Is there ever a world that 8-6 suited is just going mental or something along those lines? All these things racking through Lynn's mind right now. But this is another reason as well, Tower, why yeah, Queen 10 is actually one we do beat, Ben. That's a great shout. How have I not come up with that? Queen 10 is there for sure for Les. Queen 10 suited. I wouldn't expect the offsuit combos to call, but then again, once we go that size, Les does get a really good price with position. But this is the reason as well, Tower, why I think we are supposed to play heavy check here as Lynn, even as the covering stack. Because this board is just much more favourable for our opponent. Like, we don't have free bets with Jack 9 suited, 7-9 suited, 8 like Jack 10 suited. We're probably just going to flat them. Jack 10 probably jams, actually. But it's a board that maybe we just check flop. But now he's in a real painful situation because he knows he's going to have a heap of equity. Even if he's up against a set, he's going to have 8 outs twice, which would be good for around 30% and he is going to run it.
I was just thinking he would love to see turn card, and now he is. Because old Gillingham Les, Guildford Les, is got Jack 10.
You're going south now. Gillingham Les. So an 8 would chop.
Yeah, and he's not going to take. There's only Lynn Chen can win a bounty.
King or queen for the outright for Lynn Chen. So fading kings and queens as Les to survive. 8 would chop it up. Big hold.
Big, because Lynn is now down to 2 big blinds. That is huge.
LFG Les, says Ben.
Where's that? What, Les? $7,120.
Thank you. Okay? Yeah, all right. I'm doing a while. Oh, yeah. It's quick. It's a good thing.
So Les with the big one against Lynn Chen. Chen down to 2 big blinds. Guildford Les is known in my phone as John. This gets weirder by the minute. $3,660 when Chen is staring at. Then in the middle he says, have some of that. Leaves himself with 50k behind the line, something like that. He ain't folding. What does Mindorgus do with a Queen 5? Does he put the pressure on? Then there's a bounty at risk.
I think average bounty a lot lower than the next ladder tower. So
Yeah,
I think
an 888 seat,
Yeah.
a 540 and a 200.
yeah. So what's that? That's average bounty 500. You look at the ladder from third to heads up, it's much larger. And like Les here should just jam because Mindorga shouldn't call. I don't think Mindorgas can call much tower. I really don't, and I'd love Les to just punish because look, it's a 1600 ladder, and it's a 500 average bounty. So the ladder is a lot more essential than the bounties now. So we'll see what Les does. It looks like it's just going to call, but maybe it's a real good spot to just apply maximum there. Say to Mindorgas, if you don't want that ladder, sir, you're going to have to put the chips in and call it off with whatever you raise with.
Interesting if we go clubbing in Coventry.
Not what you want to see as Lynn either. I don't think he's even seen yet, but
No.
good watch again, says Mike. Glad you've enjoyed mine. We've still got plenty to go.
See you, Mark Ellis, soon, Mr. Bates. Well, we've connected with the 3, but unfortunately Mindigus has connected with the 5.
So Lynn down to 5 outs here. Going to need a 3 or an 8. Mindorgas and Les just checking it down. And now going to be check, bet, fold, and we will be losing Lin Chen. And something really interesting, Tower. Both these players that are about to go heads up have already won a trophy this week. Mindorgas and Les.
Yeah, so he won one earlier last week.
Well, I say this week. I say for the festival, since the festival started.
What has Sheffield Les won?
He won the, I think it was the mini shop, was it?
Did he?
He won one of the
Hello,
smaller ones,
Les.
one of the smaller buy-ins one, but I definitely saw Les's picture on Twitter with a trophy in front of him.
Sam says he's going to be John Lesby on his Gillingham Lamnia after this stream.
Where'd you pull Gillingham from? So we're just going to move them into 3 and 7. And then heads up will commence. Would you like a cup of tea, Tower? I'm
I'd
going to get a
love
hot
one.
drink.
You lot have been calling him John for years. His name's Les. Hey. Don't think there's going to be a break. Bob Mindigus is pulling his stack across. We'll have a cup of char.
Do you know that John from Gillingham? Oh, what? Les Lamia from Guildford? Yeah, him. Yeah, I do actually. Yeah.
I love it.
No, he's literally saying if I shove you there, you can't call. And it's, well, if you're going to do that, then it's not. I know how it is.
So heads up. Mindigus in seat number 3. As Jace has already got a title this week. And Les in seat number 7 also got a title. Both loving Coventry, both loving the 888 festival. We're now heads up for the title. Les with the ace-8 on a 4-5 king-jack board. Heads up in the bounty. Back tomorrow at 1:20, I do believe. Going to be doing the main event tomorrow from 1:20 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What day is it today? Wednesday? Thursday? I can't remember. What day are we on today? Wednesday today. We've got the main event tomorrow. We've got the Ambassadors sit and go and the cash on Friday. And then back to the main event for Saturday and Sunday, finishing off a great year of 2024 action from the 888 team. Kalenskas, 25 bigs, Les Lamnia, 46 bigs, and in the lead at the moment. £5,280 locked. 2 left.
They're going to be going into the 80k level in 8 minutes. 50 bigs in play. Can he find the jammers, Les? Or at least 3-bet, maybe 24 seems too much, but I'd love to see Les get aggressive with this. This is a really nice tower. Always throw out the credit where it's due. Really nice from him. And we're going to have a pot here because Mindorgus, doubt he'll be folding 7-8 suited in a heads-up situation.
Well, the suited connectors. Yep, we are off to the flop. Flop of ace, 6, 4. Top and bottom.
Les just jammed.
Oh, check.
No.
See what your opponent does.
Not even check. Just bet small. Just bet small. We got a lock on the board. Heads up. Like we get a value. We get some value from this gut shot here. We've got this absolutely locked up as Les in a heads up situation.
Big shout out to Dave Halliday winning the seniors on Monday. Yeah, he shouted it out all day, Mark. Mentioned it about 4 times. Dave Halliday from Stoke winning the seniors on Monday.
Is he actually from Stoke?
Aye.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's not called Stoke Dave.
Oh, okay. Okay. Stoke Dave. What a name that would be. Another race heads up for Les. Good start on the distribution train. Goes for this meaty opening size. We've seen it a lot from him all day. Had some 4.5x opens earlier up there, going 3.5x.
His name's Doc after Doc Holiday. Doc Holiday. Was he a film star?
I don't know,
Or was he
Tower.
in a film? Is that Ramsgate Dave?
Never heard of him. Sounds like something that happens that a company does to you when you're bad at work, dock your holiday. You don't hear many people called Doc these days. It's like a real old school name. It's like another Frank. Remember we were talking about
Doc?
Frank? Yeah.
I don't know anybody called Doc.
Yeah, like something.
Short for doctor, isn't it?
I've heard someone called Doc before in my life. He was old.
Okay. Was he in the pharmaceutical industry?
Yeah, he was. He was a surgeon. He was a surgeon, believe it or not. That makes sense now. I've wondered all these years why everyone called him Doc. I didn't actually realise. I always thought Doc was short for a name. Like, I don't know. I didn't realise it was short for doctor. But now, yeah, it actually makes sense now. Yeah, he was. He did work in the medical industry. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. See, every day's a school day on Stream Tower.
Absolutely. It'll definitely be over 8:30, Ian. Closer to 9 o'clock. Might even get to 10:15. The way this week's been.
Well, it's not just this week. The last 2 months, the heads up have been like. You could probably put together a 10-hour stream of just the heads ups that we've had to cover the last couple of months. Driver's seat for Les, 15 bigs, effective, and Mindorgus. And blinds going up in 3 minutes, so those 15 will turn into 10. Smite says, I worry about you sometimes, Jay.
Yeah, we've never had 10 bigs average stack ever, apart from Sunday. Oh, Wyatt Earp shot Doc Holiday the OK Corral. I see.
Eight on the turn. So Les turns double gutty here. Nice one to potentially lead on. Fold out some ace high, king high stuff. Going to do exactly that. Mindorgus out the way. Nice from Les. Chipping away at Mindorgus here.
Yep. I've heard of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holiday. I knew he was some kind of TV
I've never
star.
heard of Doc Holiday. Just used to be a bloke. Like, I used to play with in a pub when I was 17. And everyone used to call him Doc. And
now you know why.
Now I know why, yeah. Now I know why, yeah.
Because he worked at London Royal Hospital.
I think it was a QE too, but yeah, close enough. But he never wore his stethoscope at the table tower. How was I supposed to know? There weren't any clues. He didn't have it.
What do you think James Madison's going to do when he plays Goliath? Walk in with a pair of boots and a footy?
Yeah.
What do I do?
There's no in between with me, honestly, Tower. I even know a lot about certain things, or absolutely nothing about the rest.
Who's trying to rip the deck? King, king, 3. Let's go and have a king. Or a 3. Green Eye could be winning this.
I'd love to see a little bit of value there from Mindorgus, and like Equidanol as well against 2 live cards Tower, but Les always bets the flop with a 3. He always shoves ace high pre-flop. He can have some trap kings, but that's about it. And I'd be calling down here as Mindorgus. Like, even King X is going to shove pre at this stack depth. Like, a lot of the King X will be in, all the Ace X will be in. 3x bets flop, so Queen High here for Mindorgus Tower. I'm going to be calling all rivers. We'll see what Mindorgus does. I know it sounds crazy to call down with Queen High, but once you deduct the spot, there's not really much we lose to. A 7 is something we now lose to on the river, but it's only really the King X that didn't elect to jam here, Tower, that we're losing to as Mindorgus, and we'll see if Les is going to barrel, but I'd call here for sure with Queen High. Ace High shove pre, some King Highs. Queen High's just always good. There we go.
Showdown. Yep.
There we go. Sometimes just got to deduct the spot and forget about your hand, and the way that's played, difficult for Les to have us beat even with just Queen High.
Heads up to the title, blinds up. Yep. Blinds are now 40-80.
Jam for Mindorgus. Pocket 3s.
He does like the 3s.
Yeah, he does. He's 1 for 1 with sets, Tower.
He is indeed.
And Les has a call.
Oh, we have a call.
Here we go.
We could have a champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we could have a champion.
So Les needing a king or a queen, and it's over. Mindorgus, the 3s, the hand that got him to the chip lead earlier after flopping a set. That's not going to happen very often. Needs to fade kings and queens.
Oh, he's done it again. Wow, the 3s are absolutely dreaming in August. Just about got him dead.
Oh, we got some jack outs though on the ace turn. It's not easy. Got to fade 4 out still. It's a 10 on the river. Mindorgus boats up, and that is going to level things out, guys. And we know these can go on for a while, these heads ups, if the short stack keeps doubling through. But Mindorgus, the 3s have been so good to him. There's probably someone watching, new viewer, someone's friend or family member of one of these two. They're thinking, this commentator is useless. They don't happen very often. This guy, every time he's had 3s, he's flopped the set. Every single time. The lucky hand for Mindorgus, pocket 3s. Standard though, these two hands should always get in at this stack depth. Heads up.
Absolutely.
You gotta laugh sometimes, Kev, ain't you? Sometimes I can't help myself, it just comes out. It's like when you're at school and the teacher used to tell you off and you're trying your hardest not to laugh with your mates.
So says Mindorgus a bottom set of 4s against him. Wolves his bottom pairs.
I haven't seen much of Mindorgus around the circuit. I don't know if he plays online or if he plays elsewhere, but one thing I do hope is that he's not, I doubt he is because he plays too good to be that new to poker, but sometimes when you start playing this game, if you're getting it in with these small pairs and you keep flopping sets, it can set like a precedent in your mind that these are good hands and these hands are good to go all in with and call off all in with, and potentially can get yourself in a bit of a trap when the variance is on the upside with them when you first start playing. It's not always going to be like that. A pretty standard spot, that one, as we see a6 of diamonds for Les Mindorgas with the Queen Jack making the call. Five of diamonds on the turn. Picks up a gut shot to go with the flush draw as Les Mindorgas with the barrel. Les not going anywhere here. A6 of diamonds. When we got ace high to go alongside it, Tower, no need to raise here. Can still have the best hand in a heads up situation. Big river coming up, near a milli in the middle here. 10 of diamonds, no. 5 of spades.
10 of diamonds, no.
That was the one that would have ended it, the 10 of diamonds. But Mindorgas is going to continue to bluff with the queen high. 40% pot. Should be working versus this hand. Doubt Les is going to hero ace high, especially ace high with not good removal properties. We block the stuff that we want our opponent to have. Miss diamond draws, miss gut shots. Nice little bluff there from Mindorgas, and he now has the chip lead, 2.3 milli.
5,280 or 7,120 plus the bounties. What time is the 20-seat satellite tomorrow, says Mr. Gaz. We can tell you that tomorrow's 20 seats guaranteed satellite is at 6 o'clock. 6 p.m. Gary. 20 seats guaranteed. 6 p.m. tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll be on at 1:20 when the main event starts at 1 o'clock. The Mayhem's on tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. The Satellite's on at 6 o'clock. The A1C's on at 9 o'clock. The Cash Out Satellite is running now just with 11 players. 10 seats guaranteed. Whoa, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm never playing one of them again, Tower.
Well, you need to jump in now.
After yesterday, I've decided.
Doesn't matter, you need to jump in.
I'm blacklisting them.
There's 10 seats guaranteed. There's only 11 runners. You need to get in. That's where the value is right now.
Not playing them anymore.
What did you do?
I got 100 chips off. And
oh, yeah, 74,000.
Do you want to actually know a really funny story about that? So, about an hour before, someone had their chips and was walking over to the table and dropped them. And a few chips went on the floor. Everywhere. So we picked them all up, la 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 la. But they count the stacks and they realise there's 100 chip missing. So no one finds it. About half hour later, I've just looked like that. I see it on the floor. I call Ben over. I go, oh, there's the missing 100. Literally, this is a true story. I call Ben over. I go, and there's the missing 100 chip. If I just put it in my top pocket like that, I would have got a seat. But that's the funny thing about that story. There was 100 chip on the floor. I could have licked it, put it in my top pocket. I got a seat. But it was literally under my chair. It was actually sitting under my chair.
But if you want to come to Coventry right now, 10 seats guaranteed. There's a turbo cash out satellite. There's 11 runners.
Get in.
Get in, 11.
Get yourself in. Get yourself the Cov.
You need to be here to get yourself a seat.
What's going on here, Tower? There is.
I think they're talking about chopping it. Frank is.
56 plus 1,200. So you get 56 each and then 12. It's not worth it, is it? No. Yeah? Oh.
Not worth it. They've just said it's not worth it. Let's carry on.
One per person, sorry. Yeah, it's not, you know. I thought it was going to be about 5, 6, 5, 7. And then
Not worth chopping the money.
Can't move.
20 seat satellite tomorrow. There we go. I'm just putting it up so you can see the structure, you can see the chips, you can see everything he needs to see.
I like it.
Why they're chatting numbers, but briefly,
Yeah.
well, that was the quickest deal talk I've ever seen, Tower. Back to the action.
Literally said it's not worth it.
Got a lot of money in Guildford.
Well, they're going to chop to leave 10%.
Yeah, I guess that is true.
If you leave 10% each. I like that what they did in the EPT. Because they chopped it.
Yeah.
With Leo's thing. Then they chop it and everybody took 10% off everybody's stack. Rather than just taking 10% out of the prize pool and then working out the money.
Oh, so they take 10% off of everyone's chop number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aye. I like that. It's a bit late to come from North London. It is massive value here in Coventry. 10 seats guaranteed. There's 11 in it. I wonder if Mad Turk's playing. Shall we chop it, boys? Shall we chop it? It's getting a bit fast, this structure. We're on level 2.
I can't wait till he's on stream next to Mad Turk.
Oh, you won't mention what happened.
No, I'm not going to mention what happened, but I stopped saying for the Mad Turk because he come up to me about 6 months ago and he said, Jay, you've got to stop saying when I'm all in it's a clean flop, because every time you say it's a clean flop, I never win. So I stopped doing it for the last couple of months, but now every time he's all in on the feature table, every flop is going to be clean. He's got me ears up, Mad Turk, after that hand we played together the other day.
Did you stand up when you got ace jack free? You got ace jack. Did you say, well, that's clean flop for me?
yeah, I should have done. I do love Ucell though. He's a great character off the table as well.
Jay didn't get a seat because he had 100 chips less.
Yep, you needed 78,500 and 78,400 is what I reached. And another bad beat. I know I can't. Oh my God, it's Westlife Barry walking past the feature table.
Wings.
Westlife Barry coming out from the works. As I'm guessing that is the main event that's going on break.
Yep.
As Mindorgus opens the Queen 7.
Chang, chang, chang,
Yep.
chang, chang. That's the
But,
way it should be.
Another bad beat, Tower.
Yep.
So we're on the break. Just played level 6, cash out satellite. I'm up the top, just having a chat, having a vape.
Yep.
Lee French is there. He's like, I'm just playing cash. I go to Lee. Well, it looks like the cash out satellite could potentially overlay. So I'd get yourself in that. If Lee French didn't enter that cash out satellite, the average chip stack to get through would have been less than 78,500. So if I didn't tell him to get in the tournament, that's another avenue I could have got a seat. It just weren't my day. Gary.
I love it. I love it.
Jack on the turn. Nice to see for Les off the floating flop. fruity old float. Does get a reward on the turn with the top pair. And we got Mindorgus firing.
So Les firing. Calling. Oh, he's been moved all in. Raising it up to $1 million. Les in the small blind. Six, 7, 9 flop. Adam's in the building now. We're doing Adam down for the 1 PM flight of the main event tomorrow. We'll let you know what's happening regarding the eye roller as well before we leave. That didn't run today. It could be a 1-day event tomorrow. We'll let you know. But I'm going to think about it. Les 34 bigs, Mindorgus 19. Lines 80. Adams has not been on a feature for many moons. Are you doing the IPO when we're over in Dublin? You like Dublin? We're going over to the IPO next Thursday, the 24th. What time did it finish? What time did what finish? We're still live, Gary.
Fives Mindorgus just goes for open shove here for 19. Queen Jack for Les. And Les is going to call and spin it up.
Oi, oi.
Here we go.
Could have a champion.
Could this be it? We know how Mindorgus runs with these small pairs, Tower.
That's it. Pocket fives, band and flop a set of fives. Here we go. Tall girl for Les. That's called Dave. And he's from Peterborough.
So
fives still in front.
Les for victory. Queen or a jack.
Oh, he's done it again.
Is this guy just a set machine?
He's unbelievable.
He's just flops a set with any pair fives or lower. Mindorgus.
No, Les
can't stop making sets with these small pocket pairs, and now 3-1 chip lead, just shy of.
Cormac Island for the IPO is off to Bratislava next month. Very nice. Never been to Bratislava. Never been. Can we show you the structure for the... No, it's on the app, Gary. Can't show you the structure. I can tell you the structure if you want me to. If you want to listen, or check the app that you've got on your phone, and just check that, and it'll be on there. The structure basically starts at 111 and a 30-minute clock till the buy-ins finish, and then 20 minutes throughout. It's got every level that normally has in a GUKPT. So 111, 122, 133, 244, 366. Sounds like a song. Les with the one gappers. Wants to see a flop. 8-5. Check from Mindigus.
That's with
Top pair.
Yeah, check back.
Ooh,
Snacks.
Top pair for Les.
The jack on the turn. Just a 100k bet from Mindorgus, and these look like raising chips for Les, and raise he does.
Makes it 250 by the looks of that.
Mindorgus not going anywhere with a pair. Second pair as well. Could be some potential backdoor spade draws. Les is trying to bluff with.
Oh, the 5 for trip 5 for Mindigus. That looks like a great card for Les.
Yeah, backdoor flush does complete. 5x does complete. Going to be getting some bad news now, Tower.
450,000.
2/3 pot. Obviously the flush completes, but this is heads up poker. Ranges are really wide. Well, Mindorgus is just going to call, not going to go for value. Maybe thinking that a jack doesn't call his raise. And Mindorgus now in a real good situation. How are we doing, Chef Brad? Good evening.
Question.
Oh no.
You know, like what's just happened there? Mindigus slammed his card down on the table.
Yep.
If he slams his card down on the table and doesn't say anything, face down, and the dealer pulls him in, cards are dead, correct?
Yeah.
What happens in that situation where he slams his card down and one's face down and one's face up?
Well, I think he announced his hand, and then the other card flipped over, so he has tried to table it. So
Right.
it's not like it's any angling going on or anything like that. It's just or just turn your cards over normally.
That's exactly what I was
or
thinking.
just turn them over normally.
I was thinking exactly that. But people like to slam them down, and then the dealer will pull them into the muck. If you don't say anything.
Mindorgus, 10-8 of diamonds. Queen 7 for Les. Like here, Tao. This is like where I think a lot of people, if you haven't looked at it, you wouldn't know. But like 10-8 of diamonds here for 10 should just shove button for Mindorgus, because we fold out better jack highs, queen highs, some king high stuff as well, and then when called it's going to have nice equity going to the streets. Like here, for example, we would have got queen 7 to fold, but like when we get to this stack depth of like 9 bigs, there is still some like button limps going on, but there's going to be a lot of jams that are played, like the suited connectors, the ace highs, the king highs. We still do some completing with some, let's say, some lower down stuff like 5, 6 off, 6, 7 off, and then we balance that out by limping some aces, kings, ace jack, ace queen, etc. But then the rest of our range is just going to want to play jam or fold. So
Ian Simpson's just turned.
Yeah, he just gave a wave to the camera. The
Was
old
that JG as well.
Yeah, the old 888 ganger there. I don't think it's JG. He was in YouTube about 20 minutes ago.
Sorry, GJ.
Sorry, what? GJ?
Yeah, she live streams.
That's Nick's missus.
Is it?
That's Eastie's missus.
Oh, right, okay. Look like JG.
You've only seen her about
30 times
this year.
Well, I don't know these things.
You don't know these things.
So the team are turning up, as you can see, trying to get on telly.
Yeah, heads up already, Brad.
We are.
But we know how it's gone in previous streams.
Yeah, we'll still be at 12. Don't worry about that. You'll get plenty of poker in here, brothers.
Oh, Mindorgus with jacks. Like here, Tal, let's complete. Have to complete this one, because anything with 2 overs shoves for Les, and then we just keep all the undercards in. So he's gone for raise, not all in. It's going to be the same result anyway. However,
and
we
a call.
play.
Pocket 3's going to hit a set. And then off we go.
So is this going to be the hand that Mendorgus becomes Mystery Bounty champion?
Indeed.
Or is it Les's turn to flop a set of threes?
That's it. Set threes twice, trip fives, flop set of
Is
jacks.
this-
What does this man do?
That's it.
That's all he ever plays.
Running threes? No.
That's all he ever plays.
Every pair he's had a set, right? I can't recall him not having a set with every pair he's had. Mendorgus, the set
Every
machine.
single-
How are you supposed to beat a man that flops a set every pair he gets down?
Even Heather's here. Heather's turned up. Oh, they're everywhere now. All the 888. Oh, well played, Guildford Les. Came second.
Great run, Guildford Les.
Sheffield Les would have won it. There you go. Well done, Mindigus. Great effort.
Well done, Mendorgus.
He gets the trophy and the £7,120 plus all the bounties.
Second trophy.
The last two bounties were an 888 ticket and a £200 ticket, and a 540 was taken. So there we go. Well done, one and all. Great effort. We are back tomorrow. We're back tomorrow with the high roller one dayer. Tomorrow we're going to be here at 12:20 with the high roller one dayer. It's a 1,500 buy-in, 15,000 starting stack.
50.
I said 50, didn't I?
You said 15. Well, it sounded like 15.
I meant 50.
Okay.
50,000 starting stack on a 40-minute clock.
Yep. And we will stream and play down to a winner. So first time I can recall doing a start of the tournament down to the winner all in one day.
All the way through.
Yep.
So 1,500 one day tomorrow, starting at 12:20 on the stream. That is when you'll see us next. But well done to Mindigus, his second trophy of the week here in the festival. Well done, sir. He has played ever so well, and it's good to see him there. But we are back tomorrow from 12:20. The high roller one day, a 1,500 buy-in, 50,000 starting stack on a 40-minute clock. Come and join us, because that's when we're on next. Well done, Mindigus.
Well done, Mendorgus. Great run, Les.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Ta-ta.
Good night.
I think so. You'll find something. You know,
Yes.
terrible.
With all the friends, you have more.
Oh, no, enough. It's enough.
Sorry, you have 4 bounties, so that means 4 envelopes.
I need to keep my last 4 before. You already know what is here.
Well,